Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our channel. Today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter stories. So please subscribe the channel and like the video and share with your friends. Let's start story.
6 flashes of light, each a distinct, brilliant hue, erupted in a narrow alleyway on the outskirts of Little Whinging. As the glow faded, 6 figures remained. A blonde girl with a metallic right arm groaned as she pushed herself up. Nearby, a girl in a tattered red hood lay tangled with a black-haired girl sporting a pair of twitching cat ears. Close by, a young woman with snowy hair and a young man with a shield began to stir. Slightly apart from the group lay a girl with pink and brown hair, her signature bowler hat resting inches from her hand. Ruby R.O. Say was the first to scramble to her feet, her head spinning. Where am I? The memory of the void, the fall, hit her like a physical blow. Panic flared as she looked down. Blake, wake up. Please be all right. Ruby shook her partner desperately. A small moan escaped Blake's lips, and Ruby's breath hitched in relief. She's alive, she whispered, a wave of warmth momentarily washing away the fear. That relief vanished the moment she spotted a flash of pink. Neapolitan. Neo, Ruby hissed. Her eyes darted to the parasol, hush, lying nearby. Knowing the lethality hidden within that lace, Ruby lunged for it. Clutching the weapon to her chest just as Blake sat up. Ruby. Blake's voice was weak, her amber eyes landing on the parasol. Is that Neo's? I've got it, Ruby promised. A pained groan erupted from the blonde nearby. Ouch, did anyone get the license plate on that grim? Young. Ruby cried, abandoning the weapons to tackle her sister in a fierce hug. Whoa, Rubes. Young laughed, squeezing back with her mechanical arm. When did you drop in? Blake joined them, her ears drooping with emotion. Without a word, Yang opened her arm and pulled the cat Faunus into the embrace. Blake buried her face in Yang's shoulder, her shoulders shaking. I thought I lost you, she mumbled. Yang pressed a quiet kiss to Blake's forehead. I'm not going anywhere. The moment of peace was broken by the sound of retching. John Ark was currently losing his lunch into a nearby trash can, while Weiss Schnee stood over him, looking between disgusted and concerned. The gang's all here, Ruby thought. But the danger wasn't over. Neo was stirring. Ruby immediately leveled the blade of Hush at the silent criminal. Neo's eyes snapped open, her heterochromatic gaze landing instantly on her stolen weapon. Cinder, when I get my hands on you. The voice didn't come from the air, it echoed directly inside Ruby's skull. Neo lunged for her parasol, but Ruby stepped back, keeping the blade pointed at Neo's throat. Looking for this? Ruby asked, her eyes narrowing. You're lucky you have my parasol, Little Red, or I'd be flaying you alive right now. The group gasped in unison. Wow, Weiss exclaimed, her hand hovering over her rapier. I thought you were mute, but you're just a ventriloquist. What is Schnee babbling about? I haven't spoken in years. Neo sneered in their minds. Is someone making my thoughts loud? We aren't reading your thoughts, Blake said, her hand on her hilt. You're talking into our heads. How? Hey, guys, John called out, wiping his mouth as he pointed toward the sky. You might want to look at this. Everyone looked up. High above the suburban street sat a moon, pristine, glowing, and completely whole. I don't think we're in Remnant anymore, John whispered. The realization hung heavy in the air. Neo, sensing the distraction, lunged for Ruby again. Before she could take 2 steps, Weiss flicked her wrist, sending a wave of frost dust across the pavement. Ice climbed Neo's legs, pinning her to the brick wall. Ruby, may I have the honor of finishing her? Blake asked, her voice cold as she aimed Gamble's shroud. Let's just leave her, Yang suggested. We need to find a way home, and she's just baggage. Neo's eyes widened. You think you can survive these streets? This isn't a grim hunt. This place will chew you up and spit you out. You need me. We can't leave her, Ruby said firmly. Why not? Weiss countered. It's exactly what she deserves. We don't know this world, Ruby replied, her voice steady. If she's right, it's our duty as hunters to protect people. Even someone like her. Rubes, she'll slit our throats the second we turn our backs, Yang warned. Then she can stand justice back home, Ruby insisted. Justice. Neo's mental laugh was bitter. Weren't you all wanted by Ironwood? You turn me in, and I end up in a ditch. No one listens to people like me. You had a choice, Yang snapped. You helped Cinder bring down Beacon. Choice. Huh. Any of you would have done the same. Neo's image flickered, her semblance transforming her into the likeness of Roman Torchwick. When someone threatens to destroy everything you have, you do the job. Smuggling, sabotage, you do what it takes to not end up as Grim Chow. I didn't kill him, Ruby shouted, seeing Roman's face. You were the last one with him. That makes you guilty. Neo's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. You let the only person I called a friend die. Neo shook her head, the Roman illusion shattering back into her own form. Luckily for you, we have bigger problems. I'm stuck here with you clowns. So, a proposition, get me home, and I won't hurt you. Once we're back, we go our separate ways. Just don't get in my way when I go after Cinder. Ruby looked at her friends. Give us a moment, Neo. She turned to the group. We can't leave her to hurt locals, and she knows how to survive on the streets. It's a logical alliance. With a reluctant sigh, Weiss melted the ice. Don't make us regret this, she warned. As you wish, Your Highness, Neo thought cheekily, snatching her bowler hat from the ground and skipping toward the alley exit. As they stepped out onto the sidewalk, the world felt alien. The cars, the houses, the lack of scrolls, it was all wrong. They needed to blend in, and fast. Suddenly, a group of teenage boys sprinted past the alley entrance. Big D's cousin went crazy. One yelled to the other. He's in the tunnel. Ruby's hero instinct spiked. Sounds like someone is in trouble. Without waiting for a plan, the girl in red burst into a rose petal blur, racing toward the sound of the commotion. Out of all the semblances she could have gotten, she gets speed. Ruby, wait up. Weiss's voice echoed through the quiet park. But her partner was already a blur of red petals. Ruby wasn't listening. Her senses were dialed in on a sound that didn't belong in this peaceful place, a desperate, terrified yell coming from a nearby stone tunnel. Dudley, run. Ruby rounded the corner, her boots skidding on the damp concrete. She froze. Two figures were pinned against the tunnel wall by creatures that looked like living shadows, rotting. Wraith-like beings draped in tattered black cloaks. One boy was large and blonde, currently slumped in terror, while a thinner boy with messy black hair struggled against a cold, skeletal hand. Grim. Ruby's hand flew to her belt, realizing she was without her usual equipment. Here. A few moments earlier, Harry Potter sat on the swings of Little Whinging Park, feeling the weight of the summer pressing down on him. The silence from his friends and the nightmares of the past year had left him feeling isolated. When the air suddenly turned frigid, freezing the puddles beneath his feet, Harry knew it wasn't just a summer storm. Dementors. Dudley, run. Harry shouted, but his cousin was paralyzed by the unnatural despair. Two of the hooded horrors glided into the tunnel, drawing the very joy and warmth from the air. One pinned Harry to the wall, its rattling breath smelling of decay. As Harry struggled to reach for his wand, a high, clear voice pierced the gloom. Let them go. Harry looked toward the end of the tunnel. A girl stood there, wearing a red hooded cape that seemed to stand out vividly against the darkness. Get out of here. It's not safe. Harry managed to choke out. Just as the Dementor slammed him harder against the stone, pain exploded behind his eyes. Through the haze, he saw the second creature turn toward the newcomer. The girl didn't run. Instead, she stood perfectly still and closed her eyes, focusing her will. Harry fumbled for his wand, desperate to protect the girl, but before he could shout a spell, she snapped her eyes open. A blinding flash of pure white light erupted from her. It wasn't the silvery wisp of a Patronus, it was like a burst of pure energy. Harry cried out, shielding his eyes as a searing pie. Lanced through his forehead, his scar felt like it was being branded with a hot iron. By the time the light faded, one Dementor had vanished into nothingness. The other sat slumped against the wall, motionless and gray, looking as though it had been turned to stone. In a dark, distant manner, the man with the snake-like face and blood-red eyes suddenly collapsed against his throne, clutching his head. What was that? Lord Voldemort hissed, his voice trembling with a rare, cold fury. A minion, sensing an opening, stepped forward timidly. My lord, is everything. Avada Kedavra. A bolt of green light silenced the man instantly. Voldemort didn't even look at the body as it hit the floor. Wormtail, get in here and feed Nagini. As his servant dragged the corpse away, Voldemort stared into the shadows. Something had just touched his soul, something ancient and bright. He thought back to the prophecy. The power he knows not had always been a mystery, until now. Back in the tunnel, the ringing in Harry's ears began to fade. As his vision cleared, he saw the girl kneeling beside him, her expression full of concern. Are you all right? She asked. Yeah, I think so, Harry replied, trying to regain his bearings. As he wiped his brow, his hand came away covered in a strange, dark residue. You're hurt. Hold still. The girl used a clean piece of fabric to carefully tend to the cut on his forehead. Harry reached up to help, and for a moment, their hands brushed as they worked to stop the bleeding. The other Dementor, Harry suddenly remembered, pointing his wand at the frozen creature near Dudley. How did you do that? The girl looked at the piece of wood in his hand. What are you doing with a stick? Magic, Harry answered simply. Magic. She tilted her head. They never heard of magic that needs a stick. Is that common here? It is for wizards. But seriously, how did you destroy one and change the other? It's a long story, Ruby said. It's an ability I have called Silver Eyes. They're meant to protect people from creatures of destruction. Silver Eyes, Harry whispered. That's amazing. He realized he hadn't introduced himself. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. Ruby, where are you? A tall blonde girl burst into the tunnel, followed by a group of uniquely dressed individuals. The blonde immediately grabbed Ruby in a relieved hug. There you are. Don't run off like that. Harry watched, slightly overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of the newcomers. The blonde looked up and noticed Harry. Hello, Harry said, feeling a bit awkward. Hey there, she replied with a friendly grin. I'm Yang, Ruby's sister. And who are you? I'm Harry. Ruby introduced the rest of her team, Weiss, Blake, and John, along with a girl named Neo who was watching the scene from the shadows. I'm afraid we're quite lost, Weiss said, her tone polite but very firm. Where are we, exactly? Little Whinging, England, Harry said. And what planet? Blake asked, her eyes searching for answers. Harry blinked. Earth. The newcomers shared a long, silent look of bewilderment. The tension in the alleyway was thick enough to cut with a Mertenaster rapier. Weiss looked back at her friends. Her brow furrowed in a rare display of open worry. This is not good, she thought. Not good at all. May I ask my questions now? Harry interrupted, his voice strained. He felt like he was being ignored in his own neighborhood. What are we going to do? John asked, his voice rising in a panicked pitch. How are we supposed to get back? We don't even have a map of this. England. Ruby placed a steadying hand on his arm. We'll think of a way, John. We always do. Don't worry. Can someone tell me what is going on here? Harry shouted, his patience finally snapping. We will be with you in a, what? Weiss stopped mid-sentence, her eyes locking onto Harry's wand. What is with the stick? Is that supposed to be a weapon? Listen to me. Harry's voice echoed off the brick walls. I have questions, and you are all going to answer them, or I'm going to start hexing. Neo rolled her eyes, a mocking smirk playing on her lips. Harry swung his wand toward her instantly. What are you going to do with a stick, kid? Poke us with it. Her voice rang clearly in their minds, dripping with sarcasm. Ruby stepped between the two, her hands raised. Harry, let's not do anything we'll regret. She shot a warning look at the mute girl. Neo, he can do magic with that. Try not to antagonize him. Magic. Neo's mental voice scoffed. If he can do magic, why with a stick? They're breakable. Why not blades or jewelry? That would be much more sensible. I have no idea, Harry said, shaking his head. That's a question for my friend Hermione. Now, he paused, his gaze drifting to the top of Blake's head. What's with the cat ears? Did you have a transmutation accident? Excuse me, Blake hissed, her ears pinning back against her hair. Do you have a problem with my ears? Young moved quickly, placing a calming hand on Blake's shoulder. Easy, Blake. I don't think he's prejudiced. For all we know, faunists don't exist here. Harry winced at the word, prejudiced. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Young is right, I've never seen someone born with ears like yours. Before Blake could respond, the sound of shuffling footsteps came from around the corner. Harry raised his wand again. Great. Now what? But it wasn't a threat, it was Mrs. Fig, Harry's eccentric neighbor. Don't put your wand away, boy. They might. She cut herself off, her eyes going wide as she took in the scene. What happened here? Ignoring Harry's stuttered excuses, she scrambled toward Dudley's prone body, completely bypassing the petrified Dementor as if it were a common statue. Hey, young man, can you hear me? She turned to the group. Can someone deal with that Dementor? Without a word, Yang stepped forward. She grabbed the skeletal arm still holding D. Ugly down and, with a sickening crack, snapped it in half. She tossed the rest of the creature aside like a piece of trash. As the Dementor hit the pavement, its petrified body shattered into a cloud of black dust. Mrs. Fig stared, stunned, before looking back at the group. Which one of you did that? I've never heard of someone who could petrify a Dementor. What are you doing here, Mrs. Fig? Harry asked, bewildered. Dumbledore sent me to keep watch over you. When I felt the cold, I came as fast as I could. Now answer me. Who froze the monster? It was nothing, ma'am, Ruby said sheepishly. It's our job as huntsmen to protect people from monsters like that. But how? Does it matter? Weiss interrupted. The boys were attacked. They were lucky we were here. Mrs. Fig looked at Ruby, then at the dust on the ground. And slowly nodded. Well, it looks like the boy only has a few bruises. He'll live. Hey, fellas, Blake asked, kneeling by a patch of dark, viscous sludge near Harry's feet. What is this stuff? No idea, Harry said, pulling the cloth away to show his lightning bolt scar. But it came out of here. Anything special about that scar? Yang asked. Besides the weird shape. Harry stared at them. Have you not heard my story? He couldn't believe it. Even in the most remote wizarding villages, everyone knew his name. Who are you people? We're not from around here, Ruby said softly. So, Harry told them. He told them about Voldemort, the dark wizard who preached pure blood, supremacy and murdered anyone who stood in his way. He spoke about Peter Pettigrew, the betrayal, and the night his parents died. He told them about the Tri-Wizard tournament, the graveyard, and the death of Cedric Diggory. Now he's back, Harry finished, his voice trembling. And no one wants to believe me. A pair of arms wound gently around his neck. He looked down to find Ruby pulling him into a warm hug. You looked like you needed that, she whispered. They at a small smile before realizing how close they were. Both jumped back instantly, their faces turning a shade of red that rivaled Ruby's cloak. Come on, Potter, Harry thought, his heart racing. Shish, he's a super-powered monster hunter with a heart of gold. She's way out of your league. Wait, Weiss was leaning in, examining Harry's scar with clinical intensity. You said you were hit with a killing spell and survived. Did you ever receive medical help? Clearly not, Weiss, Blake pointed out. He has a scar. I don't know, Harry said. I was an infant. Now, it only hurts when he's close. Weiss, do you have any spare dust tubes? Blake asked. Weiss searched her satchel and handed one over. Blake used it to scoop up a sample of the black goo from the pavement. I have a feeling this is more than it seems. Mrs. Fig stepped forward. It's getting late. I should get you both home. Ma'am, don't worry, Ruby reassured her. We'll get them back safely. After a moment of hesitation, Mrs. Fig nodded. Ruby turned to her team. Okay. Young, Neo, and I will drop Harry and his cousin off. Blake, John, Weiss, head back to the park. We'll rendezvous there. Weiss pulled Ruby aside. Are you sure you'll be alright with her? She gestured to a pouting Neo. We'll be fine, Weiss. I'll keep an eye on her. A few feet away, Blake was holding Yang's hand tightly. Be careful. I don't want to lose you again. Yang lifted Blake's chin, her purple eyes softening. Blake, we'll be fine. It's just a short trip. They're clearly good friends, Harry thought, watching them. Some more than others. He watched in awe as Yang walked over to the unconscious, heavy-set Dudley and effortlessly tossed him over her shoulder like a sack of flour. As the group split up, Mrs. Fig lingered in the shadows, her eyes narrowed. She had a very strange report to make to Albus Dumbledore. Grimmauld Place kitchen. Another meeting where nothing gets done, Sirius Black thought bitterly, staring at the peeling wallpaper of his childhood home. If I had my way, this place would be ashes. He was trapped. Trapped by the Ministry, trapped by his past, and trapped while Peter Pettigrew, the rat who had framed him and destroyed the Potters, was still out there. Worst of all, his godson was stuck with Lily's sister and that awful family. The wards are safer, Sirius, he mocked under his breath, imitating Dumbledore. Bullocks. It's all Voldemort's fault. If it weren't for him, Harry would be worrying about Quidditch and girls, not soul-sucking demons. His dark thoughts were shattered by a frantic voice. Dumbledore. Merlin's beard, is he even here? Mrs. Fig burst into the room, her hair disheveled and her face pale. She didn't care that she was interrupting a top-secret order meeting. Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye whirled toward her. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on Potter. Harry was attacked, Fig gasped, the word, Dementors, causing the room to explode into a panic. Where? Is he alright? Why did you leave him? The questions flew like hexes until Mrs. Fig let out a squawk. Quiet, Mr. Potter is fine. It's already been taken care of. Taken care of? Moody growled suspiciously. By whom? Fig reached into her handbag and pulled out a small, glass vial containing a fine, gray powder. She placed it on the long wooden table. This is all that remains of one of them. Moody leaned in, sniffing the air. Is this a joke? You can't kill a Dementor. Snape, leaning against the shadows, curled his lip. Potter, as scrappy as he is not capable of such a feat. It takes a wizard of significant power to even repel them, let alone incinerate them. Moody waved his wand over the dust, his expression shifting from suspicion to shock. The magical signature. It's like a Patronus, but denser, far more powerful. It didn't just drive it away, it unmade it. If Harry didn't do it, Sirius asked, leaning forward, then who did? Mrs. Fig shook her head. I don't know where you found those kids, Albus, but Harry would be a hollow shell right now if they hadn't intervened. What kids? Mrs. Weasley asked, confused. All the children are here. If they aren't yours, Fig whispered. Then why were they guarding him? Before Dumbledore could answer, a loud, melodic beeping sounded from his robes. He pulled out a complex silver pocket watch. His eyes widened. The wards. Someone has bypassed the perimeter. Privet Drive. The walk to number 4 was silent, but the air was thick with unspoken thoughts. Yang strode ahead, Dudley's heavy FR. Aim slung over her shoulder as if he were made of straw. Neo led the way, her eyes darting around with a predator's curiosity, while Ruby and Harry walked side by side. I swear I caught him staring, Ruby thought, her cheeks warming. Not that I can blame him. I've definitely grown since the fall of Beacon. But look at him, that messy black hair and those eyes. And the accent. But I'm just a girl with a scythe. He probably has someone already. Harry broke the silence, pointing to a perfectly manicured house. That's it. Number 4. It was the blandest house Ruby had ever seen. As they entered, she noticed a disturbing trend. Dozens of photos of the blonde boy, but not a single picture of Harry. Dudders. A shrill scream erupted as a thin, horse-faced woman and a massive, purple-faced man burst into the hallway. Sir, ma'am, please calm down, Ruby said, stepping forward with her most professional, huntress, voice. They're fine. They were just involved in an accident. What happened to my Dudders? Petunia Dursley shrieked. Yang adjusted Dudley on her shoulder. They were attacked by creatures. Your kid has some bruising on his neck, but he just needs rest. Harry, on the other hand, has a head injury. Do you have a first aid kit? Vernon Dursley looked ready to explode with rage at the freaks in his hallway, but Petunia, seeing the sheer size of Yang's bionic arm and the cold look in Neo's eyes, stammered out, in the kitchen. Third shelf. Yang, grab some chocolate while you're in there. Harry called out. It helps with the shock. Yang nodded and headed for the kitchen. Neo trailing behind her like a colorful shadow. So, Ruby said, turning back to Harry once the Dursleys were busy fussing over their son. Those Dementors. What are they, really? Huh. RRY sat on the bottom step of the stairs, looking exhausted. The nastiest things on earth. They feed on happiness. They leave nothing but cold and despair. And if they get the chance, they perform the kiss. They suck your soul right out of your mouth, leaving you a living corpse. Ruby's silver eyes widened in horror. That's worse than the Grim. Why doesn't your government get rid of them? We thought it was impossible to kill them, Harry explained. The only defense is a Patronus, a shield made of happy memories. The Ministry uses them as guards for our wizard prison, Azkaban. You use soul-eating monsters as prison guards. Ruby's voice rose in indignation. What kind of sicko sends things like that after an innocent person? The Ministry of Magic. In a lavish office decorated with moving pictures of kittens, Dolores Umbridge sipped her tea. A cruel smile touched her lips. No reports of magic from Little Whinging, she hummed to herself. The Potter boy must have been kissed. Such a tragedy. But that's what happens to those who spread lies against the Ministry. She frowned slightly. The Dementors hadn't returned to their posts yet, but she dismissed the thought. Probably stopped to snack on a few muggles. No matter. If Dumbledore comes sniffing around, I've already planted the evidence on a half-blood in the Department of Creatures. She set her teacup down with a dainty clink. Now, what shall I pack for Hogwarts? Number 4, Privet Drive. Yang tried to ignore Neo's constant, silent presence as she ransacked the kitchen drawers for a first aid kit. When her fingers finally closed around the plastic handle of a box, she turned, only to find Neo standing frozen with a look of genuine shock on her face. Neo, what are you? Before Yang could finish, Neo lunged forward, clapping a hand over Yang's mouth. Will you keep it down, Blondie? I've got a bad feeling about this place, Neo's voice echoed sharply in Yang's mind. What do you mean? Yang mumbled against the girl's palm. Neo stepped back, her heterochromatic eyes darting toward the hallway. Something's fishy. Potter is agitated just being here. Why would he be nervous in his own home? And did you see his relatives? They didn't even look at him. Their son only had a few bruises, but they acted like he was dying. It's suspicious. Yang couldn't help but smirk. You've only been with us for a few hours. And you've already grown a conscience. Neo rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. Focus, Yang. I don't care about Potter. I just notice things. Even in the underworld, hurting kids is a big no-no. Didn't you try to turn Oscar into a shish kebab? Yang pointed out. 1. You hunters are always looking for a fight. 2. Oscar is hosting your old headmaster's soul. He's basically a third wheel in his own body. Do you really want Red dating a guy who has a 1,000-year-old man in his head? Use your brain. Neo snatched a bar of chocolate from the counter and started toward the door. Yang grabbed the kit and followed, but Neo suddenly held up a hand, motioning for her to stop. Muffled voices were coming from the next room. I don't care what that crackpot Dumbledore says. Vernon's voice spat with venom. That boy is not staying here. He and his freaky American girlfriends can go be freaks somewhere else. In the living room, Ruby gave the door a disgusted look. Harry, however, just stared at the floor, looking bored. It was the look of someone who had heard it all 1,000 times before. But Vernon, Petunia's shrill voice protested, he said as long as the boy is here. The ward's keep is safe. Well, they've been saying that Dark Freak is back, so we're already in danger, aren't we? As the girls listened, Neo watched Yang's eyes shift from lilac to a burning, blood red. Tiny wisps of smoke began to rise from her blonde hair. Before Yang could burst through the wall and give Vernon a piece of her mind, Neo grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Easy, Blondie. As much as I'd love to watch you turn those two into real-life Rock'em Sock'em paladins, now isn't the time. But you heard them. Yang hissed. You heard what they called us. It's not that simple. They have money, they have a house. People like them get away with things because they look normal to the authorities. Unless they're caught red-handed, nothing sticks. Yang shook her head, snatched the chocolate from Neo, and stormed into the living room. Neo huffed, trying to settle her own nerves. Don't get worked up just because you were in the same place once, trivia, she told herself. Using her real name in the silence of her mind. She took a deep breath, but as she did, she caught a faint, stale scent coming from the small cupboard under the stairs. In the living room, Ruby was asking Harry about the Dementors. Who would have the power to send them here? Harry's first thought was Voldemort, but he knew the Dark Wizard usually preferred to do his own killing. He glanced at his relatives, feeling a sinking sensation in his gut. As soon as these girls leave, things are going to get much worse. Yang entered, tossing the chocolate to Harry and handing the kit to Ruby. She was glaring at the Dursleys with such intensity that Vernon actually flinched. The creatures that attacked them were soul-sucking prison guards, Ruby explained to her ceased. As she began cleaning the cut on Harry's forehead. Ruby, we fight monsters that want to exterminate humanity every Tuesday. This isn't new, Yang said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. But did you say guards? Someone high up must have sent them. She leveled her gaze at Vernon. Usually, parents say, thank you, when someone saves their kids. Vernon turned a deep, dusty purple. Thank you for saving my son, he grumbled, sounding like he was choking on the words. And Harry? Yang prompted. My sister's son, Petunia sneered. He's a troubled child, always causing trouble. Disturbed, if I may say. Ruby paused, a look of genuine shock on her face. He seems like a fine young man to me. He's been through so much. If I had gone through half of what he has, I'd need my family more than ever. Her silver eyes cut through Petunia like a scythe. Before Petunia could snap back, Neo walked in, her face twisted in a nasty sneer. Wow, you people really are a piece of work. What are you talking about, girl? Vernon thundered. We are upstanding citizens. Not like your kind. Bloody wild Americans. Neo snorted. Yeah, right. Then what's with the old mattresses in the closet under the stairs? The one with the stains that would cause a lot of questions if we called the proper people. Harry froze. He didn't know what terrified Vernon more, the mention of the cupboard, or the fact that Neo's voice was ringing inside his head without her lips moving. Boy, Vernon bellowed, turning his rage on Harry. How dare you bring more freaks into this house? Why I oughta. Yang moved faster than the eye could follow. She stepped between Harry and his uncle, her hair suddenly erupting into golden flames. Her bracelets clicked and expanded, transforming into the heavy, yellow gauntlets of Ember Celica. Go on, Yang roared. Tell us what you were going to do. You practically just confessed. Tell us the truth. As she yelled, her eyes flashed a blinding gold, her semblance flaring. Vernon's eyes went vacant, reflecting that same golden light. The brat deserved it, he said, his voice flat and robotic. We tried beating the freaky powers out of him, but it didn't work. We only moved him out of the cupboard so the older freaks wouldn't catch on. If this Dark Lord wants him, he can have him. Kill him and all the freaks like him. The silence that followed was deafening. Before Vernon could blink, Yang's flesh hand was clamped around his throat, hoisting the massive man off the floor. Petunia let out a shrill, glass-shattering scream of terror. You, sir, are hilarious, Yang growled, her face inches from his. Now, let me show you the punchline. She pulled back her metallic fist, the barrels of Ember Celica clicking into place. Yang, leave him, Ruby commanded. Her voice was quiet, but it had a cold razor edge that Harry had never heard before. He's not worth it. Let the authorities deal with him. Yang hesitated, her fist trembling with the urge to strike. Finally, she spat on the floor and released him. Vernon slumped to the ground, gasping for air, the distinct smell of urine beginning to permeate the pristine carpet. "You're lucky my sister has a heart," Yang hissed, "or you'd be missing your jaw." Quote. Plus, Yang added, her voice dropping to a dangerous purr as she looked at her golden gauntlets, "I don't want to get Ember Celica dirty on a piece of trash like you." She turned her fiery gaze toward Petunia. The woman was trembling, clutching the back of a floral armchair. "And what about you, huh? Why didn't you stop him from hurting your own nephew? Your own sister's son. I have nothing to say to you brutes." Petunia spat, though her voice wavered. "Be honest now," Yang commanded. Her eyes flashed that predatory gold again, and Petunia's pupils mirrored the glow. The woman's face went slack, the truth spilling out like bitter poison. "I didn't see the need to. He's not mine. I lost my sister a long time ago, the moment she met that boy in the park. And he told her she was special. After her 5th year, that same boy used a slur for people like her. It broke her heart, but she still went back to that world, and she got herself killed." Petunia looked at Harry, her eyes filled with years of misplaced resentment. "As far as I'm concerned, there is a poison in your veins. It took my sister, and it almost took my son tonight. As long as you have it, you will never be family to me." The silence that followed was broken by a sound like a titanic sheet of ice cracking, followed by the crystalline shatter of 1,000 windows. A-fi. Sakal's shockwave rippled through the house. Ruby and Harry scrambled to the window. Outside, a shimmering dome that had once surrounded the property flared with a sickly green-black light before dissolving into smoke. "The protection charm," Harry whispered, his face pale. "It just broke." Thwack! A heavy thud echoed from behind them. They spun around to see Neo standing over an unconscious Vernon, her parasol handle still gripped in her hand. Petunia was too terrified to even scream. "Yang and I will keep an eye on these two," Neo's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. "Harry, grab your essentials. Red, go help your boyfriend pack. There is no way he's staying here a second longer. We are not dating," Ruby and Harry yelled in unison. The two of them turned the same shade of crimson as Ubi's cloak before bolting for the stairs. "Don't stay up there too long, you lovebirds," Yang teased loudly. Harry could hear Ruby's muffled groan through the floorboards. "Whose side are you on, sis?" They burst into Harry's cramped bedroom. Harry grabbed an old, oversized backpack and a beanie for Blake to hide her ears in public. He began shoving clothes and books into his trunk with frantic energy. A sharp hoot stopped them. Hedwig was fluttering in her cage, her feathers puffed out. Before Harry could soothe her, the snowy owl flew over and landed gently on Ruby's shoulder. Ruby froze, looking nervous. But Hedwig simply leaned in and began affectionately preening Ruby's dark hair. Ruby giggled, the tension momentarily breaking. "She's so soft." Harry stared. He remembered what Hagrid once told him, animals have a good judgment of character. If they don't like someone, don't trust them. He turned to his desk, scribbling a desperate note to his godfather. "Padfoot, I can't stay at the Dursleys. The wards are gone. I've made new friends I trust. We'll talk soon, Harry." He folded the parchment and tied it to Hedwig's leg. With a final stroke of her feathers, he sent her out the window into the night. As she vanished, Harry looked down at the street. Several dark, human-like shadows were moving across the pavement toward the front door. The Order, Harry realized. Or the Ministry. Either way, we can't be here when they get inside. He grabbed his bag and trunk with one hand and Ruby's hand with the other. "We've got to go. Now." They raced downstairs. As they reached Yang and Neo in the foyer, the front doorknob began to glow a ghostly blue. The lock clicked, and the door started to creak open. Ruby didn't hesitate. She grabbed Harry and Neo by the arms and clamped a hand on Yang's shoulder. "Hold on." In an explosion of rose petals and high-velocity wind, Ruby triggered her semblance. They became a blur of red, bursting through the doorway and bowling over the Tartled wizards standing on the porch before disappearing into the night at 100 miles per hour. Number 4, Privet Drive. Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the flow network at Mrs. Fig's home, his heart heavy. The moment he felt the blood wards shatter, he knew Harry was in grave danger. Behind him, the fireplace flared repeatedly as Moody, Shacklebolt, Lupin, and Sirius Black stepped into the cramped living room. "This one insisted on coming," Moody grunted, jerking a thumb toward Sirius. "We will discuss that later," Dumbledore said, his voice unusually clipped. He stepped outside and clicked his deluminator. The streetlights vanished into the device, plunging Privet Drive into shadows as they marched toward number 4. Moody raised a hand, signaling them to stop a block away. His magical eye whirled frantically. Fig was right. "I see 3 girls in the house with Harry. 2 in the living room, 1 is upstairs with Potter. Wait, she's coming down with him now." Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward, his deep voice calm. Let's go say hello. Before Moody could bark a warning about caution, Kingsley cast a silent unlocking charm on the front door and stepped inside. He didn't even get a foot past the threshold before he was hit by a literal hurricane. A twister of crimson rose petals exploded from the hallway, carrying the force of a high-speed locomotive. Kingsley let out a grunt as he was hoisted off his feet and thrown backward onto the lawn. Moody barked at his fallen comrade. Kingsley, you fool. What have I told you about constant vigilance? We have no intel on these girls, and you go bursting in. What are they teaching you at the academy these days? Why didn't you warn me then? Kingsley quipped, rubbing his backside. Luckily, only his pride and his robes were damaged. How will you learn if you don't get attacked once in a while? Now, where did Black go? Before anyone could answer, the Dursleys stumbled into the hallway. Vernon was leaning heavily on Petunia, his face a sickly shade of gray. She glared at the wizards. Oh, it's you. Dumbledore ignored the sneer with practiced grace. Good evening, Petunia. Might you tell us what happened here? Or where has Harry gone? If you're here for the boy, take him and leave us normal people alone. Vernon rasped. My sister's brat attracted those monsters, Petunia hissed, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and fury. They attacked my son. He is not welcome here anymore. Your kind can keep him. Dumbledore tried to intervene. Petunia, Harry is still your. No, she screeched. It was at poison you call magic that took my sister, and it nearly took my son tonight. No more. If he ever wants to set foot in this house again, that poison better be gone. Dumbledore sighed, thinking of the prophecy. Sadly, that cannot happen, Petunia. This world still needs his magic. Vernon let out a harsh, wet laugh. We tried to beat it out of him, but... Kingsley's eyes narrowed, shifting instantly into aura mode. Did you just say, beat it out of him? Do you have any idea what you've done? Moody roared, his wooden leg thumping against the floor. If Potter had died, the world as we know it would be forfeit. Vernon snorted. Like a freak like him matters to anyone. The air in the room suddenly turned cold. Sirius Black stepped out of the shadows behind Vernon, his eyes burning with a murderous light. Before Petunia could blink, Sirius snatched Vernon by the collar and landed a devastating punch to the man's jaw. As Vernon slumped, Sirius hauled him up by the throat, pinning him against the wall. Call my godson that one more time, Sirius whispered, his voice like grinding stones, and you will deeply regret it. He dropped the man like a sack of coal and walked out the door, too disgusted to stay. A few moments earlier. I don't know what hit Kingsley, but it had Harry, Sirius thought as he sprinted down the street. At least they're easy to track. A trail of red petals led away from the house. But halfway down the block, the trail vanished. Sirius concentrated, shifting his form until a massive, shaggy black dog stood in his place. Padfoot sniffed the air, catching a scent that led toward a nearby park. He followed it, but the trail became a mess of smells, hundreds of children, damp grass, and an overwhelming scent of cats. Padfoot let out a frustrated huff and shifted back into Sirius. He checked the nearby bus station, only to see the taillights of the last bus disappearing in the distance. He angrily kicked the curb, ripped a transit map off the wall, and headed back to the others. He arrived just in time to hear Vernon call Harry a freak. After dealing with the man, Sirius felt a strange sense of clarity. Voldemort would probably take better care of Harry than those muggles. He thought grimly. Returning to Grimmauld Place via sidelong apparition, Sirius was shocked to see a familiar white owl waiting in the kitchen. Hedwig, is Harry safe? The owl nipped his finger affectionately and held up a leg. Sirius snatched the letter and read it, finally releasing a breath he felt he'd been holding for years. His godson was safe. A moment later, the rest of the order arrived, carrying Harry's trunk and broomstick. What's this? Sirius asked. We took them from the Dursleys, Remus Lupin said, his face etched with worry. He noticed the note. Is that from Harry? Yeah, I think he wrote it before they bolted. Are you sure? Moody growled, eyeing the parchment suspiciously. Could be a trap by those girls. Hedwig squawked indignantly and lunged at Moody, snapping her beak near his nose. The old Auror flinched, glaring at the bird. Hedwig, did Harry go with them willingly? Sirius asked. The owl bobbed her head firmly. Remus leaned against the table, thinking hard. I think those girls saved him from the Dementors and brought him home. When the Dursleys kicked him out, the wards failed. They probably saw us arriving in the dark, unannounced, and thought we were Death Eaters. They made a run for it to protect him. Did anyone notice something off about the Dursleys? Kingsley asked, gingerly sitting down. Whoever those girls are, they pack a mean wallop. One hit me like a bludger. Remus nodded. They seemed to be in a trance, almost like Veritaserum, but I detected no potions. It looked like what Muggles call hypnosis. A way to force the truth out. Just who are these girls? Moody grumbled. One destroys Dementors. One forces the truth. One turns into flower petals. What else can they do? The kitchen door opened as Mrs. Weasley and Tonks hurried in. What happened? Where's Harry? Remus, why do you look like you rolled in a rose bush? It's more like a rose tornado hit us, Remus said as Tonks helped pick petals off his coat. Harry's gone, but this letter confirms he's with friends. Now, Remus, Dumbledore said gently, we don't know he was kicked out. The Dursleys were under stress. Not this again, Albus. Sirius snapped, his voice echoing in the kitchen. They practically confessed to trying to beat the magic out of him. They nearly turned him into an Obscurial. A sharp, collective gasp filled the room at the word. Mrs. Weasley whispered, the twins once said he had bars on his window. I thought they were exaggerating. Oh, Harry, hold on, Tonks exclaimed, her hair shifting to a bright, amused pink. Did you just say the Order's best wizards had their butts kicked by a bunch of kids? She erupted with laughter at Remus's sheepish nod, while Kingsley rubbed his sore back. Hey, Sirius interjected, though he couldn't hide a smirk. We were caught off guard. One of the girls literally turned into flower petals and ran us over. It was dark, the Blood Wards had just crashed, and for all they knew, we were Death Eaters. I have to admit, I'm more impressed than annoyed. Moody, ever the skeptic, grunted as he leaned on his staff. Their skills are impressive. Enough so that I'm considering recruiting them, or throwing them in a cell. There's still a chance they're playing a long game with Harry. The rest of the Order rolled their eyes at his signature paranoia. That's probably the same girl who destroyed the Dementors. Mrs. Fig added, still reeling from the white light she'd witnessed in the tunnel. It seems I have much to thank these girls for, Dumbledore said softly. Though his eyes remained grave. I tracked them to a city bus station, but they could be anywhere now. Sirius gave Moody a pointed look. Next time they show up, let's try to be friendly. No wands drawn. Moody grumpily spread a map of London across the kitchen table and began barking out search sectors. With the Ministry watching their every move, they had to spread tea. Themselves thin to find Harry before the wrong people did. As the meeting broke up, Sirius lingered by the window, staring out into the dark London streets. Harry, he whispered, a silent prayer to the godson he'd just missed. Wherever you are, please be safe. Earlier, as Kingsley was picking himself up, a red cloud of flower petals zoomed down the street. Once it was far enough away, Harry and the petals slid to a stop. Harry, dizzy from the speed, tried to find his balance. Weren't we just? Harry looked back at the others and noticed that Yang and Neo looked a little green. Ruby just seemed tired. Are you three all right? Just give us a minute. Ruby gasped between deep breaths. What happened back there? The first thing I knew was that the door was opening, then my vision turned red. And it felt like we were moving fast. Ruby took a few more deep breaths before she explained. That was a semblance. It's a special power that uses aura, a manifestation of the soul that everyone has. The only exception is the monstrous Grimm, who lacks a soul. They're the monsters of our world. So your power is to control petals. It's technically speed. What about you two? Harry turned to Yang and Neo. What's your semblance, was it? Ask us again when we meet with the others. At least Neo was feeling better. I don't feel like going into some long-winded explanation, and we don't have time for that if we were followed. Why did we run? We could have taken them. Yang asked her sister. She seemed disappointed about running from a fight. We don't know how many there were. Plus, I didn't trust Harry's relatives not to attack us while our backs were turned. Ruby couldn't help but feel angry at Vernon and Petunia and their behavior towards their nephew. Harry reached for Ruby's hand and gently squeezed it. You don't need to worry about me, Rose. I'm not there anymore. Ruby smiled at the nickname. You know, Neo, you seem very into it back there. Anything you want to tell us? Neo turned her head away. She didn't want these people to see her expression as she explained. I used to have a friend named Trivia. Her family didn't treat her well either. Neo shook her head. Look, it was a long time ago. Are we going or not? Yang and Ruby eyed each other before nodding. They would talk to Neo about her friend later. The group made it to the park to meet the others. As soon as they spotted the group of four, Weiss and John walked over while Blake tackled Yang with a hug. What happened? Why did you bring Mr. Potter with you? Weiss asked. His relatives weren't treating him well. We couldn't just leave him there. Ruby looked around the park. We can't stay here forever. We need to find somewhere to spend the night. Weiss didn't look as convinced, but she trusted Ruby. Before they could think of a plan, they heard the roaring of a city bus. Yang looked ecstatic. Harry, can we use this? But she frowned when Harry shook his head. I don't think I have enough money for all of us. Neo coughed to get the group's attention before pulling out an ugly wallet filled to the brim with pounds. She tossed it to Ruby. Think of this as a small revenge ag. Ain't those horrid family members of yours, Potter? Ruby, ever so honorable, wanted to scold the thief. But as she heard Harry's laugh, so free and infectious, she just couldn't bring herself to bring the boy down. She hadn't seen him smile like that since before they took his cousin home. Here, Harry tossed the beanie he had at Blake. Since cat ears aren't common, and we don't want any questions. Blake and Ruby both thanked him as the bus pulled up. With a confident smile, the bus driver greeted them. Where are you kids going? Charing Cross Road, sir, Harry answered as they got on board. A lot has happened in one day. Harry thought for 10 minutes during the bus ride. At first, I thought it was going to be an ordinary day. The next thing I know, I was being attacked by dementors and saved by a girl. Harry was interrupted from his thoughts by a sudden weight on his shoulder. He looked down to see the girl herself fast asleep on his shoulder. The light snoring made him smile. As Harry looked behind his seat to see John and Neo, the latter with her back towards the window, with her arms around her seat, and Yang and Blake sitting next to each other. They were both out cold. John was leaning over himself, trying not to lose his stomach contents. To the right of them, Weiss was sleepily fascinated by the passing scenery. Harry turned back to Ruby, who was still dozing off on his shoulder. I can hear Sirius now. You should be any other boy and enjoy having a cute girl on your shoulder. Now approaching Charing Cross Road, the bus driver announced. Harry tried to wake Ruby. 5 more minutes, Yang. She mumbled before pulling Harry's arm close to her chest. Harry couldn't help his flushed cheeks. Sorry, Rose, but I'm not Yang. The silver orbs fluttered open. The girl opened her eyes to stare at Harry in shock before turning red as her cape and jumping back with a yelp. Yang abruptly woke, headbutting and waking Blake in the process. Neo loudly snickered at the group's bumble. Weiss, startled, snapped her head away from the window. What happened? We're almost at our destination, Harry answered. Yang gingerly rubbed her head. Why did you scream, Ruby? Ruby and Harry shared an embarrassed look. It's just a nightmare, Yang. I'm fine. Yang gave her an, are you sure? Look before turning away to care for Blake. The rest of the short ride was filled with quiet embarrassment. After they got off their bus, Harry led the others to the leaky cauldron. Mr. Potter, why are you taking us to that dreadful building? Weiss wearily asked. Why can't they see the inn? They do have magic. Harry thought, you'll have to trust me on this. Harry said as he offered his hand. Ruby was the first to take it. The others shrugged wearily and followed her lead. As they stepped into the inn, it seemed to transform from a dreary-looking building to a busy, but cozy, restaurant and inn. Do you want me to help you 6 get a room here? Harry asked before he headed to the counter. No, Harry, we're fine. The nap we had on the bus helped a little bit. Ruby answered. If you say so. If any of you get tired, I can drop you back off at the inn. He too okayed them to the back alley before taking his wand out and tapping a few bricks. The bricks fell away, revealing a row of shops. Harry couldn't help but smile. Watching the awe in their eyes reminded them of himself as a child. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry said. The group noticed many odd shops selling a variety of things. Candy, pets, potion ingredients, and supplies for something called Quidditch. What caught Blake's attention was Flourish and Blots, a big bookstore. She knew she needed to convince the group to stop there, even to just look in the windows before they left this alley. Beef. Or anyone could wander into the open stores. Harry directed them to a building at the end of the alley. Gringotts Bank was an unimpressive white building, but Harry was determined to get there. As the group walked up to it, they noticed there was some writing on the door. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Is that supposed to be a threat or a challenge? Neo wondered out loud. Though they would never say it out loud, the remnants thought the same thing when they read it. I think it's meant to be both, Harry said, not sure himself. His eyes widened as he realized something. 2 things. 1, it might not be a good idea to be armed inside this bank. 2, how do you lot feel about roller coasters? Motion sickness, John said with a wince. I was always too short. Neo pouted. Weiss just shrugged. I don't care for them. We like them. Ruby and Yang seemed to be the only ones enthusiastic about the question. Why do you ask? Blake questioned Harry. The workers here might not care for their customers to be armed, so someone needs to stay behind and look after the weapons. 2. The way to get to my vault is through an underground roller coaster. Hold on. Your bank uses a roller coaster to get around. Now Yang was excited. I have to see this. With a smile, she took the gamble shroud and tossed it an ember silica to John. Ice and John wordlessly volunteered to stay behind with the weapons. Before she could protest, Yang grabbed Blake and started to drag her to the bank entrance. In the meantime, Harry gave a big piece of cloth to John and Weiss before he, Ruby, and Neo followed them. Yang, calm down. You're going to get us kicked out for causing a scene. Blake gave a pointed look to a pouting Yang. Harry went ahead to open the door. The thing they saw was an impeccably furnished entranceway with tall tills and almost everything made of marble. They were the only humans in the room, as it was preoccupied with tiny people with ugly, long noses and pointy ears. Yang found the courage to whisper, Harry, what are they? As they watched the creatures pushing carts of gold coins. These are goblins. They run this place. And they protect our currency. That's why I had you leave the weapons outside, just in case. We don't want to give them the wrong message. They may not look it, but, in their ways, these goblins are powerful. Harry explained. He walked up to a teller, spoke to the grumpy goblin there, and followed the teller to a doorway at the end of the hall. The goblin opened the door to reveal a big mine cart with tracks that led straight into darkness. Yang dragged Blake to the front of the cart while Neo got in the middle, and Ruby and Harry sat in the back. Naturally, the goblin sat with Yang and Blake. After they were seated, the cart took off fast. As the cart twisted, turned, and did loops around the track, Ruby and Yang screamed with excitement. Neo and Blake just prayed that this would end as soon as possible. Harry just looked amused. When the cart stopped at their destination, Blake jumped out of the cart to kiss the ground and prayed to any god that would listen. What's the matter, kitty cat? Yang teased her friend. Did you not like the ride? I wasn't ready for it to go that fast. Blake smacked Yang on the shoulder before looking over to see Harry and the others walking deeper into the caverns. Blake and Yang ran after them. Quickly catching up, they reached a big vault door. The goblin asked Harry for a key to open the vault, which Harry gave to the small creature. The cavern door opened with a loud creak to reveal a mountain of gold and silver coins almost filling the whole room. Small treasures decorated the rest of the room. Everything in there spoke of wealth and opulence. Harry was much richer than he let on. Whoever ends up with him is going to have a good life. Neo couldn't help but think. Hell, he's rich enough that even I would consider going clean. Ruby glared at the former mute before she grumbled out, yeah. Except, right after you get married, he'll have a sudden accident, and suddenly you'll be filthy rich. Blake rolled her eyes. At the bickering too but privately thought the same thing. In the meantime, Harry was stuffing some coins into a small bag. Isn't there a better way to carry all that money? Blake mumbled to herself. Harry's practically asking to get mugged. The goblin eyed her, and Blake realized she'd just spoken out loud. Before she could apologize, the goblin nodded. I believe Mr. Potter does qualify for something new. But it is Mr. Potter's choice to accept the trial run or not. Harry nodded with consent. The goblin reached into his pockets and pulled out a contract and a black quill. Harry took quill and signed contract, then the contract burst into flames and left a card with the bank symbol on it behind. We got the idea from what the muggles call a debit card. All you have to do is use his at any of the shops in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, and it will pay for your purchases. No more hassling with exact change and no more lugging all that gold around. The goblin sent a pointed look at Blake, who flushed with shame. Why isn't this more well known? Harry suddenly frowned and sent the goblin a look of sympathy. Let me guess, the purebloods. The goblin nodded. Figures. Let's go. Meet up with the others and plan our next move. We might even be able to find some shops that are still open. Harry said before he realized something, never mentioning shopping in front of women. Why were eerily smiling as they dragged him back to the cart. After the girls dragged Harry out of Gringotts, they looked around for John and Weiss. They should be around here, Ruby said. We weren't gone that long. Right as Ruby turned her head, John removed the cloak Harry gave them earlier, and he and Weiss appeared, literally out of nowhere. What the? Ruby yelped. When did you two learn to do that? Blake clutched her chest as Weiss gave the cloak back to Harry. Impressive cloak, Mr. Potter. What is this made of? Weiss asked as Ruby wrapped the cloak around her forearm and watched. In fascination as her arm disappeared and reappeared. This is awesome. Where did you get this? Ruby asked with excitement. And does it come in red? No one didn't find her adorable, least of all Harry. This was my father's invisibility cloak. And to answer your question, Weiss, I have no idea. The only thing I know is that it's been with my family for generations. Sorry, Rose, but I believe this is the only color they come in. Ruby pouted adorably as Harry rolled up the cloak before stuffing it in his bag. Harry, are there any stores open around here? Yang couldn't help but notice the sad condition of his satchel. Luckily, as late as it was, there were still some stores hoping for late-night shoppers. So a general shop was the first store they went to. In there, Yang spotted a black K duffel bag with featherweight and expanded charms on it. Yang nodded as Harry explained to her what the charms meant before grabbing the bag and taking it up to the counter to pay for it. When they left the store, the remnants quickly stuffed their weapons in the bag so they weren't carrying weapons. It was better to be safe rather than sorry. As soon as the group was relieved of their weapons, Harry found himself being dragged into a high-end clothing store. John followed wearily behind, looking like a man who knew he was in for a long afternoon. The girls promptly dumped the two boys in a comfy velvet corner while they vanished into the racks of robes and casual wear. John, already dressed in a yellow t-shirt and denim shorts, sat drumming his fingers on a nearby mahogany table. ACL. Urk noticed the boys and sauntered over with a knowing smirk. Waiting on your girlfriends, gentlemen. They aren't our girlfriends, both boys blurted out in unison. The clerk gave them a long, unconvinced look. Right, well, let me offer you some professional advice. Find one thing you like about their outfits and compliment it. Do that, and this whole process goes much faster. He turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the boys in stunned silence. So, Harry said, trying to break the awkward quiet. You really aren't dating any of them. No way, man, John answered quickly. Just then, Weiss and Neo stepped out. Weiss had chosen a pristine white summer dress but kept her signature combat boots. Neo, true to her aesthetic, wore a pink t-shirt with brown trousers and a light white jacket, topped with her original hat. Remembering the clerk's advice, John spoke up. Looking good, girls. Weiss, you look amazing. Neo, that looks really fits you. Thank you, John, Weiss said, offering a rare, genuine smile. Blake emerged next. She still wore the beanie Harry had given her, paired with a yellow t-shirt and a black flannel overshirt. Yang followed close behind in a sleeveless yellow top that left little to the imagination, paired with a black leather jacket and denim shorts that were quite brief. You look amazing as always, Blake, Yang chirped, especially the view back here. Yang, Blake hissed, her face turning a deep crimson. As she turned, the boys realized exactly what Yang meant. The shorts fit her like a second skin. Like what you see, boys. Yang teased, catching them staring. Uh-oh, Harry thought. This is one of those questions where the answer leads to a smack, no matter what. Don't you think those are a little revealing? John asked, ever the night. Harry just shook his head. If I ever see Hermione again, I'll have to introduce her to John. He's going to need a good healer for his teeth if he keeps talking like that. If you've got the assets, show him off. Yang replied with a wicked grin. Finally, Ruby stepped out. She had kept her red hooded cape, but beneath it, she wore a fresh black and red t-shirt and red shorts. You look amazing, Ruby, Harry said. And he meant it. Ah, thank you, Harry. She beamed, then noticed Harry was still in his oversized, tattered Dudley hand-me-downs. Why didn't you get anything? I'm fine. We're here for you guys. Harry tried to deflect, but one look into those wide, silver eyes told him he was fighting a losing battle. He sighed. Okay, I'll find something. How can someone be so adorable and so intimidating at the same time? Harry wondered as he retreated to the men's section. A few minutes later, Harry stood before a full-length mirror. He wore a silky, buttoned-down, emerald green shirt with dark brown trousers. He hardly recognized the person staring back. He'd never had clothes that actually fit him before. Ruby slipped up behind him. That wasn't so bad, right? Green looks good on you. It makes your eyes stand out. After Harry paid for the haul, they headed back out into the alley. Blake immediately made a beeline for Flourish and Blots. Within 5 minutes, he looked like a kid on Christmas morning. Harry smiled. She reminded him so much of Hermione, though perhaps with a bit more of a brooding edge. While browsing the potions section, something strange happened. Blake's hand began to glow with a faint purple light, her aura, as she slid her fingers across a dusty spine. She pulled the book down, flipped through several pages, and her eyes widened in shock. Without a word to her friends, she marched up to the counter. They couldn't hear the conversation, but they saw Blake point out a specific passage to the elderly clerk. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He began thanking her frantically, shaking her hand as if she had just saved his life. When she returned, she was carrying 2 heavy bags. What was that all about? Harry asked. Just some books on your world's culture, history, and law, Blake said smoothly. Plus some novels. Yang and Weiss started snickering, and Ruby mumbled something about filth. Shut it. It's adult literature. Blake snapped. Though she was smiling, she reached into her first bag, her hand hovering over a thick volume on ancient runes. Blake pulled her hand back, her eyes wide with a realization that clearly terrified her. Before anyone could react, she grabbed Harry's arm and dragged him into a narrow alleyway. The rest of Team RWBY and JNPR scrambled after them, Ruby shouting for them to stop. Harry, caught off guard by the strength in the cat Faunus's grip, simply followed until Yang finally yanked Blake's wrist to snap her out of the trance. What are you doing, Blake? Ruby asked sharply, her eyes darting to Harry. And mind your grip on him. Blake let go immediately, mumbling apologies. Once she'd caught her breath, she leaned into Yang's steadying touch. I'm fine. I just read something that disturbed me. Read something? Weiss inquired, crossing her arms. You didn't even open those books. I didn't have to, Blake explained, her voice trembling. Back in the store, I felt them. It was like I could see how they were written and where the authors found their information. That potion book. I gave it back because it was written on a faulty typewriter that misspelled key ingredients. In this world, a single wrong word in a spell or potion is the difference between success and a disaster. You didn't have that power before, John noted. How do you have it now? Reality here is different, Blake theorized. When we fell through the abyss, the energy must have mutated our auras. It's giving us new abilities. Like how Neo can project her thoughts into our heads now. Yang's eyes widened. That might explain the Dursleys. When I used my semblance, I didn't just get stronger, I felt like I could force them to be honest. They had no choice but to tell the truth. The group shared a look of both amazement and concern. At Blake's request, Yang promised not to use her, truth seeker, power unless necessary. So why don't we have new tricks? Weiss asked, looking at Ruby and John. Maybe it just takes time, John suggested with a shrug. Or maybe you have to believe in the magic first, right, Ice Queen? I'm a see it to believe it person, Weiss countered. So far, all I've seen is a fancy stick. Blake smirked. Well, underage magic is a crime here, but the ministry tracks it through a loophole. They can't tell who is casting in an abo. RHOOD full of magic users, like Diagon Alley. She turned to Harry. Harry, your wand. I have just the thing. Harry handed over his holly and phoenix feather wand. Blake retrieved her broken pistol BL-8 and a shredded black ribbon from their bag. With a quick wave and a quiet, reparo, the ribbon stitched itself back together, looking brand new. No ministry owls appeared. Blake's theory was correct. The truth of the multiverse. As they walked, Harry finally asked the question that had been burning in his mind. Where are you guys really from? You aren't from this world, are you? After a silent deliberation, the group decided to be honest. They explained the multiverse theory and described Remnant, a world plagued not by dark wizards, but by the grim, soulless, tar-like creatures bent on humanity's extinction. Weiss even manifested a tiny ice sculpture of a Queen Lancer to show him. Your soldiers, Harry realized. In a war, we were on a mission to evacuate a kingdom, Blake said, her tone darkening. We were betrayed by Cinder Fall, who works for a dark witch named Salem. We fell into the abyss, and your world was on the other side. Harry felt a pang of sympathy. Does every world have an evil psychopath? He wondered. Though he couldn't help them with a portal home spell yet, he gave them his word. As long as my name is Harry James Potter, I will help you find a way back. Thank you, Harry, Ruby said. Her signature smile returning. The moment was interrupted by a loud growl from Neo's stomach. As much as I hate to interrupt the love fest, she projected with a smirk, can we find some grub? As they headed toward the leaky cauldron, John tapped Harry's shoulder and pulled out his snapped broadsword. One more reparo. If I had all the pieces, Harry said. John produced the fragments, but Ruby's eyes locked onto one particular piece, it was stained with blood. John, what happened to your sword? She whispered. We got most of the people out, John said, his voice hollow. Thanks to your sister Winter, she's the new Winter Maiden now. Weiss's eyes went wide. Winter, my sister. What happened to Penny? John looked away, the shame written across his face. Ruby. Cinder injured Penny badly. Cinder was about to absorb the maiden powers. He sent her a sad look. I had to do something. Ruby couldn't bear to listen anymore. She rushed over to John, hitting his chest and sobbing out, we, smack. Just, smack. Saved, smack. Her, smack. Only, smack. For her, smack. To, smack. Die, smack. Again. She pushed John into a trash can. Before taking off into a burst of petals. Yang gave the downed boy a quick glare before chasing after her sister. Will Ruby be alright? Harry asked. The poor boy couldn't understand why, but he felt the need to protect her. And her friends. She's fine. Blake gave Harry a curious look but softly said, she just needs time to cool off. Plus, Yang is with her. Harry looked back at a depressed Aun who still held out his sword and its fragments. He walked to John and told him to lay the sword down. Reparo. Harry circled his wand around the sword. The other pieces slowly started to melt together. But even though the sword mostly came together, there were still some yellow cracks. Harry tried to cast the spell again, but his wand suddenly became cold as ice. What was that? He thought. Harry, is everything all right? Blake asked. Harry didn't know what happened to his wand, and he didn't want to scare his new friend, so he simply told her he was fine. Hold on. Weiss motioned for them to look at John's sword. Why is it that Ark's sword isn't as repaired as your ribbon was? Blake's mind whirled with ideas. It could be a few things. If you take into account that Harry was attacked by soul-eating monsters and was chased by unfriendly wizards, it could just be exhaustion. Another option is his ability to sync with our weapons. We are not sure how his magic is supposed to work on us if we take dust into account. Why are they talking about dirt? What does dirt have to do with this? Weiss looked like she was about to rant, but Blake stopped her by explaining. It's not the kind of dust you think it is. In our world, dust is a naturally occurring energy source from our world. It's used to fuel our homes and vehicles, and is our primary tool against the creatures of darkness. Harry might not have been a brilliant student like Hermione, but he held onto Blake's words with fascination. Perhaps he needs a demonstration. Neo suggested. I would if I had any to spare. Weiss seemed to calm down with Blake's explanation and Harry's apparent intrigue. We are far away from home, so we need to only use it when necessary. It's getting late. Blake noticed. Weiss, Neo, you two take John to the inn. Harry and I will go look for Ruby and Yang. Any idea where they could be? Harry asked as they split up. Blake seemed to think for a moment, then, are there any stores that sell weapons around here? They found the sisters outside of Ollivander's. The shop was closed, which only seemed to make Ruby more upset. As Harry walked up to Ruby, who looked just a little calmer than earlier, Blake smacked Yang's shoulder before wrapping her arms around her depressed friend. Did you get John's sword fixed? Ruby asked with a bit of venom in her voice. She still wasn't over what happened. Yes. How are you feeling? Ruby gave him a small glare before staring back at the window at Ollivander's. Okay, Harry thought. Bad question. Say something Potter's omething that would get her mind off Ark. Cedric's dead eyes flashed through Harry's mind before he spoke. I know what it's like to lose people. If you want to talk about it, I'm here. The awkward silence continued between the two before Harry tried one last thing. Any chance you wanna come back to the cauldron with us? Is there anything good there? Ruby asked. The soups are good. I heard roasted hog is a favorite there. Harry smiled, relieved that he was getting through to her. Though the streets of Dragon Alley weren't too crowded, there were still quite a few stragglers. Harry head back and took Ruby's hand as they moved through the crowd. The group finally reached the entrance to the inn. Harry turned back to see if the others kept up, but quickly noticed Blake and Yang giving him wry looks. He looked down and saw he still had Ruby's hand in his. The girl in question had a noticeable blush and quickly let go to explain to Yang before Harry ended up as her verbal punching bag. It was crowded, and I didn't want us to be separated. Yang and Blake gave each other knowing looks. Harry looked disappointed at her reason, but she quickly led them inside before there could be a discussion. They didn't notice a pink-haired woman following them into the cauldron. Harry, Ruby, Blake, and Yang found the group at a table by the exit. They couldn't help but notice Weiss, John, and Neo all had somber expressions. Is there something wrong? Harry asked them. They wearily looked at each other before Neo threw a newspaper down. Harry saw the front page and winced. The prop head wasn't going to be writing any good articles about him anytime soon. This article in particular seemed to be about his lineage. This is why people should worry about what's theirs. Neo thought viciously. No matter how much you help others, there's always going to be someone who will turn on you. Why hasn't anyone stepped in to stop this? Weiss asked with horror. This can't be legal. The others agreed with her. Harry felt a hand slip into his own. He looked over to Ruby, who gave him an encouraging smile that he shared. To put it bluntly, if you don't have at least 2 or more generations of magic, they are treated like second-class citizens, Blake explained with a frown. At worst, similar to a faunus in a dust mine. It's even worse for those who have even a drop of creature blood. They're treated like monsters. You're saying they're judging Harry because he doesn't have the right blood type? Yang said with a scoff. I bet if a pureblood said he who has mold on his mold had returned, everyone would be on a manhunt. Right as Yang said her nickname for Voldemort, like a mob of meerkats, everyone in the pub stopped what they were doing and turned to face Yang. They all seemed to be in shock. The only exception was a woman at a table away from them. She was hunched over her drink with what seemed to be laughter. Tom, the keeper of the leaky cauldron, quickly came over and motioned for her to quiet down. Now, miss, it's not a good idea to be saying stuff like that. It's a bad omen. But Yang was ever so defiant. Why should I be scared of someone who has been dead for years now? Especially one that got his butt kicked by a baby. He can't be that tough. Yang snickered at the last part. He might still be around, Blondie, Neo cautioned, her mental voice cutting through the pub's low hum. After all, the ministry hasn't done the one thing that would sink Potter's claim for good. And what is that? A brave customer asked from a nearby stool. Neo turned, her heterochromatic eyes locking onto the crowd. Where is the corpse? As the patrons blinked in confusion, she continued. There's a saying where I live, never count anyone dead unless you see the body. So far, they haven't shown us one. The logic was simple, brutal, and effective. Small discussions erupted around the inn, the heat finally shifting off Harry. I thought it was supposed to be the head. Blake questioned quietly. That was the original saying, Neo shrugged. But for all we know, this Dark Lord could be part roach. That's cruel, Neo, Ruby said, a sly, almost cat-like smile spreading across her face. Cruel to the roaches. Harry suddenly imagined Voldemort with a pair of long, twitching antennae. He burst into a fit of uncontrolled laughter, and the rest of the table joined him. The tension of the day finally breaking. The pink-haired woman from the next table had heard enough. She stood and sauntered over. Neo tensed instantly, her hand sliding toward the handle of Hush. Be nice, Neo. Ruby softly chided. Sorry about her, miss. Neo gets cranky when she's hungry. The stranger seemed unfazed. It's fine. We don't get many new faces around here, and I happen to like making friends. The name's Tonks. Tonks? John asked. Is that a first name or a last name? Tonks winced. Last. Don't ask me, my first one, I'll never tell. To the group's shock, her hair shifted from bubblegum pink to a fiery red, then back again, without a single wand movement. Fascinating, Blake whispered, leaning in to study the change. What type of magic is that? I'm a metamorphagus. I can change my appearance at will. To demonstrate, Tonks's features shifted, her height stretching to match Yang's build while her hair mimicked the length of Weiss's. A pleasure to meet you, Tonks, John said. Stepping into his role as the group's knight. I'm John Ark, and this, he gestured to Harry, is an old friend, Ozzy Pine. He's been showing us around. Tonks smirked. If that was the game they wanted to play, she'd follow. Pleasure. But I've got a meeting with an old dog. Padfoot must be looking for me by now. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Padfoot. She knows serious. Why don't you stay, miss? Harry said, ignoring Weiss's frantic, whispered warnings. You haven't even eaten yet. Harry, what are you doing? Weiss hissed. How can we trust her? She knows Padfoot, Harry whispered back. He's the only family I have left. If she knows him, we can trust her. Ruby looked at Harry's determined expression and nodded. I trust you, Harry. If you trust her, I'm in. Tonks glanced between them. Tell you what, I'm headed to see him right now. Maybe you and your friends could come with me, Mr. Potter. Young wasn't as easily swayed. Her eyes flashed a predatory gold. Her hair beginning to shimmer with heat. Answer me honestly. How do you know Padfoot? Tonks's expression went slack, her voice taking on a distant, melodic quality. He's my cousin on my mother's side. I don't know him well, but I know he cares very deeply for Harry. As the gold faded from Yang's eyes, Tonks snapped out of it, looking ruffled. Did one of you just charm me? That's incredibly rude. The group looked to Harry. He stood up to follow her, but the moment he moved, Neo's hand clamped onto his arm like a vice. A sudden, brilliant green light erupted from the contact point, illuminating the entire pub. Ministry of Magic, Department of Defense. When the orders sent me to scout out Diagon Alley, Tonks thought moodily, I didn't expect to find Potter, or his lot of friends, sitting in the leaky cauldron as if nothing had happened. And yet, right as I get them to trust me, some bloody idiot decides to start hexing. Now I have the same idiot pleading, imperious curse. Tonks snorted. Right. But now the kids are gone, and I'm empty-handed. Moody is never going to let me live this down. Her inner monologue was broken by Kingsley Shacklebolt appearing at her side. All right there, Tonks. Do you know when the next meeting is? Tonks asked in reply. She needed to give her report as soon as possible. Tonight. Why do you ask? I found Potter. Number 12, Grimald Place. Tonks entered the ancestral home of the Black family, tripping over the cursed troll leg umbrella stand almost immediately. The portraits began their usual symphony of screeching until she managed to silence them. Moody, Remus, Sirius, and the Weasleys, plus Hermione, were already gathered in the dim dining room. "So, Tonks, Kingsley says you found Potter." Mad-Eye didn't even let her sit down before barking his questions. "Potter, plus the others. Well, where are they?" Remus asked, leaning forward with desperate anticipation. "Does it look like I have them with me?" Tonks snapped. "I don't have them because a Dark Lord sympathizer started throwing around unforgivables in the pub. The kids got spooked and vanished before I could bring them here." Moody grunted in annoyance before pulling a modified pensieve from his coat. As he prepared it, Sirius and Remus tried to clear space at the table. Molly Weasley immediately moved to usher the younger children, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins, out of the room. "Harry is our friend," Ron insisted as his mother pushed him toward the door. "We have to know what happened." "We will tell you what you need to know," Molly insisted. "Now, up to your rooms. You know, more eyes might be useful for something like this," Tonks suggested, catching Moody's eye. "Nymphadora," Molly bristled, "the children have no place in order business. Then why did you bring them to a war zone headquarters at all?" Moody snapped. He cut Molly off before she could argue. "Listen up, Weasley. We're in a bloody war. These children are already targets. Arthur works to protect Muggles. If the Death Eaters take over, he's dead." Every Weasley in the room winced. "And Potter is enemy number one. Do you think they'll leave his friends alone just because of their bloodlines? And Ms. Granger here, they'd kill her on sight." Moody turned to the stunned teenagers. "Now, are you kids going to help us? Or are you going to disturb us with your whining?" The kids silently took their seats. Moody placed the memory in the pensieve and cast a projection spell so the entire room could witness what Tonks had seen. "Shouldn't we wait for the headmaster?" Mrs. Weasley asked nervously. "He will be updated later," Moody said as the silver mist began to swirl, revealing the interior of the leaky cauldron. They watched Tonks entering Diagon Alley when she spotted a girl with a red hooded cape and two others entering the inn. "Is that them?" Sirius asked. Tonks nodded. "How old are the children?" Molly asked. "My best guess. No younger than 17. Molly gave a strange look before Arthur placed his hand on her shoulder. As Tonks followed them inside the pub, they met three others of similar age at the table. Finally, Moody thought, our first real look at these kids. He began to hum when he noticed a strange glow around them. Sirius noticed. Mad-Eye, you see something we're not. Privately, he thought, my godson is so lucky to be around so many ladies. Takes after his godfather. Don't you see them glowing? It's hard to miss. Everyone else shook their heads. It seems like they have some type of energy field around them. I've never heard of anything like it before. Hermione was fascinated by this new information. What else do you see? I'm focusing on the girls, mainly. He responded. First, the girl in red. The one who allegedly killed those demons. Good riddance in my opinion. The black and red-haired girl seemed to be glaring at the boy with blonde hair. A possible friend who unknowingly has done something to upset her. The blonde-haired boy looked up at the girl in red before burying his nose back in the menu. Maybe not. The girl on the red's left had long blonde hair and a prosthetic right arm. The girl herself was talking with her neighbor, a black-haired girl. What the? Moody questioned before rubbing his eye to make sure he was not seeing things. What is it? Not sure. Either something is up with this thing. Moody pointed to the prosthetic eye, or the girl that is next to the blonde has bloody cat ears. That might explain why I smelled a cat at the bus stop, Sirius said. Remus gave him a questionable look. Moody went back to observing the group. The white-headed girl who has the body posture of someone rich. Or, nobility at least. It's unlikely she's of pureblood. I'm not sure what it is. But the last girl, I have this feeling that she's in trouble. They watched as Memory Tonks sat at a table, but when she turned to watch the group, she noticed Potter wasn't among them. Instead, a boy with black hair, tan, and with freckles and hazel eyes had taken his place. Hold on, Tonks. That isn't my godson. It's an illusion, Moody explained. That girl with the bowler hat is doing it. He watched pink crystals twirling around Potter, coming from the girl. Now I know why my gut told me to keep an eye on that one. Memory Tonks tossed a listening charm on the pillar behind Potter. Smart thinking. Tonks, Moody murmured. The woman smiled with satisfaction. The group's expression turned to dread as Harry read the Daily Prophet. What the girl in the black T said to Potter caught the order off guard. They were not sure how to comment on it, but most of them saw her point. Many of them had been personally involved with Harry's life. They saw the damage He Wizarding World had caused the poor young boy. The conversation went on. They came to the point where the white-haired girl was asking about wizarding laws. It's not as simple as you think, Tonks explained to an outraged Hermione. Amelia Bones has been trying to, but with Fudge on his warpath, she's lucky if she can even get a word in about Potter before he shuts her down. If he even smells us trying to defend Potter, he will take it as an attack on him. That won't be good for any of us. So, you're saying that the girl who looks like Malfoy is correct? Ron said, ignoring his mother, who scolded him. The cat girl explained her theory on why. Again, the younger audience looked over at the others for an explanation. So is the girl telling the truth? Purebloods get priority in law cases. The adults went quiet at Hermione's question. We will talk about this later. Molly firmly told them. Is it me, or is that girl talking about the experience? Lupin asked Black, who nodded. The blonde scoffed. I bet if a pureblood, said he who has mold on his mold had returned, everyone would be on a manhunt. The room was silent before the less mature audience fell out of their chairs, laughing their butts off. Even the adults had a hard time keeping grins off their faces. Merlin's beard. Moody thought approvingly. The guts on this girl. Moony, Sirius chuckled with the younger ones. Remind me to call him that when I see him next time. The group took a while to calm down. Sirius turned to Moody with a grin. So, Matt, I still think they're Death Eaters. Moody simply said, not likely if that attitude of theirs is real. Blondie, for your sake, I hope you're not all bark with no bite. Moody thought. He was starting to like these kids' spirits. They saw the girl W.I.T.H. The black hat turned to face the crowd before asking, where was the corpse? She is right, Sirius exclaimed. He waved his hands excitedly. There wasn't a body to be found. The only thing that was found at the Potters was a black robe. The Order all wondered if they could use that to prove Voldemort was back. Pretty good rules to live by. Moody thought. Never count anyone dead unless you see the body yourself, huh? Still, that sounds like something a criminal would say. Moody watched the girl speak before noticing her mouth wasn't moving. So how did everyone hear her speak? Either she has telepathy or my eye needs fixing. Dora, what was the crowd's reaction to that? Remus asked. It got them thinking. She pointed to a man becoming more and more agitated. One of Fudge's lackeys tried to point out that they were foreigners and children. I didn't see that change too many people's minds. The calling Voldemort part roach made everyone in the room, even Moody, chuckle heartily. As all the fuss died down, Memory Tonks went over to the table where the kids were. The girl who commented on Voldemort's death bristled. She didn't trust strangers. Memory Tonks was now trying to befriend them by talking normally and showing off her abilities, even if it was obvious they were still wary of her. As she shook herself into a new look, the blonde-haired boy introduced himself as John Arc before the others introduced themselves as well. Why didn't you mention you already knew their names? Moody grumbled as he took in the children's profiles. Where's the fun in that? They were going to reveal their names anyway. Tonks stuck her tongue out at her boss before turning to watch the rest of the memory. Looks like their names seem to be centered around the color of energy that is around them. Moody thought. He looked over at Neo, who was the only one who was still wary of Tonks. She kept a tight grip on her strange umbrella. He noticed the umbrella had a sword inside. It before bashing himself for not noticing it earlier. It must have had a notice me not charm on it. He turned his gaze to the bag. Through his special eye, she saw that inside were some clothes that didn't look muggle or wizard-like. 2 swords, a gauntlet, and some type of pistol with a blade on top. Tonks, you're one very lucky witch. They have some serious weapons in that bag. If it wasn't for that Rose girl, you might have been attacked. Moody murmured. So far, the answers they'd found just seemed to lead to more questions. We need to know who they are, where they come from, and who they're working for. They introduced the plan boy as Ozzy Pine, a local who was showing them around. This has to be Harry, Sirius commented. Though why they picked that ridiculous name, I have no idea. Remus snorted. Sirius Black. The other man pouted. They watched Memory Tonks saying her goodbyes before mentioning meeting up with a Padfoot. It seemed to get Harry's attention. Ah, you used me to get his attention. Sirius batted his eyes at a disgusted Tonks. How sweet you are, dear cousin. Moody, however, was focused on something else. So it looks like Neo's little trick doesn't work with sound. We'll have to keep an eye on that. By the look of things, you had them, Kingsley commented. How did they get away? Keep watching. The Order watched with fascination as a yellow glow surrounded Memory Tonks. So that's how it's done. One command to be honest, and they're singing like a canary, Moody said. Watch out for that one. If we turn out to be on the same side, she could be useful as an interrogator. Kingsley disagreed. I don't think certain people will allow that. Better to have her with us than with the Death Eaters. You aren't seriously considering recruiting these children, are you? Molly asked, horror in her voice. Technically, it's up to them. Besides Miss Rose, the others seem to be of age. Just as Memory Tonks seemed to gain their trust, a customer sprang up and began firing curses. Yang instantly used a table as a shield. Impressive. Too fast for a civilian, she must be trained, Moody observed. Did you see that they ducked before the hexes? Kingsley asked. Did they know that was going to happen? No, they hit the deck right as it happened. I think it has something to do with that energy around them, Moody announced. Just a gut feeling. Memory Tonks rolled the table toward the Diagon Alley exit. Stay low and stick with me. You know there was a door closer to you, right? Moody pointed out. Tonks facepalmed. Constant vigilance. Her mentor snapped. You're asking for extra training later. Back in the memory, Moody noted 2 pairs of kids, one at the door he'd pointed to, and the other seemingly made of crystals. The crystals bolted for the alley door, drawing the assailants' fire. Avada Kedavra, the man roared. The green jet of light shattered the crystals like glass. What the bloody hell was that? Sirius and Ron yelled together. Magic. Whatever kind those kids possess, Moody said, snickering. While we focused on Neo's illusion, they were slipping out the door. You could have told us this earlier. Sirius cursed, nearly having a heart attack. Constant vigilance. It'll save your life one day. The viewing ended as Memory Tonks stunned the attacker. Serves him right. Hopefully, Azkaban will give him time to think. Tonks shook her head. He's not going to Azkaban. They're putting him on probation. Bloody fudge. Sirius shouted, rising. He threw a killing curse at a minor and gets away with it. Where are you going? Molly asked. I'm going to look for my godson. Sirius ignored their protests and headed for the door. Moody, meanwhile, reviewed the memory one last time. He noticed Blake slip something into Tonks's pocket. Nymphadora, check your cloak. Tonks grimaced as she pulled out a small, rectangular device with a yellow diamond on one end and a screen in the middle. Moody snatched it. As his thumb brushed the diamond, the screen expanded with a blue glow. What the? Moody nearly dropped it. It displayed an ID, Blake Belladonna, Class C. Arthur Weasley reached over and pressed a symbol on the bottom. The screen retracted, and a beam of white light shot into Kingsley's face. Ah! The Auror yelled, stumbling. Bloody hell, Arthur! Moody thundered, snatching it back. Don't mess with things you don't understand. Be careful, Mad Eye! Sirius exclaimed. It's our only clue. Moody noticed a third symbol flashing. He tapped it, revealing a list of messages. He pressed the top one, labeled Ruby. And words scrolled across the screen. Sirius. Are you there? Hash. After the remnants disappeared from Diagon Alley. 2 blocks from the leaky cauldron, bunches of rosé pay. Talls came to a stop before revealing a group of children. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Harry thought as he came out of the pile. He heard a crash and looked over to see Ruby sliding down a wall with exhaustion. John went to try to help her up, but Ruby slapped his hand away. I don't need your help. She hissed. Instead, she grabbed Harry's arm to lift herself. Her legs almost gave out. But her sister caught her before Ruby could fall to the ground. Did anyone else feel off about that green spell? Neo asked. She, too, was dusting rose petals off her clothes. Weiss nodded. Indeed, that spell had an unnatural feel to it. Some of the group shivered. Yeah, unnatural was the perfect word for that spell. I believe it was the killing curse, Blake said. One of the 3 unforgivable spells. I can see why they got that name. From what I've read, I don't think even our auras can stop it. What do you mean, Blake? Ruby asked. The books I've read so far weren't too clear. But I've got some theories on how the spell works. One theory is that the spell acts like a lightning bolt that attacks the brain and the heart at the same time. Or, it's that spell attacks the soul. So, you're saying that if any of us get hit with that spell, it's going to tear right through our auras. John could barely get the words out. The catgirl nodded. If it's just a graze, it probably won't affect us. But a direct hit. John, you might be the only one of us to come out okay. Ruby swallowed. Is there any way to stop it? There's got to be a way, right? The only known way is to find something to put between yourself and the spell. Blake frowned. As I said, I didn't have enough time to read more. Once we find a place to lay low, I'll see what else I can find. So Finn, do something to put in its path or pray that the ones that are shooting at you are lousy shots. Neo nodded. Good to know. Harry poked John's arm. So this aura, it's a type of shield. Yeah, an aura can project a force field around oneself, lessening the damage from most attacks. It also allows us to use other abilities like creating shockwaves, a mild healing factor, speed, durability, and climate protection. It can even allow us to sense danger. That sounds impressive and useful. Harry thought. It almost sounds more useful than magic. Ruby tugged on Harry's sleeve partially to tee him away from John and partially to get his attention. Do you want an aura of your own? I know a way to give you the abilities we have. Blake grabbed Ruby's wrist before she could do anything. Hold on, Ruby. What if you hurt him? You can't be sure it will work on Harry because we are in a different world. Ruby pouted but relented. She didn't want to put the cute boy in danger. Still, we need to get out of here. The people who attacked us may come looking for us. Oh, Merlin, Harry exclaimed. Tonks, we left her behind. We have to go back. Harry tried to make his way back, but Blake stopped him. If auras are anything like huntresses, she's fine. Plus, I give her my scroll. You're what? Harry asks. Ruby pulled out a small handheld device. It seemed to be an advanced cell phone, though smaller than the ones Harry had ever seen. Have you seen one of these before? Weiss asked. I have, but they were a lot bigger. Ruby directed Harry on how to use it. He decided to be opt. I Mystic and hoped Tonks had already met up with Sirius. Sirius, are you there? Harry typed. Let's go find somewhere safe while we wait for an answer. The group left the alleyway, wandering up and down the area before finding a deserted building on the outskirts of Charing Cross Road. While some checked the place out, Neo and Blake went to look for food. They checked out the local Muggle food joints before returning with bags of burgers and water. From what they heard from Blake, Neo tried to get some milkshakes but the machine was broken. Blake had to stop Neo from introducing the clerk to the business end of her umbrella. As they ate their food, Ruby asked Harry about Sirius. He's my godfather. He is a friend of my father's and the only family I have left. If he's the only family you have, why were you with those horrid people then? Neo asked. When Peter betrayed my parents, Sirius went to track him down. The rat blew up a street and blamed Sirius for it, so he ended up in Azkaban. He only recently escaped, but he can't go out in public as we can. That prison with the soul-eating guards? Blake asked with a shiver. Not sure why anyone would keep something like that. Then again, no one besides Ruby had ever found a way to kill them. Neo suddenly asked, what about your father's other friend? What happened to him? Remus. Harry tapped his chin. He was my defense against the dark arts teacher in my third year and the best one we had. He, Sirius, my dad, and the rat were all in the same year at Hogwarts. Why was he there for 1 year if he was that good? Weiss asked curiously. It's his being a werewolf. Not many people wanted to have their children that close to him. They were worried that their kids would be in danger. He's a werewolf. Blake gasped. I can see why people wouldn't want him to be near their children. She flinched at her friend's harsh gaze. Especially Harry's. Hold on, I have nothing against them. As long as they take the proper precautions. They are just like everyone else. I just think we should think about the parents' perspective. Most of them send their children to Hogwarts because that school is like a fortress. Between a werewolf and their child, they would choose their child. They just want their kids to be safe, that's all. I take it the werewolves we're talking about are like the ones in the movies. John asked wearily. Right idea, but there are some differences. There are potions a werewolf can take to help keep their mind in control while transformed. The downside is that the potion is not easy to get, especially with the current laws around. Blake scowled. What do you mean? If they can get the medicine for it, shouldn't people be trying to help them? Ruby asked. You can thank Fenrir Greyback, who is hurting their image by actively attacking children. And if you reword those laws, it would make it illegal for someone like me to have an aura. Yang swung an arm around Blake in comfort. You said you had other teachers, Harry. Ruby needed to distract the others from the unfair laws of this world. What were they like? Only the defense professors changed. 2 were psychopaths, and 1 was a fraud who used memory charms to get fame. Not that he wasn't a nutjob himself. Someone using magic to mess with someone's memories was in a school filled with hormonal teenagers. Yang screeched. Her hair blazed. Am I the only one who sees something wrong here? How were these people hired? Are there any other professors you have? John asked curiously. So Harry told him about his professors. From Flitwick, the charms teacher, to Snape, the unlikable potions master. The remnants hung onto his every word. It was so different from their school experience, and yet, so much more similar than they expected. Seems like you have some interesting professors. By the sound of it, yours sounds way more int. Any idea what that means, Harry? Yang asked. It's one of these security quests. Ions some people use in case of imposters, Neo said, resting than ours. Ruby said as her scroll, ping, opened it to see what it was. In Harry's third year, what creature did his defense professor show him in his office? What is this? Quote. So go on, Potter, answer it. Make sure and ask them a question in return. It was a Grindylow. What did Snuffles say to me after we first caught the rat? Harry typed. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. What's taking so long? Sirius thought. He had sequestered Hermione's help since she was one of the only Muggle born among them, and Remus didn't have the technological adaptability she had. Hermione had just sent a message after some hesitation from the others, but mostly Moody, and then slowly taught Sirius the basics of typing while they were waiting. Will you calm down, Padfoot? Remus rolled his eyes. These things take time. It surprises me that these things even work here. The others waited on edge as well. Moody mumbled more than once that device should still be thoroughly examined before they started using it. Sirius snapped again. This thing is the only lead we have on Harry, so keep your grubby paws off it. Moody was about to arg. Back when the device went off with a ping. Sirius grabbed the device from Hermione before anyone else could and read the message. As he read the message, he sighed in relief. Looks like you were wrong, Mad Eye. Harry's got everything under control. I asked you to come to live with me. Sirius typed. It's nice to finally hear from you, Harry. I heard you made some new friends. What did you send to Harry? Molly demanded. I asked if he's all right. Sirius calmly answered the overbearing mother. All I know so far is that they are some of the most interesting people around. Harry typed back. Is Tonks all right? She's fine. She wants to meet them again. Tell me where you are, and I'll have her come get you. Harry showed the text to the others. Do you trust your godfather? Blake asked. Harry nodded. With my life. He would never do anything to hurt me. Blake took the scroll back from Harry and typed their location in a little message about wanting her scroll back. Remnants were resting from their food high. Harry found himself being used as a pillow by Ruby, who decided to sit next to him. Too tired to be flustered, Harry decided to just roll with it this time. He felt himself drifting off into dreamland with no nightmares of dark lords. Just dreams of red-hooded girls with silver eyes. Later that night. Take 5, Weiss. I'll take it from here. As Weiss left to get some rest, Yang crawled over to Blake. Hey, how's it hanging? Blake rolled her eyes, but Yang's eyes were serious. I mean it, Blake. How are you doing with all this? Yang slid a hand into her girlfriend's. Blake felt herself relax at the contact. Everything is fine, Yang. You know, having psycho wizards that want you dead because you don't share their blood type is just the norm now. Plus, the only downside of my new powers is that I can't be surprised by my stories anymore. Blake said, sarcastically. She noticed Yang was looking behind her. Looking over her shoulder, Ruby and Harry had fallen asleep next to each other. You have to admit it, those two are cute together, Yang said. Though Blake agreed, she privately thought, I just hope Ruby doesn't get her heart broken when we leave. A popping sound appeared nearby. Blake, thinking it might be this Sirius and pals, stood up with Yang to greet them. Then they heard what the voices were saying. Are you sure they're here? One of them asked timidly. Yes, a raspy voice snapped. The tracking charm I put on their bags led us here. Oh, I can't wait to teach those mudbloods some lessons. Yet another voice said excitedly. It's going to be so much fun. You know, one of them looked like Potter. A fourth voice chimed in. What if it ends up being him? If we bring them to the Dark Lord, he will probably be so grateful that he'll give us a seat at his table. They all erupted into creepy laughter. This can't be good at all. Blake thought. Worn down warehouse, night. This is very, very bad, Blake whispered, peeking through a cracked window pane. Outside, she counted 7 figures in billowing black robes, their faces hidden behind bone-white skull masks. Yang, wake the others. We have company. Yang didn't waste time with gentleness. She shook the sleeping pair firmly. Ruby, Harry, wake up, lovebirds. We've got trouble. Harry bolted upright, accidentally tipping Ruby over. She let out a groggy yawn. What happened? Is Sirius here? I don't think so, Yang remarked, her eyes fixed on the door. Unless he wears black bathrobes and skull masks for fun. Harry's blood ran cold. Death Eaters. Voldemort's men. He tried to peer outside, only to dive back as a jet of red light shattered the window frame above his head. So, does anyone have a plan? John asked, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. 'Cause I'm all ears. Wizards rely on range, Blake said, her tactical mind whirring. We need to close the distance. Weiss, use your glyphs to summon some interference. John, go with her, and those summons. And try not to kill anyone if you can help it. That goes double for you, Neo. No promises, Kitty, Neo projected with a shark-like grin. Ruby looked down at her empty hands. Mourning the absence of Crescent Rose. Yang spotted a loose length of rusted rebar jutting from a concrete pillar. With a grunt of strength, she snapped it off and tossed it to her sister. Catch! Ruby caught the heavy iron bar. Testing its weight. It wasn't a high-caliber scythe, but it was solid. This will have to do. Ready to start this party? Neo asked, her eyes shimmering with mischief. The Death Eaters moved into the building with arrogant slowness. The first one ascended the stairs, unaware of the shadow detached from the darkness behind him. Neo clicked the handle of her umbrella. The hidden blade hissed out. And she slashed the backs of the wizard's knees. He collapsed with a strangled scream. Neo stepped over him, preparing a finishing blow, but a black cleaver intercepted her blade. Stop! Blake commanded. She leaned down, slicing the wizard's sleeve open. Look, no mark. He's just a kid, probably dragged along for the ride. If he's not a marked follower, we don't execute him. Neo rolled her eyes but relented, turning her attention to a red flare down the hall. Another Death Eater was firing wildly. Neo moved like water, dodging every spell with a dancer's grace. She pinned the man to the wall, ripped his wand away, and tore back his sleeve. There it was, the skull and the snake. Neo's grin turned wicked. She raised her blade, but a green light suddenly illuminated the hallway. Avada Kedavra. The Death Eater she was holding became her shield. The captive died with a warbled, hollow scream. The caster stood frozen, realization dawning that he'd just murdered his own partner. You killed Ken, he shrieked. No, I didn't, Neo's voice echoed mockingly in his head. That was all you inbred fascist. Before he could fire again, a Mediu M-sized white boar, Weiss's summoned Borbatusk, rammed into him, pinning him to the wall and knocking him cold. In another section of the warehouse, Ruby stood defensively with her rebar. Expelliarmus! A Death Eater shouted. The iron bar was ripped from Ruby's hands, clattering across the floor. You look like a screamer, the wizard hissed, stepping closer. Let's find out, shall we? He didn't see Harry. The boy swung a second piece of rebar with everything he had, crushing the wizard's kneecap. As the man buckled, Harry swung upward, snapping the wizard's wrist. The wand clattered away. A final swing across the jaw shattered the silver mask, and the Death Eater fell limp. Ruby and Harry shared a breathless smile, but it vanished instantly. Look out! Ruby screamed. In a blur of rose petals, she tackled Harry, spinning him behind her just as a green bolt of light tore through the air. The spell slammed into a shimmering silver barrier that erupted around Ruby. The air sizzled, and the curse dissolved against her aura. Harry stared at Ruby. She was glowing with the same brilliant silver as her eyes. Behind her, the Death Eater who had cast the spell was staring at his wand in disbelief. No one survived that curse. Harry, consumed by a protective rage, hurled his rebar like a javelin. It pierced the wizard's shoulder, the force pinning him to the wall and knocking him unconscious. Harry scrambled to Ruby's side. Are you all right, Rosie? He froze, blushing at the nickname. I'm okay, Harry, Ruby whispered, her own face dusting with pink. She didn't notice that as she touched his hand. Harry himself began to shimmer with a faint, green-tinted aura of his own. Letting the couple have their moment, Yang turned toward the remaining Death Eaters, her knuckles popping with a sound like pistol shots. Her lilac eyes were already beginning to shimmer with a dangerous heat. One of the masked wizards leveled his wand at her. Mudblood, on your knees for your masters. Crucio. The wizard's cruel grin faltered when Yang didn't collapse. She didn't even scream. She just stood there, her body absorbing the red lightning of the torture curse. A few strands of her hair began to glow. Was that a tickle? Yang asked cockily, her voice dropping an octave. Crucio. Two more shouted, pouring their hatred into the spell. Yang stumbled, a grunt of genuine pain escaping her, but as the spells hit, her power only rose. Strike 3, Slimeheads. Yang roared. Her hair erupted into full golden flames, and her eyes turned a blood red. Here comes the Yang. She launched hers. Elf forward just as Blake's ribbon-wrapped blade snared her out of the air, swinging her like a flail. Yang slammed into the center of the Death Eater formation, both fists hitting the floor with a key. NETIC explosion fueled by every bit of pain they had just dealt her. A massive flash of yellow light blew out the side of the building. Moody slammed his staff down, a blue shield shimmering into excess. Tense just as 3 cloaked bodies were hurled out of the wreckage by the blast. 7 Death Eaters, Moody grumbled, his magical eye spinning wildly. They took out 7 of them. As the building shifted, groaning under its own weight, the Order members raised their wands to stabilize the falling masonry. Through the dust, the remnants appeared, Ruby and Harry in a flurry of petals, Weiss sliding down a summoned ice ramp. And Yang and Blake swinging in from the rafters. There's more of them, John shouted, his shield raised. The remnants formed a defensive circle around Harry, weapons leveled at the Order. Impressive, Moody rumbled, giving a single, dry clap. The speed, the reaction time, you've been trained well. Now, tell your friend to stand down before she does something she regrets. He pointed his wand over his shoulder. With a pink shimmer of light, Neo appeared, her blade pressed against Moody's throat. She glared at him, but the old ore didn't flinch. Stand down, Ruby called out, recognizing Tonks. Neo gave Moody one last sharp look before retracting her blade and retreating to the group. The sound of multiple cracks echoed nearby, ministry ores were arriving. Take the children to headquarters, Kingsley commanded, stepping forward to stall his colleagues. I'll handle the paperwork. Hold on, John exclaimed. Aren't ores the good guys here? That depends, Blake said. If you want to stick around and get your brain scrambled, go right ahead. I know I'm not sticking around to end up on someone's experiment table. She and the others followed T. He adult wizards before they summoned broomsticks. Now this is stereotypical, Neo said with a laugh. Do you expect us to ride on these things? Neo stopped laughing when she realized they were serious. Seriously. It's the only untraceable way to get around Missy, Mad Eye said. If I were you, I would shut up and get on. John felt himself swallowing back bile. Are you sure there isn't any other way to travel? I and air travel don't mix. Moody rolled his eyes and tossed him a bottle of anti-nausea potion. John guzzled it down with gusto. Neo looked back at the others and saw Harry assisting Ruby. The girl climbed on the brooms and wrapped her arms rather tightly. With a smug smirk, Ruby gestured around. The mute realized everyone else either had partnered up like Blake and Yang-O, or were being towed by one of the wizards like Weiss and John. Letting out a breath of frustration, she grabbed the nearest broomstick and hung on tightly. As the children steadied themselves, Moody kicked off and shouted out for them to move out. London's night skies. To the remnants, flying on broomsticks was an experience. Ruby clung tightly to Harry, her arms wrapped around his waist. Watch yourself, Rose, Harry called over his shoulder as she leaned over to see her reflection in the Thames. It's a long way down. I can take care of myself. Ruby pouted, though she didn't loosen her grip. Harry's cheeks turned a fiery red as she pressed closer to steady herself. They soared past Big Ben and the flickering lights of the city before descending into a quiet, grimy square. As Harry stepped off his broom, he stayed hunched over for a moment, busying himself with the broom bristles until his face, and other situations, calmed down. Moody passed around a small slip of parchment. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimald Place. As Ruby read the words, the space between the two houses began to swell and stretch. A battered door and soot-stained walls materialized out of thin air. The Fidelius charm, Blake whispered, explaining the magic to the others. Unless the secret keeper tells you, you could be standing on the doorstep and never see it. They followed Moody inside the dark, narrow hallway. The air smelled of damp and old magic. Ruby blinked, looking at a man with messy black hair and a weary, roguish smile, talking to Moody. Uncle Kiro. As he waited for Moody and the rest to retrieve his godson and his new friends, Sirius was snooping on the device. He heard Blake call it a scroll. He figured that doing some research on Harry's new friends wouldn't hurt anyone. What he found out was some interesting and disturbing information. Another world, Sirius thought as he browsed through the information. Kingdoms, dust, aura, faunus. This sounds like stuff from fairy tales. Sirius was finishing his notes on Grimm before he was interrupted by Mrs. Weasley. What are you doing? Molly Weasley didn't ask anything and she felt like someone was up to mischief, she demanded. An attitude like that could only come from the mother of George and Fred Weasley. Doing a bit of research on our new friends. They heard the front door open. Sirius grabbed the scroll and headed to the door, catching Mad Eye coming through the door. So, Mad Eye, did you find the kids this time? Before Mad Eye could answer, a black and red blur tackled him. Uncle Kiro. Uncle Kiro. Looking down, he saw Ruby Rose hanging on his arm. Did you? Oh. She quickly let him go with a violent blush. I'm so sorry, mister. I thought you were someone else. Could this Kiro be handsome? Well, it's good to get him confused with someone as good-looking as me. Sirius said pridefully. Weiss, the girl in white, said he wasn't, quickly deflating that pride. Well, the name is Sirius Black, and it's an honor to meet you kids. Especially you, Miss Ruby. I wanted to personally thank you for saving my godson's life. So, if there is anything you need, you come straight to me. And I will do my best to assist you. Blake spoke first. Thank you, Mr. Black. Now hold on here. Weiss wondered before Blake could say anything else. How did they know our names? Blake answered. Tonks probably told them about us. Now, before I was interrupted, do you have any information on wizard traveling? Tonks walked in with Harry and Remus. Typical Tonk. S stumbled over an umbrella holder in the hallway. Oh dragon dung. Tonks cruised as a curtain pulled back, revealing a portrait of an old woman in all black. Filth. Mudbloods. How dare you violate my family home? Walburga Black screeched. Who are you calling filth, you old hag? Yang said, making Sirius chuckle. More filth in my home. Walburga huffed at Sirius. Is this the thanks I get, you useless blood traitor of a son? That scarlet tart, the wizards got the curtain closed, muffling the rest of her rent. But Yang ripped them back open. What did you say about my sister? Yang said, hair glowing. A scarlet tart. The painting hissed. Yang's eyes flashed red. She grabbed the painting on both sides and pulled it forward, tearing it off the wall and tossing it on the floor. Now that's just impressive, Sirius thought. If she can tear off something that was spelled with a permanent sticking charm, she's either the strongest person in the world or she has a natural magic neutralizer. Either way, I'm really glad my godson has someone like that looking out for him. Mr. Black, do you have a soft spot for this painting? Yang asked. Before he could answer, a screechy shout came from the second floor. No. Out of the corner of the stairs, a wrinkly little elf rushed down and threw himself before Yang. His little hands tried to grab the portrait out of Yang's hands. Don't hurt Mistress's portrait, you cruel mongrels. Miss Long, please ignore the elf, Sirius said with glee. Do what you wish with the portrait. Hold on, Ruby said. Isn't that your mother's painting? Don't you want to hang on to it? You've never met my mother, Miss Ruby. I promise she was a nasty piece of work, and no one on this earth misses her besides Creature. Maybe you could put her somewhere she can't bother anyone. Sirius caught Ruby smiling at Harry and smiled himself. I'd hate for Creature to hate us even more than he already does. Fine, Creature, put this portrait somewhere she can't bother anyone. Sirius said. The house elf huffed when he grabbed the portrait. Hey, elf, aren't you forgetting something? Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Miss Rose. His thank you so wounded like he still wanted to drag them both over broken glass, but at least he bowed his head before popping away. Who, or what, was that? John asked with disgust. A house elf, Blake answered before Sirius. They're servants of families that have magic. But some people used them for magical target practice. Blake looked disgusted as she explained. Hey, Rose, you and your friends need to follow me. There are some things we need to discuss. Ruby and her friends followed the Auror into the dining room. Care for anything to drink? Moody asked them as he gestured for them to sit down. No, thank you, Weiss answered. Always ever so polite. What do you want to discuss? Blake and Neo eyed Madame Pomfrey as she came into the room. You two were hit by spells. Moody pointed at Ruby and Yang. Dark spells that no one has ever walked away from unscathed. So I need to make sure none of you drop on us here. He gestured to the matron. This is Madame Pomfrey. She's the healer at Hogwarts, Potter's school. What spells were they hit by? Pomfrey asked as she placed her equipment bag down. 3 counts of Cruciatus and 1 Avada Kedavra. The paranoid Auror's answer shocked everyone into silence. Why didn't you alert me sooner? Pomfrey had her hands on her hips, glaring at the unaffected Auror. You were planning on interrogating them before you called me, weren't you? You were the first one I called. Mad Eye said. She pulled out her wand, only to see the children reach for their weapons. Hey, hey, Sirius and Harry blocked their view of Pop M. Frey with their hands up. Let's take it easy here, Sirius said cautiously. There's no need to get upset here. We're just worried about your friends. We're making sure that the spells that hit them didn't leave any side effects. Well then, why is no one checking on your godson's scar? Blake asked, still keeping her hand on her sword. What are you talking about? Mad Eye asked. What does his scar have to do with anything? This was in Potter's scar. Blake held up a vial with what appeared to be some black sludge inside. Moody quickly pulled out a dark stone, a dark magic detector that acted like a muggle bomb detector. It pulsated red before it hovered over the vial. As soon as it got close, the stone turned black and burst into dust. That can't be good, Mooney said. Sirius shook his head no. Most of the people in the room turned to the healer, who was looking down with embarrassment. I didn't know about this, Pomfrey said shamefully. So out of all the times Harry ended up in the hospital wing, you didn't check on it. Remus snarled at the healer. The woman winced. Dumbledore told me not to worry about it. You and I are going to talk about this, old man. Sirius thought fiercely. Who is a Dumbledore? Neo whispered to Harry. It's Professor Dumbledore, and he is the headmaster of Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley was shocked at this girl's lack of manners. Neo looked unimpressed. Then, can someone tell me why a school headmaster's orders outrank a doctor's? Because, as far as I'm aware, only the patients or their guardians can argue over medical treatment. Before Mrs. Weasley could start her rant, Sirius angrily said, I will be having a very personal chat with him about this as soon as I can. Sirius huffed. Look, I know you're concerned for your friends, but please trust us. Madam Palm, Frey is the best we can get at the moment. Let her check on them, and she'll be on her way. They slowly put their weapons down when Ruby nodded and agreed to the checkup. The others cautiously watch Ed Pomfrey as she cast some diagnostic spells on the girls before she stopped with a shocked expression. They're fine. Besides some bruises and Miss Rose showing signs of fatigue, they're completely fine. Are you sure they got hit by the unforgivables? Pomfrey asked Moody. I'm sure of it, though the spells did hit some type of. They just need some rest. Sirius interrupted the Auror and gave him a look. Pomfrey nodded. Miss Rose, if you and your friends will follow me, I'll show you to your rooms. The remnants looked at each other before they followed him out of the room. As they were walking up the stairs, they heard doors close. Mr. Black, what was that up there? Call me, Sirius Miss Rose. That was probably the other guests. If they trouble you, come to me, and I'll handle it. They all stopped when they heard Blake gasp. The poor girl was staring at stuffed elf heads that decorated the wall. I see you found an old family tradition. The former house elves that have served this house for hundreds of years. The kids shared a disgusted look. Blake brushed her hand across the glass of one before pulling it back quickly. Her hand shone a purple color. These guys didn't go out nicely. She murmured. Psychometry, Sirius said. That's a rare gift, Ms. Belladonna. I would have to advise being careful about what you touch. Especially in this house. This house has not been lived in for 10 years, give or take. So there are still a few dark items running around. How do you know about this power, Sirius? Harry asked. My parents worshipped dark magic, so they researched types of magic almost religiously. In turn, they made my brother and me study it. Some people, even I, thought psychometry was a myth. It's a pretty handy ability when hunting down your targets. Then again, it's probably not even the strangest power in your world. What do you mean, world? John asked with a straight face. We are all on the same one, aren't we? The others facepalmed at the blonde. Sirius gave Harry and his friends a sympathetic look before he led them to an unoccupied drawing room. Besides the obvious, he gestured to Blake's cat ears, this little device here told me a few things. He pulled out the scroll and tossed it to the cat girl. Out of curiosity, do you happen to have an allergy to chocolate or catnip by any chance? Blake shoved her giggling friend. That only happened one time, yawn. Guess the cat's out of the bag now. The others, minus Harry and Sirius, groaned at yawn. Sirius sent yawn a wink. I knew I liked you for a reason, Blondie. Sorry for snooping. Guess my curiosity got the better of me. They heard the front door open. Hey, what happened to the wall? The group came out to see what was going on. Sirius looked over the stairway to see Kingsley with a few bags. Looking at the spot where his mother's portrait was. You can thank our new friends for that, Sirius shouted. What's with the bags, Kingsley? A few of the children's items. Sirius summoned the items up. Did I miss something? Sirius just winked. As Sirius headed back upstairs, he noticed Harry standing by the doorway. Can we talk? Harry asked. I believe these belong to you lot. Sirius tossed the bag onto the nearest table and led Harry to another room before they heard a thank you. Sometime later in Sirius's old bedroom. Number 12 Grimald Place. Sirius led Harry to another room down the hall. So, what do you want to talk about, Harry? He tapped his chin thoughtfully. No, wait, don't tell me. Girl tips. You've already one-upped James by getting 4 girls at once. He winked at his godson. Or is it just one of them who interests you? I don't think Ruby would be interested in someone like me. Harry blabbered. The boy winced as he realized what he had given away. Sirius joyfully slapped him on the shoulder. Potters and their redheads. True to his name, Sirius barked a laugh. Smitten with your hero, aren't you? I can see why. With that bundle of positive energy. She'd attract anyone. Harry turned bright red as they sat down on the bed. It's not like I have a chance. Harry sighed. From the sound of things, they're in the middle of a war in their world. And they're from a different world. She might even have someone already and is too kind to tell me. Plus, I promised them that I would try everything in my power to get them back home. Quote, what do you mean you promised? Harry, when you made that promise, did you happen to say your name? Sirius paled as his godson nodded. Before he could scold Harry, they heard a knock on the door. Sirius opened it to see Neo. Is there something you need, Neo? Harry asked at the same time Sirius demanded, how long have you been there? I came to ask Mr. Black about more comfortable arrangements. To answer your question, Potter, as far as I know, Red isn't seeing anyone. Neo winked. But Harry wasn't convinced. How can a girl who has one of the purest hearts I've ever seen, and eats monsters for breakfast, not have someone already? He didn't expect to hear what he just said echoing back at him. Taking a closer look at Neo, he saw her holding up a scroll of her own and recording him. Technically, there is someone interested. Luckily for you, he is a whole world away. There were a few rumors of her being interested in Ice Queen and Johnny Boy, but I don't think Ice Queen is interested in her. And with what happened to Penny, Ark is unlikely to get her attention. Neo gave them a wicked grin. Now, if you don't want this conversation in Blondie's ears, I want 3 gallons of ice cream. Good. Unique flavors too. Neo left with a wink and a skip. Young is going to kill me, Harry mumbled as Sirius slapped him on the shoulder, laughing at his godson's departure. Like father, like son. Always helpless in the romance department. Take some advice from me. All you have to do is just make sure you earn some brownie points with her sister, and you've nothing to be scared of. If you want ideas for a backup plan, here's some advice. If it doesn't work out, just make sure it's a neutral breakup. Harry didn't know if he really trusted his godfather's advice, but he nodded anyway. As Sirius headed downstairs, Harry went to check on how Ruby and her friends were doing. His thoughts were plagued by what Sirius said. Perhaps it might not hurt to get to know Ruby. Harry thought. He stepped in front of the door to their room before knocking. The door opened to reveal Yang. "Hello, stranger," Yang greeted in a sing-song. "What brings you here?" she asked as she dragged Harry inside. He noticed the others were sitting on the bed Sirius made. He noticed Blake sitting on her bed, reading one of her novels. Yang plopped next to her, reading over her shoulder, and Weiss was by the deck, polishing some crystals. Neo was on her bed with a knowing smirk. Ruby sat up first. "Harry, what are you doing here?" "Just come by to see how you're doing." Harry stood by the doorway, feeling more than a little awkward about being in a girl's room. "We're doing fine, Harry." Yang chuckled. "You don't need to worry about us. We're tougher than we look." Blake closed her book. "You know, as we're talking right now, it might be the right time to bring this up. Ruby, they said you were hit by the killing curse, but you seem fine." "It must have been her aura," Harry answered for Ruby. "She was glowing silver when she was hit by the curse." Instead of looking relieved, they gave Harry a strange look. "Silver. Her aura is red. Are you sure you know what you saw?" Neo sat up as she asked. If what he said is true, then maybe Ruby's aura got a magical upgrade. "Harry, has Ruby told you what the color of her eyes means?" Harry nodded at Blake's question. "I might need to do some more testing. But from what I understand, in spells like that, one needs 3 things: intent, desire, and belief. But they also need emotion, specifically negative emotions like anger. Her silver eyes made her aura immune to spells that use those emotions. But I'm not completely sure. It might take some more testing." "That is not going to happen on my watch," Yang said, laying an arm around her sister. Harry silently agreed. Where did John disappear to? Harry noticed the blonde was not there. "I believe your godfather gave him his room. I go to see if he's there," Weiss ate as she got up from her work and went to open the door. As she opened the door and left to go find the blonde, a white blur flew into the room and landed on the bedside stand next to Ruby. "Hey Hedwig," Ruby said, scratching behind the owl's head. As Hedwig jumped on her shoulder and started preening her hair, making the silver-eyed girl laugh. A ginger blob of fur hopped up on Blake's bed. "Hey Blake, looks like you've got a ginger brother," Yang joked. Blake gave the cat a look before returning to her book. Yang gave a huff at her friend before scratching the cat. He had butted her leg in thanks. Harry recognized that furry blob. "Crookshanks, what are you doing here?" "Harry, Harry." He suddenly heard Hermione's voice and then saw her peek through the door. "Ron, Ginny, he's up here." Hermione, Ron, and his sister piled into the room. "Harry, mate, how have you been?" Ron said with a wide smile. Harry didn't feel the same. "Mate, funny, don't mates usually contact each other?" Harry's edge to his voice made all of his old friends frown. Hermione came to Ron's defense. "Harry, Professor Dumbledore told us it wasn't safe. With the Death Eaters running around, the headmaster's aide you were safer at your relatives without us contacting you. Why is everyone listening to this Dumbledore person?" Neo thought out loud. Ron and Hermione gave her a shocked look before they realized they weren't alone with Harry. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Hermione said politely. "I didn't see you. My name is Hermione Granger. This is Ron Weasley and his sister Ginny." Neo wasn't impressed. "You didn't answer my question. Headmasters don't have a say in what their students do outside of school." So the only people who have any say in who you can and can't talk to are our Potter himself and his godfather. No one else. Hermione sputtered out excuses, but no one was buying it. Ron glared at the girl, who ate her ice cream without care. He's Dumbledore, so he must have had a good reason. Who are you anyway? And what are you doing with Harry? Remus, Tonks, and that Auror Moody, I think his name is, brought to us here after we taught those Death Eaters some manners. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny's jaws all dropped while Young checked her nails. I'm not sure why anyone would be afraid of them. I bet Beowulf alone put up more of a fight than them. You fought the Death Eaters? Ginny exclaimed. I wouldn't say it was a fight. Neo chuckled. She leaned back, crossing her arms behind her head. It was more of a curb stomping. The ones Blondie here demolished are probably in a full body cast if not in a bag by now. You should see the look on that guy's face when he killed his partner. Hermione gasped with horror. You killed someone. But that's not right. Neo snorted. Blake spoke for Neo. It's not like we could help it. Better for them to get hurt than for us. From what we've heard, these people will do anything in their power to keep people like Muggle-borns from getting a foothold in this world. You should be thanking us for keeping evil wizards like that off the streets. She noticed that they weren't paying attention to her words. Instead, the three newcomers were staring at her cat ears. Is there going to be a problem here? Young growled defensively as she noticed where they were looking. It looked like Ron was going to say something before Hermione slammed her foot on his. Sorry. Her apology was almost drowned out by Ron's howl. It's just we've never seen anyone like you before. Are there more like you? Not around here, you won't, Neo answered. What Kit? Tycat here means is that if those inbreds aren't focused on killing people like you, they could try to make it so the only job you can get is dancing on a pole. Or as a pet. What did she mean by that? Ruby quietly asked. She blushed as Young whispered something in her ear, oh. But Dad would have stopped any of that. Ginny protested. He might, but for how long? All it would have taken is on. He planted piece of evidence in your pop's possession, and he's out of the picture. Hermione didn't like the tone in this room and tugged on Ron's sleeve. It was nice to meet you, but there's something we need to do. Right, Ron. Ron nodded. Yeah, right. Come on, Harry, let's go. Harry didn't move. I'm fine with them. You go ahead and do what you want. Hermione huffed. Come on, Harry. We're your friends. Harry couldn't believe his ears. Friends. Friends don't leave each other when the other is suffering from nightmares. I sent letter after letter for help, but no one answered. I didn't expect Sirius to answer because of the risk, but you two are supposed to be my best friends. Unknown to him, his eyes started to glow a greenish silver. Harry, Professor Dumbledore said it wasn't safe. Ruby didn't like where this conversation was going. Weren't you raised in a non-magical world? From what Blake told me, Voldemort's men seem very ignorant of the non-magical world. So you could have contacted him non-magically. Ron's glare made Ruby flinch. This is a conversation between friends, you, bit. So sawed off. He slowly noticed the glares coming from a red-eyed Young and a more frightening glare from Harry himself. His eyes were shining silver green. Get out, Harry yelled. His voice boomed, shaking the room. Ruby quickly got up from her bed and went to calm Harry down. As she talked, she slowly pushed him away from his old friends. Harry, there's no need to fight. They were only doing as they were told. It's over, and you're here with us. Harry looked down at the girl and noticed there was fear in her eyes. So he took a breath to calm down. Ron, I'm jealous of you. You have a family that loves you, siblings, and everything I want. I'm willing to give up anything, my vault, my fame, even my magic. To spend even an hour with my parents. The only family members I have left are either incapable of taking care of me or don't care what happens to me at all. Despite all this, why are you always so jealous of me? There's nothing to be jealous about. Being famous for surviving against a dark wizard who's made attempts on my life isn't fun. Speaking of which, despite knowing me for 5 years and knowing how much I hate my fame, you still think I want it, and you turned your back on me. That isn't what friends do. If you want to call yourself my friend, start acting like one. A shocked silence permeated the room before Sirius burst through the door. I heard you shouting, Harry. Is everyone all right here? Everything's fine, Sirius. Harry turned to the blonde boy. Hey John, is there space for another person in your room? Ark nodded. Even if there isn't, I'll see what I can do, Sirius said as he gave his godson a curious look. Oh, Blake, here. He tossed her a pair of gloves. These might help you blend in. Blake flexed her fingers and smiled. Thank you, Sirius. They do help. You're welcome. In exchange, can I see that vial? If it is what I think it is. It's better to have it somewhere secure so it won't hurt anyone. Blake tossed the vial to him. What do you think it is? Ruby asked. Trust me, Ruby, you don't want to know, Sirius said before he left. Harry swept past his old friends to help John set up shop in his room and, hopefully, clear his mind. Time skipped to the second-floor bathroom of number 12 Grimald Place. Harry Feeney shed washing his face and stared into the mirror. His mind was lost in his thoughts. Part of him was glad he said his thoughts aloud. Another was disappointed that he had held it in that long. He Eldent have had to hold anything in around his friends. He almost asked Young to just spell him to tell them what was on his mind, but Harry wasn't a fan of that idea. He didn't know if he could control what came out of his mouth. And when he did speak to Ron back there, he had to hold himself back from many more things he wanted to yell at Ron about. Ron and Hermione had no idea how much he was holding back. So many dark thoughts and feelings that they would never be able to understand. Then his thoughts turned to Hermione and Ron on how they only listened to someone who was only in charge of a school. Why couldn't they think for themselves? They should have known Harry was going to suffer this year. As Harry dried his face and looked at himself, his eyes widened. He moved a lock of his hair away from his forehead and noticed the scar was only an outline now. Probably the only way anyone would notice it is if they were looking for it. When Harry adjusted his grip on the mirror, he felt something sharp. He pulled his hand back and realized he just cut his finger. Harry cursed before he noticed a silver-green glow around his finger, and the cut slowly closed itself. Looking back in the mirror, he noticed he was glowing head to toe with a similar color. How? Harry thought. Then he remembered that when Ruby grabbed him, she was glowing as well. Some of her aura must have been transferred to me somehow. He looked back at his reflection and smirked. This just got interesting. He turned off the bathroom light. The kitchen, number 12 Grimald Place. Good, Black, you're here. Moody growled as Sirius entered the cramped kitchen. Now we can get this meeting started. Before he could elaborate, the green flames of the hearth flared, and Albus Dumbledore stepped through. What is the situation? Dumbledore asked, his eyes sweeping the room. Our new guests had a run-in with a Death Eater patrol, Moody grunted. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. Is Harry all right? He's fine, Sirius snapped, cutting off the headmaster. The Death Eaters, however, are far from it. Give him the report, Kingsley. Kingsley Shacklebolt cleared his throat, looking at his notes with lingering disbelief. Out of the 7 that attacked, 1 is dead, and the others are in critical condition at St. Mungo's. If they ever walk again, they'll be facing a lifetime in Azkaban. The dead one was D is a human shield by the girl with the pink hair, Neo. Another was trampled by a summoned ice boar, and the rest were dismantled by Potter and the others using unconventional means. Potter threw a piece of rebar like a spear. Moody added, a hint of respect in his raspy voice. Took a man's shoulder clean out when he tried to cast a killing curse at the Rose Girl. The room fell into a stunned silence. Harry did that, Remus whispered. My question is, how? Kingsley asked. A boy his age shouldn't have that kind of physical power. It's the aura, Madame Pomfrey interjected, looking up. From the notes Sirius had been scribbling earlier. It acts as a biological shield and an enhancer. According to these records, it's a manifestation of the soul. Sirius snatched his notes back. Hey, do I go snooping in your infirmary files? You left them on the dining table, Sirius. She protested. Moody ignored the bickering, his magical eye fixed on the parchment. Kingdoms, Faunus, dust. It's like a different world entirely. It is a different world, Mad Eye, Sirius said, his voice turning serious. The girl, Blake, she's a Faunus. Those cat ears aren't a transmutation accident, it's her genetics. They have animal instincts, night vision, and they've been treated as second-class citizens back home, just like werewolves or muggle-borns here. So she can be bought with a bowl of milk. Moody grumbled. I doubt it, Remus countered. She's a survivor. And from what I've read here, their aura gives them a healing factor and a semblance, a unique power tailored to their personality. Speed, strength, illusions. It's all internal. Can it be taught? Tonks asked, leaning forward. Sirius's notes say it can be unlocked by someone who already has it, Remus explained, though. It requires an incantation and a connection between souls. And you think it worked on Harry? Dumbledore asked softly. He's glowing, Albus, Moody stated flatly. Whatever that Rose Girl did, she's changed him. The conversation was abruptly cut short by a sound like a thunderclap echoing through the floors above. The chandeliers rattled, and dust rained down from the ceiling. What in Merlin's name? Kingsley shouted. Reaching for his wand, Sirius didn't wait. His mind flashed to Harry and the volatile energy he'd seen in the boy's eyes earlier. He grabbed a pair of spare gloves from T. He counter and bolted out of the kitchen, racing toward the source of the boom. Hash. Outside of the guest bedroom, number 12 Grimald Place. As Sirius ran upstairs to Ruby's and her friend's room, he heard Harry shouting at someone. He rushed through the door, only to focus on a panting, angry Harry. His godson was being held back by his special lady friend and glaring at his Hogwarts friends, who say. Emed shocked that Harry was even upset with them at all. I heard you shouting, Harry. Is everyone all right here? Harry didn't even look at his godfather when he responded. Everything's fine, Sirius. He turned to one of the stunned blondes. Hey John, is there space for another person in your room? Art nodded, still shocked to silence. Even if there isn't, I'll see what I can do, Sirius said as he gave his godson a curious look. Then he remembered his gift for the cat girl. Oh, Blake, here. He tossed her a pair of gloves. These might help you blend in. Blake flexed her fingers and smiled. Thank you, Sirius. They do help. Sirius felt his chest warm. It wasn't often that people genuinely thanked him for things. You're welcome. In exchange, can I see that vial? If it is what I think it is. It's better to have it somewhere secure so it won't hurt anyone. Blake tossed the vial to him without hesitation. What do you think it is? Ruby asked. Sirius gave Ruby a pitying look. Trust me, Ruby, you don't want to know. Quote. Later that night in number 12 Grimald Place kitchen. Moody was still shaken when Sirius left. Luckily, that thunderstorm didn't hit the wards. Moody thought. Remus did good work making sure that the muggles around us think it was one of those automobiles doing something. Though how one of those contraptions could backflip is still a mystery to me. That, at least, should keep those ministry dogs off our hinds. Tonks broke his chain of thought. Where did that thunderstorm even come from? Moss said there weren't supposed to be storms today. Moody's thoughts turned to the children. Note to self, when we see the kids again, ask them about their semblances. The likelihood of them being on the Death Eater's side is getting lower and lower by the minute. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't be watched. I'm not an idiotic, prejudiced pureblood, even if those kids aren't witches and wizards like us, they're stronger than purebloods would give them credit for. That makes them unpredictable, and unpredictability can be dangerous. Sirius chose that moment to come back to the group. Dumbledore was the first to notice. Sirius, are the children all right? Moody looked down and noticed he had a vial in his hand. Looking down, he didn't notice Sirius's furious scowl. They are fine, Dumbledore, Sirius growled, making the room tense. That's not my main concern. I need you to explain to me why you let an Omega-class curse rot in my godson's scar. If possible, Dumbledore paled. What are you talking about? Dumbledore sputtered. How do you? Sirius held out the vial. As soon as I saw it, I knew. I was raised by a family obsessed with dark magic. Knowing you, you would have known that this was the first time you ever saw Harry. Sirius's voice rose with every furious word. Now I'm going to repeat my question, you old coot, and you better answer me this time. Why did you let something like this remain in Harry for so long? Moody quickly put a firm hand on the irate man's shoulder before he did something reckless, like attack one of the most powerful wizards alive. How do you know about those black? Moody asked calmly. Sirius sighed harshly and tossed the vial to him. I'm not sure whether it was an ancestor of mine who became an unspeakable, or my family had some dirt on one. Either way, a generation before mine, my family ended up getting a license to know about those abominations. Sirius glared at the shaking older man as he explained. It's one of the darkest pieces of magic in existence. Even my grandfather, with all his love of the dark arts, told my brother and me he would disown us if he found out we tried to make one. An Omega what? Arthur asked. If you want to know, Weasley asked your oldest. Moody huffed. Isn't he a curse breaker? Besides unspeakables and some high-level ors, if you got caught with any information about things like that, you and your family may end up disappearing. Sirius shrugged off Moody, who was too busy observing the vial to calm Sirius down, to march up to a nervous Dumbledore. So tell me, old man, why didn't you do anything if you knew how dangerous it was? Dumbledore visibly swallowed. You must understand, Sirius, that there wasn't a viable way to remove it without killing Harry. So for the greater good, Sirius was done with Dumbledore's excuses. And made his anger apparent by knocking his fist into the older man's jaw and sending him crumbling to the floor. There were panicked shrieks and shocks of outrage, and Sirius was impervious to all of it. You are very lucky that this thing is out of his head. Sirius mockingly put a finger on his chin before casually saying, you know, I believe that the Blacks own a few houses outside of England. They would be incredibly helpful if Harry and I decided to disappear. Dumbledore looked shocked at the prospect of Harry disappearing from under his watch. Still sensing the tension in the room, Kingsley motioned to Moody. I still don't understand what that thing is. A curse, you said. Moody exchanged resigned looks with Sirius before they decided to explain the basics. Moody talked while Sirius set up privacy charms in case the young decided they wanted to help. I'm not allowed to tell you any of this. If this is what I believe it is and I'm right about who it came from, I believe the circumstances call for it. Moody waited for Sirius's signal to begin. You know how Potter's new friends can use their souls to create a barrier around themselves. Most of the order nodded. Instead of doing that, this. Moody held up the vial, is what happens when someone rips their soul apart. Killing in cold blood cracks the soul and, along with a ritual, places that soul fragment into an item so it acts as an anchor to the physical world. Think of splitting your soul in half and putting it in something. Sirius cut in when he saw some confused faces. In simpler terms, as long as these bad boys are around, Lord, he who has mold on his mole will be around forever. You're saying that this is a piece of you-know-whose soul? Arthur bellowed. Everyone jumped away from Moody and the vial. Yep, Sirius said, popping the P. Moody rolled his eyes at his team's fright. Relax, I think it's dead, Moody said before breaking the seal on the vial. A foul stench entered the room, making everyone gag. Close that thing, man. Remus begged as he gagged. Are you trying to kill us? After Moody finished resealing it, the whole room was still gagging. Can someone open a window? Someone yelled out. What's the big idea? Mad Eye. Sirius choked out as he cast some air-freshening charms. If you want to experiment with it, then do it somewhere with windows. Moody wasn't feeling very confident about his soldiers at the moment. How was I supposed to know it was going to stink? Don't worry, you lot. I'll be taking this when I leave, and I'm going to torch what's left of it just in case. How did Potter get a hold of something like that? Kingsley asked. Dumbledore spoke up. My best guess is that Voldemort was planning on using Harry's death to make one. After he killed Harry's parents. The spell rebounded and the fragment locked on the closest living thing in the room, a baby Harry Potter. While everything he said made sense, Moody couldn't dodge that suspicious feeling that Dumbledore wasn't telling them everything. He was already weary of the man for not telling them about the malicious curse on Potter's scar. Without proof, I can't call him out on it. Moody thought before looking back at the soul fragment. Might as well get rid of this before anyone gets any bright ideas. He looked at Dumbledore when he thought that. The next morning, in number 12 Grimmauld Place, John's bedroom. Harry woke up the next morning, lying back on his bed, flipping his fingers over. He remembered them glowing a little while ago when he was arguing with Ron. He turned to watch Ark, who was out cold on his bed. The thought of waking him up to ask the questions was tempting, but before he could, Harry heard someone walking downstairs. He got up to check it out. As he walked downstairs, he heard some noise in the kitchen. Harry entered, only to see Ruby pacing around looking for something. Ruby. The poor girl jumped at the sound of his voice. What are you doing? Oh, Harry. The scared girl put a relieved hand on her chest. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to wake you. Ruby said with embarrassment. It's fine, Ruby. I was already up anyway. He couldn't help but notice her silver eyes were downcast. Are you all right? It's just that I'm worried about the others back home. Harry went to warm up some tea while he listened to her. What were they like? Your other friends? Harry asked. He noticed her distressed look and immediately said, sorry, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Ruby gave him a half smile. She appreciated his thoughtfulness. There's Nora and Ren, they're John's teammates. They've been with us since day one. Nora is an energetic girl who has a grenade launcher that can turn into a hammer. Ren is the quiet one with a pair of bladed pistols. My uncle Kiro, technically, he's my step-uncle from my sister's mom's side of the family, is the one who taught me everything I know. Before he taught me, I was kind of helpless. Then there's Oscar. Ruby became quiet all of a sudden. Is he your boyfriend? Harry tried to tamp down his jealousy. Ruby quickly shook her head. No, it's not like that. It's just. Harry saw her swallow. He's the youngest in their group, so I worry about him a lot. Ruby suddenly blushed. Who told you I had a boyfriend? Was it Yang? No. You paused on him, so I was curious. Why took a deep breath before he asked his next question. So, do you have a boyfriend waiting for you back home? I tried at Beacon, but the boys there have been spoken for or weren't interested. Why are you asking? Harry tried not to blush as he focused on the tea leaves for them both. I just imagined that a nice person like you would have someone special. Ruby looked at her feet in embarrassment. I don't, but thank you for your kind thoughts. Their awkward silence was interrupted when the teapot whistled. Harry quickly poured the hot water into the cups as he tried to decide what to talk about next. Well, what's the school like where you're from? You probably have some interesting professors. That got a laugh out of Ruby. There's Professor Port. He teaches Grimm studies and military strategies. If he isn't talking about his own stories, he can't help but talk about strategies on how to defeat Grimm. My favorite professor is Professor Mulberry, who specializes in weapon crafting and upkeep. Dr. Oobleck is our fast-talking history and legends professor. I can't think of a single boring lesson I've ever had in that class. Can we trade history professors then? Harry asked playfully. I can't get through a history lesson without falling asleep. And end up with your boring one. Nope. Ruby popped the P and laughed. Harry shook his head in mock defeat. Is there a professor that teaches aura? No. Usually. Family will teach it to their children, or it's self-taught. Can I ask you a few questions? Ever since I heard of it, I've become curious about stuff like aura and semblance. Like, are there any limitations? And how long does it take to get a semblance? Harry couldn't help but feel like he was 11 and receiving his first magical lesson again. He may not be the bookworm Hermione is. But even Harry couldn't resist learning about new magic like this. If anything, Ruby seemed to appreciate his curiosity. The limitations depend on how much aura you have. My uncle told me he saw someone nearly get sliced in half, and the next morning, they barely had a scar. As for semblances, they change from person to person. Some find it soon after activating their aura. For others, it may take longer. It mostly activates during times of need. Some people don't ever find it. So semblances are not guaranteed. Harry thought. Before he could think further about what Ruby said, he noticed the time. Ruby, why don't we take a look around to see what we can find for breakfast? Maybe even make it for the others. Sirius was trotting downstairs, drawn to the smell of food, before he found himself being dragged into the library by a cloaked Mad Eye. Are you trying to blow my cover, Black? Moody hissed. What are you talking about? I was just coming down because I smelled breakfast. The younger man tugged himself free. What are you doing, Moody? Moody harumphed and glanced back towards the kitchen. I was doing my job by keeping an eye on our guests. Rose and Potter are in the kitchen. The others are still in bed. Now Sirius was wide awake. Really? And what are Harry and the little Rose up to in there? Besides your average teenage drama, working in the kitchen at the moment. I did find something about their aura. It was like you said, as long as they don't lose their heads, they could walk off most injuries. Also, this semblance stuff is not guaranteed for everyone. You seem to be interested in their aura. Sirius noticed casually. Moody gave him a look like he was speaking to a foolish child. This aura of theirs is a wild card. A card like that could win against the Death Eaters. If we can figure out how it works and replicate it, we might not have to rely on a prophecy to win this war. They heard more people coming downstairs. Looks like the rest of them are getting up. Why don't you give your godson a hand? Moody said before he walked off. Sirius shook his head and entered the kitchen. Good morning, Mr. Black. Ruby greeted when she noticed the older man. Hope you're hungry. Ruby was mixing some eggs while Harry was beside her, grilling salmon. Sirius couldn't help but smile. They reminded him of James and Lily at their old home in Godric Hallows. I'm good. Just call me Sirius Ruby. Sirius's ears picked up the sound of footsteps. I believe your friends are coming down. Why don't you two join them? I can take it from here. Are you sure? Sirius? Harry asked as Sirius smoothly snatched the pan out of his hands. His godfather waved away his concern. Why don't you go wait with your new friends? I am sure you'd rather spend time with them than with old foggers like me. He even winked to let them know he was joking. Harry and Ruby looked at each other, shrugged, and went to the table to wait for their group. Good morning. Ruby chipped her friends and trudged into the kitchen. They groaned their reply before they sat down. Sirius came in with plates full of breakfast and set them down in front of the kids. Thank you for the food, Mr. Black. Weiss bowed her head. My compliments to the chef. Don't thank me. Thank Red here. Sirius gave them a wink before he joined the kids to eat. Her team looked at her in shock. Ruby smiled bashfully at Harry. Well, I did have a good teacher. The team looked at each other, smiled, and dug into their food. This isn't too bad, Young said around a mouthful of eggs. Normally, my sister can't make anything food-related unless it's out of the oven. Young. A blushing Ruby hissed at her sister. Did you have to tell them that? She wasn't that bad in the kitchen, Harry said with a huge smile. The cute atmosphere was almost more than Neo and Blake, to be honest, could stomach. Mrs. Weasley walked into the room, ready to make food for everyone. She then noticed the food, scowled horribly, and walked into the kitchen without a word to the children. What was that about? John asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders as Granger and the other Weasleys joined her. When Ron saw the nearly empty plates of food, he grumbled for a while before Neo snapped at him. Relax, Freckles. Your mother is in the kitchen. She might even bring you some food if you can beg enough. Ron flushed horribly but sat down with crossed arms and a glare at an unaffected Neo. Hermione looked over at Harry and noticed something. Harry, where is your scar? Eve. Ryan directed their gaze to Harry's forehead and saw that it was gone. Must have been that sludge. Whatever it was slowed the healing process. Blake hypothesized. A good night's sleep was all it needed to go away. Good riddance, Harry said as he remembered all the misery it caused him. But it's a part of you. Ron sputtered. You wouldn't even be recognized if it wasn't for that scar. Quote, that thing was a reminder that my parents were slaughtered by a madman. Harry snarled. Ruby gripped his arm while Sirius grabbed his shoulders. Only Ruby's calming rubs against his hand kept Harry from throwing himself at a shocked Ron. Before Ron could say anything else, Fred and George decided to pop into the room with a bang. In an instant, Young had a butter knife at one of the twins' throats. Whoa, easy Blondie, we come in peace, George said, cautiously eyeing the knife at his throat. We do not want to know what it feels like to become a dartboard today, thank you. Fred continued. This is why we don't apparate in front of doors, people, Moody said on the other side of the table, making most of the group jump. He continued as if he hadn't just given the others heart attacks. Who knows what's on the other side of it? When did you come in? Sirius said, clutching his chest. Just a little before that woman did. Blake eyed Moody's leg. By the way, Mr. Moody, that leg of yours could use a bit of a tune-up. The Auror noticed his prosthetic was a bit wobbly and nodded at Blake. Well, at least someone is paying attention to their surroundings. Then again, it must be awfully hard for someone to sneak up on someone like you. Sometimes it's a curse, Blake said, glaring at Ruby as her cat's ears twitched. I said I was sorry, Ruby said meekly. How was I supposed to know that whistle was going to affect you? You know, there was this one time Harry's father used one on me when we were in school, Sirius mentioned. It sounded like someone blasted an air horn to your face. How would you know that? Weiss asked. Sirius stood up then. In a whole second, he appeared as a black-haired Scottish deerhound, before instantly shifting back. The others were amazed, except for Blake, who was slowly scooting away. Pretty cool, huh? Sirius bared his canines as he grinned. Blake felt herself shiver. I'm what you would call an animagus. It's an ability that lets any witch or wizard transform into an animal. It's a long process, but if done right, it's worth it. The group erupted into questions. I'll answer your questions later. Sirius chuckled at their curiosity. He turned to his godson. You know, I'm surprised you're not asking questions, Harry. I would have guessed you have a lot of them. Oh come on now, he's just a boy. Mrs. Weasley snapped as she brought some food for her children and Hermione. Dumbledore said he wasn't ready. Neo rolled her eyes. A psycho that tried to kill him as a baby is still running around and becoming more powerful every day. Logically, the boy who has a target on his back by said psycho should know what that psycho has been doing. And it's the dog here who is his godfather, and subsequently, his guardian. Sirius is the one who has the final say on what Potter should know. Not a school principal with an agenda. Before a flustered Mrs. Weasley could come up with an explanation, Neo turned to Sirius. So dog man, what exactly has this little club been doing to stop old Voldy? Sirius's expression turned serious. Ever since Harry escaped from Voldemort last year, he's been quietly raising his forces again. And the Ministry has been denying his return. We've been trying to recruit as well, but with Fudge on a warpath, there are only so many things you can do in the open. But wouldn't this Fudge want Voldemort arrested? Ruby asked as the crowd flinched at the name. What? It's a fake name. It is. Harry agreed. His real name is Tom Riddle, the son of a witch and a muggle. The few that didn't know that fact looked surprised. So you're saying Big Bad Voldy is nothing more than a half-blood? Hypocrite. Weiss interrupted Neo, glaring at the mute. You know, if this gets out to the right people, his followers might have second thoughts about following him, Blake suggested. Moody shook his head. It would have worked during the first time Riddle rose to power. But now, considering all the damage he's caused, most of his followers either wouldn't care or would just follow him out of fear like the cowards they are. But it might stop new ones from joining him, Ruby suggested, optimistic as ever. Even if that was an option, it's not like we have any reporters on our side, Moody mumbled. The newspapers are all under the Ministry's cowardly thumb. It doesn't help that our esteemed minister lines his pockets with Death Eater money. Great. Corrupt politicians. Neo rolled her eyes. Just you watch. It'll only be a matter of time before they start pushing the laws they want around. Harry tried to shake off the dark thoughts in his head. So, who else is in the order? Sirius named the few people who were in the order. Harry barely even recognized any other names, but one stood out to him. Snape. He's here. Harry could hardly believe it. Sirius looked as happy as Harry felt. He's our spy in Voldy's camp. I take it you don't trust him? Blake asked, noticing his tone. He joined the Death Eaters during the First War. For some reason, he defected. He never told us his reasons, even though he was helpful as a double agent. So no, I don't trust him. Even if our esteemed headmaster does. So, besides a bunch of old guys, some school professors, and 3 pigs being led by a headmaster who has passed his expiration date. That's all we have. Neo summed up. What about the ones that are in Azkaban? Harry asked. When I was in the graveyard, the Death Eaters talked about breaking them out. You mean the same prison that has those soul-sucking monsters? Ruby asked. Harry nodded. That's going to be easy, Neo said, making everyone whip their head at her. Have someone go in and wait until one of the guards passes by. Open the door and kill them. You guys have silencing spells, right? They'll probably make themselves soundless and take out the guards one by one. A few people at the table looked green. Moody had a thoughtful look. What? Prefer to do it yourself? Blake shook her head. If the rumors are true and they are as dangerous as they say, it might not be a bad idea to request that they be sentenced to death. Wasn't there an attack at a sporting event last year? Even without mentioning Voldemort, people are still worried about Death Eaters hurting people. Even if Fudge is against it, most wizards are against what Voldemort preaches. If we push hard enough, it might garner enough attention that the Ministry will have to intervene. If we spread rumors that the Ministry is letting Death Eaters go free after the Quidditch Cup, Fudge will be under enormous pressure. Moody muttered, a dark grin tugging at his scarred face. He'll be stuck between the Death Eaters lining his pockets and a public holding his career in their hands. Either way, it's a win for us. He slid a mug of pumpkin juice toward Blake. What's this? She asked, sniffing it skeptically. Pumpkin juice. A wizarding staple. You won't find it in the Muggle world. Blake passed it back with a smirk. Smells watered down. If you want to know about us, Mad Eye, just ask. You don't need the juice to loosen my tongue. Moody chuckled, his magical eye spinning. Smart girl. Always mindful. Now, are there more of you from your world? Sirius let the cat out of the bag about where you're from. There should be a lot of them coming, Young started, her eyes bright. What you're looking at is just the scouting team for this planet. She was cut off by a sharp smack to the back of her head from Blake. Ruby took over, her voice softening as she felt the weight of her mission. We were transporting refugees to safety when we were ambushed. We got separated from our friends and somehow ended up here. The table fell quiet, the Order of the Phoenix Mem. RS offering rare looks of sympathy to the scouts from another world. So, does this, can aura protect you from everything? What are its limits? Moody pressed. It depends on the person, Blake explained. Strength, willpower, and the amount of aura you have to burn. Weiss added, and then there are semblances. Each of us has a unique power. Ruby has speed, I have glyphs, Blake has shadow clones, and Yang, well. Yang deals back double whatever damage she takes. She was hit with 3 unforgivables, Tonks chirped, having slipped into the room unnoticed. I pity the poor soul who has to face her after that charge up. Moody nodded, his eye fixed on the teens. Those abilities gave the Death Eaters a nasty surprise. Which brings me to my point, the Order needs warriors. You kids interested in fighting with us? Neo's eyes narrowed as she looked at her friends, the question hanging heavy in the dusty air of the kitchen. Number 12 Grimald Place Kitchen. Neo glanced back at her teammates, who were still silently weighing Moody's offer. She turned her focus back to the scarred aura, her eyes narrowing into a sharp glare. Thanks, Pig, but I believe this is a group discussion, she projected into their minds. Her tone icy. If you aren't part of Group A or B, you can see yourself out. Weiss nodded in agreement, her posture stiff and formal. I hate to admit it, but she has a point. This requires a private discussion among ourselves. She noticed Ruby's mouth opening to protest and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. We have a witch of our own to worry about, Ruby. We shouldn't be discussing our combat readiness in front of strangers, Weiss whispered. Ruby hesitated, then slowly nodded. That's enough now, Molly Weasley snapped, her voice high and sharp. They're only children. They should have no part in this war. Neo, who was long past her limit with Molly's coddling, snapped her head around. Really? Then why did you bring your children here? Keep in mind, they're friends with the Chosen One. She tilted her head toward Harry, who is at the very top of Tommy Boy's hit list. Those wizards are trying to kill him and anyone standing near him. So, why shouldn't we be involved if people are trying to kill us? She stepped closer to the flustered matriarch. Just because you say so doesn't mean those Death Eaters are going to stop. To them, you're just an overbearing housewife who doesn't know how to use protection. They will gut us like fish the first chance they get. We have enough problems, like getting back to our own universe, without you trying to mother us. Stay out of our business, you old hag. Molly Weasley turned a shade of crimson that rivaled Ruby's cloak. Her husband, Arthur, seeing her hand twitch toward her wand, quickly grabbed her wrist and steered her out of the kitchen before she could retaliate. Ruby grabbed Neo by the shoulder, steering her in the opposite direction. Go take a walk, Neo. Cool off. Neo huffed, her eyes still flashing with irritation, and stomped out of the room. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. After she had her meltdown in private, Mrs. Weasley sent her children to the kitchen to clean. Blake and Ice headed over to the library to do some research while the others checked the place out. Sirius motioned for Harry to follow him for another talk. As Harry entered another room, he felt the hairs on his neck twitch before raising his arm to stop a red flare. Said flare fizzed off into a greenish-silver barrier that appeared around his arm. He looked to see Mad Eye, who had his wand out. Are you insane? Yang yelled as she pointed her gauntlet at the Auror. The others rushed into the room. Just proving a theory. Moody casually said. None of you seemed surprised. We were waiting for Harry to tell us himself, Ruby said, pushing her index fingers together and chuckling nervously. Before Harry could ask any questions, a blue light shone around his face. Now this is interesting, Yang said. She took out her scroll and started typing. What is that little gizmo of yours telling you, Miss Long? Moody ignored the dark looks from Harry's godfather. It's Xiao Long. From what I see, Potter's aura is incredibly powerful. With the right training, he could even survive a mountain collapsing on him. Impressive. Sirius's tone was flat. When Harry promised to help you get back home, did you notice anything strange? Like a flash of light. The others turned to look at each other. Not that we know of, Ruby said cautiously. Why? He ends up failing, Potter might drop dead. Moody's casual comment shocked the group. If he used his wand or not, it's definite. Oh yeah, Ruby perked up. That reminds me, she turned to a pale Harry. Harry, did you ever figure out what was going on with your wand? She failed to notice Harry nervously rubbing his hand on his neck. Moody glared at the young wizard. What did she mean, Potter? Harry explained that it somehow didn't feel right. Wand out. Moody growled. Perform a simple spell. Harry murmured, Lumos. The wand only lit up for a few moments before fluttering out. Harry and I start looking for a way to send them home. Sirius said before Moody could start his rant about the wand's safety. Harry nodded and headed to the library to see if Blake found anything. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, drawing room. As Harry went off to the library, the rest of the group were checking out the house. They entered another room, finding the other children already inside. What's going on here? Yang called out, making everyone in the room jump. What are you doing here? Ron asked with his hand clutched to his chest. We were exploring the house. What about you? Mum told us to help clean this place. Aren't you wizards? John asked. Why aren't you using your abilities? Because there's a law against underage sorcery, Hermione said, like it was obvious. From what Blake told us, they can't tell who was doing what, even in a house with underage wizards. As long as you don't use spells that aren't used for housework, they can't tell how old you are. That means people who live in magical areas get to practice, leaving people like me at a disadvantage. That's not fair, Hermione exclaimed, not liking the sound of that. Neo decloaks, making everyone jump. It's not like you could complain to anyone. Even if you did, the people in charge would just say you snooze, you lose. Stop doing that, Yang yelled. Neo just shook her shoulders with laughter. Before John could say anything, a big locket was thrown at him. John noticed it was a golden green color with a green reptilian-like S on it and was somehow ticking like a clock. The ticking hypnotized John. Hey, vomit boy, someone called out, breaking John out of his trance-like state. Are you listening, John? What? John shouted angrily before he noticed their worried looks. Ruby cautiously approached the boy. John, put that locket down. He noticed her eyes glow. Before John could ask why, he felt something tighten around his arm. He looked down at his hand with the locket. It turned a light blue color. Startled, John tried to drop the locket, but it remained in his hand. Get it off me, John screamed. As his friends tried to help, Neo slipped the blade from her umbrella between the chain and snapped it, sending the locket flying. John's arms had crisscross-like marks around his wrist. Sirius and a few others ran into the room. What happened? Sirius demanded. It looks like Johnny Boy here found himself a cursed necklace, Neo replied nonchalantly. It almost ended up being a hangman's noose. Thankfully, he didn't try it on. Before Sirius could check out John's arm, it shone bright yellow, healing the mark to only an outline. How are you doing that? Hermione asked. Before that, what are you lot doing in this room? Sirius asked the wizard children. Mrs. Weasley asked us to clean this room. Hermione looked nervous as she answered. More like asked you to steal, Neo said, pointing to some boxes with some items in them. Sirius glared at Mrs. Weasley before commanding them to leave. As they left the room, Mrs. Weasley and Sirius arguing out the door, John felt Ruby dragging him off. Ruby, if this is about Penny, Ruby silenced him with a look. John, I know Penny told you to do it, and I forgive you. Just give me some time. Okay. She didn't give John a chance to respond as they headed toward the library. Halfway there, a clawed hand gripped Ruby's wrist. The young remnant gave a startled shriek. Number 12 Grimmauld Place Library. Ruby and John found Harry, Blake, and Weiss at the far end of the library. So nerds, which one of these is our ticket home? Neo asked as she looked over the books they had out. None of these. Blake answered. We've got nothing yet, but a few subjects might be worthy of looking into. There is a spell that the wizards can use to look into your mind. That could be useful in the future. Blake pointed to another set of books. We're currently reading through these. Take a look if you want to be helpful. As John sat down, he noticed Ruby sitting by Harry, reading a book called Wand Lore for Dummies by Leopold Black. Weiss's eyes snapped to Jane's wrist. John, what happened to you? He found a noose disguised as a necklace, Neo replied casually. The room tensed. What are you reading, Ruby? John asked, trying to get out of the awkward silence. One of Sirius's ancestors made some notes on wands. I'm trying to figure out why Harry's wand has been acting up. According to the book, two of the few causes that make a wand lose its strength are if its master experiences a big change in their life, or they lose a fight. Ruby said. The problem is, I haven't used it since I left school. It seemed fine till I met you six, which is not a bad thing. Harry hastily said the last part when he saw Ruby and Yang's faces fall. Can I see your wand for a second? Ruby asked. Harry gives her a weird look before pulling it out of his pocket. Rubes, I think you might be moving a little too fast for him. Yang snickered. She only received a deadpan look from her sister as Harry passed the wand over. Ruby only examined the wand for a few seconds before handing it back. Does it happen to be made out of ash or have any special features? It's made out of holly. With a phoenix feather for its core, Harry said before looking up, and as they followed his gaze, two of his former friends, Ron and Hermione, who were at another table trying to be stealthy and listen in. Mr. Ollivander, the man who sold me this wand, told me my core has a twin. Voldemort has the other one in his wand. It's the wand that gave me my scar. I think I read something about wands that have similarities, either being made out of the same material or coming from the same place, and are known to lock up against each other, Ruby explained. Neo seemed to have a lightbulb moment. So if you and Tommy Boy ever faced off, your wands would connect, leaving each other wide open for another attack. Neo made a small illusion of two stick figurines that had two spells locked up before one of them pulled out a second wand and vaporized the other. The others seemed to think very hard about her little show. So what else did you find? John asks Ruby. I'm trying to hypothesize about if I had magic, what my wand would be made out of. There's a high chance mine would be made out of either reed or blackthorn. Now I know that the wand chooses its master, but it seems like the wand you end up using corresponds with your birth tree. The only thing I'm not sure about is my core. The length is unknown. Flexibility, from what I understand, is how likely the wand will shift owners. So the stiffer the better. Yang mumbled something before receiving a kick under the table from Ruby, who whispered, Don't make me get my steel-toed shoes. When is your birthday? Harry asked. October 31st. Ruby noticed Harry's face had gone pale. Are you all right? I'm fine. Ruby wasn't swayed by Harry's hurried dismissal. Harry. It's the day Voldemort killed my parents. Harry snapped. He immediately looked contrite. Sorry, Rose, but it's just a sensitive day for me. It's the day I lost everything. Ruby placed a hand on his. Well, now you don't have to spend that day suffering anymore. Harry's lips twitched. Harry and Ruby, sitting in a tree. Yang sang. Almost immediately, a small scuffle broke out between the sisters, which ended with Yang in a headlock. Ruby was about to tickle her sister into submission when a terrifying scream had them all racing out the door. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, drawing room. Harry and the remnants ran to the room where the screams came from. They found Mrs. Weasley sobbing over the bodies of her children. The remnants took a step forward to help when the matron saw them. Get back, Mrs. Weasley snapped E4. The bodies melted into a black goo and converged together into a woman with pale skin, black veins, and glowing red eyes. Salem, Ruby exclaimed. Her friends assumed defensive positions as the woman spotted Ruby. So that's Salem, Harry thought as Sirius entered the room. Who's the female Voldemort? Sirius asked. Said the woman, glaring at the remnants before flashing a cold smirk and melting back into goo. A moment later, a humanoid creature with a tar-like body and a skull-like face with burning red accents around its pitch-black eyes and mouth formed a Joker-like grin. The creature lifted its arms, morphing its hook-like fingers into black blades that spiraled into a Phillips-like tip, before lunging at the remnants. They managed to jump out of the way before it smashed into the ground. It turned to face them with an ugly snarl. What in Merlin's beard is that thing? Mad Eye barked as he pulled out his wand. I thought it was a Bogart, but Bogarts shouldn't be this aggressive. Sirius's eyes widened as he realized what it was. He turned to Moody. Get the kids out of here, Sirius ordered as he threw a few more hexes at the creature. The creature just formed a circular shield to block the hexes. It didn't give so much as a glance at the wizard before a wraith-like wail stunned the wizards. Still shielding itself, it rushed to Blake with swiping claws, only to end up locked with John's sword. As they struggled against each other, John noticed a familiar piece of jewelry around the creature's neck. Thinking quickly, he brought up his shield and slammed it into the creature, causing a purple shockwave and sending the creature back. It used its nails to skid to a halt. We all need to calm down, Blake yelled out as she kept an eye on the creature. It appeared to be eyeing them all, probably deciding who to go after next. If it's not a Bogart, it's got to be something similar. Do you think it has the same weaknesses as a Grim? Ruby asked. Blake nodded, and Red was suddenly struck by an idea. Keep it busy, Ruby ordered as she reached for a fire poker. The creature went for Neo with an overhead swing. His arm clashed with Neo's parasol blade E4. It did something so unexpected that it made the remnants freeze. Its skull-like face pulled back like a hood, revealing an orange-haired young man with dark green eyes and black eyeliner around the left eye. To the remnants, he was known as Roman Torchwich, a former associate of Neo. You're still that weak little girl I met in the slums, trivia. The Roman Torchwich look-alike snarled with dark glee as he grabbed Neo by her neck and tossed her to Blake and Young, knocking them out of the fight. As its face reverted to a skull, it parried John and Weiss's swords before mule-kicking Weiss into a wall. As John was about to strike the Grim as it did the same trick again, revealing a red-headed girl with green eyes, Pyrrha Nikos, John's former teammate and lover. The charging blonde street umbled to a stop as he stared at his beloved alive. Pyrrha, if you were more qualified, I would have lived. Pyrrha sneered. How could I ever love a fraud like you? She grabbed his face and slammed him into the ground headfirst, breaking his aura and colliding with an unconscious Weiss. The monster turned to the last remnant, who was holding a fire poker with a shaky grip, before approaching her. It slowly morphed into a woman who looked like an older version of Ruby. Mom, Ruby said as she dropped the fire poker. Rose, snap out of it, Moody shouted. That's not who you think it is. Ruby, my sweet Rose, I miss you, Summer said with a smile that somehow felt slimy. Ruby clenched her head as she stared at the look-alike. No, you're not real. Search your heart, Ruby. You know the truth. Let's be a family again. The monster held out an open hand to Ruby while its other hand formed a blade behind its back. Ruby. Harry moved next to his friend and grabbed her shoulder before she could move closer. Don't listen to it. The monster, seeing the girl distracted, thrust its blade toward the vulnerable huntress. Ruby found herself shoved out of the way as the blade was grabbed by a hand coated with silver-green energy. Leave her alone, Harry commanded as he pulled the blade away from a still-stunned Ruby. The monster turned its gaze to its new opponent. Its gray eyes twisted into snake-like red. You think SSSHE will remember you, boy? You can't SSS Avenue her from the darkness. The monster snarled. Before it could strike again, Harry head-butted the monster. Even though it hissed in pain, it still changed its appearance to a pale man with a snake-like face. All the wizards in the room gasped in horror as the main character of their nightmares came to life. I'm not afraid of you, Tom, Harry said calmly. The monster grabbed Harry by his shirt and slammed him into the ground, pinning him down with its foot. Its blade angled to thrust down into the young wizard's heart. Ruby snapped out of her daze to see Harry about to get skewered. Get away from him, she yelled. The monster turned in time to see Ruby's eyes shine silver. The room flashed white, and the monster was flung into a wall. Harry turned to face the monster only to see it smoking and melting. It was out of commission. To a tearful Ruby. With a tired sigh, she fell into his arms. Her sister hobbled over, clearly still smarting from her injuries. She yanked Ruby from Harry's arms. Come on, Rubes. Wake up. What's wrong with her? Yang was hysterical over her sister. Black, get your ass over here and help. Give me a minute, Yang, Sirius said as he rubbed his eyes. I'm still seeing spots over here. Neo is leaning against a wall with Weiss and John. Not far from her, Harry, Blake, and Yang were hovering over Ruby. Are you kids all right? Moody asked as he spotted an unconscious John with Weiss hovering over him. I didn't see what happened to him. He took a bad hit, Weiss said hysterically. That thing slammed him to the ground, breaking his aura. I think he's. Miss Schnee, Moody said not unkindly, just take a deep breath and calm down. Your friend is fine. Nothing is broken. How do you know? I would have seen it. Moody pointed to his glass eye. Weiss looked on horridly as Moody waved his wand to levitate John up. Meanwhile, Sirius was checking on Ruby by waving his wand and casting diagnostic charms. It seems whatever she did to that monster took a toll on her. For now, all I can say is let her have some rest. We'll get Poppy to check on her later. Yang took a breath of relief. Harry slipped his arms around Ruby to carry her out of the room. As Blake was about to follow her friends, she noticed a burnt golden locket catching her eye. She picked it up before she tossed it against the wall. Her hand glowed purple for a moment before pulling out her gamble shroud and converting it into pistol mode. As quickly as she could, she started unloading a clip into the locket. The loud gunshots startled the other wizards. Hey, Moody yelled. What in Merlin's beard are you doing? He cut himself off when he realized what she was shooting at. One of the bullets finally pierced the locket, making it spew out black sludge. Moody's eye nearly bulged out as he realized what that locket was. He and Sirius gave each other knowing looks. Number 12 Grimald Place. RWBY bedroom. Harry hurriedly carried Ruby to her bedroom. Yang popped open the door so they could enter the room. He placed Ruby on the bed before noticing she had a grip on his shirt. Harry smiled and carefully loosened her grip to set her down. Can anyone tell me what that was? Harry asked quietly. He didn't want to wake the sleeping girl. You know the Grim we told you about? Yang asked as she sat by her sister. They come in multiple forms. When you have a job as we do, you run across a few things that would give most people nightmares. Yang couldn't continue as Ruby began to stir. Yang, Ruby groaned. What happened? She held her head as she tried to sit up. What do you remember? Yang asked gently. Ruby hugged her legs. We were fighting that monster. Ruby said with a sniffle as she hugged her legs tighter. John and the others got hurt, and it's my fault. Yang pulled her sister in a side hug. It's not your fault, sis. We all put an effort into defeating that thing. That was your mum, wasn't it? Harry quickly regretted it as Yang gave him a small glare before softening. That was our mother. She was a huntress, one of the best before she disappeared. Yang's hold on her sister tightened as she talked. The only thing we know is that she went after someone, Ruby mumbled. Salem, Harry said. The girls nodded. Recently, we came across a Grim that was different from the others. We barely defeated it. Truthfully, we were just lucky that it was at the right place at the right time. But before we defeated it, we found out it had someone inside its body. Her words echoed in Harry's head as he gave the girls some space. Why is there always some barmy tosser ruining lives everywhere? Harry thought. The gas lamps around him seemed to dim before he punched a wall, shaking the house. The memory of Ruby's broken look flashed in his mind as he made his way downstairs. He tried to think of a way to help her. A thought flickered through his head, and he marched straight to the kitchen. A few moments later, Harry made his way back up the stairs, carefully balancing a plate in his hands. He almost bumped into Yang and Blake as they were coming out of the bedroom. When Yang saw what he had, she gave Harry a knowing look and a smile. I meant to tell you earlier, Harry, I saw you gave that Grim a mean headbutt. Yang gave him a thumbs up. Nice one. Blake shook her head at her friend but didn't disagree with her. It probably wasn't my smartest idea, but at least it got the job done. Harry sheepishly said. Before he could head inside, Yang placed a hand on his shoulder. You, sir, have earned my respect. Go get him. Blake and Yang left, giving him a nod and a thump on the shoulder before heading downstairs. Harry, a light feeling lifting his chest, knocked on the door before entering to see Ruby's back facing the door while she lay down. Either she felt well enough to change into sleep clothes or Blake or Yang must have dressed her. She sat up when she noticed the boy. Hey, Rosie, how are you feeling? Harry. Ruby's eyes narrowed in on the plate. What do you have there? Harry smiled as he removed the napkin from the top of the plate. I heard from a little bird that you like these, so I thought you might like to try the British versions of them, Harry said as he passed her some fudge-filled strawberry biscuits. She grabbed one before taking a bite. Instantly, her face was full of bliss. Before Harry could even ask her if she liked them, she grabbed a few more and devoured them. These are awesome, Ruby exclaimed as she came up for air. I didn't know you could bake. I had a lot of experience. Even if Harry's time with the Dursleys hadn't been pleasant, at least it had been useful. She realized what he was talking about and gave him a stern look. They weren't worthy of your skill, and they should be ashamed of themselves for mistreating a cute young man like yourself, Ruby said with a huff. Harry's mouth dropped. Before he could process what she said, Ruby grabbed one of the biscuits and shoved it in his mouth. He felt the biscuit break, melting the fudge in his mouth. Harry looked over at Ruby, who had a mischievous smirk as she laughed at her prank. Little minx, Harry admonished half-heartedly. He gazed in fondness at the laughing redhead, even chuckling a lit. Before attempting to leave so Ruby could get some more rest. As Harry reached the door, Ruby called out to him. When turned back to her, she reached out and grabbed his shirt before bringing him down and pressing her lips to his cheek. Thank you, Ruby said with a heartwarming smile. Harry made his way out almost drunkenly before turning to see Sirius, who had a knowing grin. I take it Ruby liked the president, Sirius said as he brushed his cheek. Harry felt where he was pointing, feeling some fudge, and realized what it was. He quickly ran away as his godfather howled with laughter. Blake's mindscape. As I was walking through a field of fog before it lifted to show I was in a small home, catching sight of a large woman and a tall, dark-haired young man who seemed to be chatting over a cup of cocoa. Oh, Tom, you're such a charmer, the large woman said. Now, Hepzibah, there is something we would like to discuss. It is about the locket, Tom said as he poured some cocoa into her cup and passed it to her. What of it? I already said not planning on selling it, Hepzibah said as she took a sip from her cup. Well, you see that locket belongs to my ancestor, Tom said, before he hissed and spat out something. Slytherin, Hepzibah said, dropping her cup. Now, there is no need to get up, Tom said. You're not going to get away with this. Once they find you, they'll. Hepzibah threatened. But my dear, that is impossible because you're already dead, Tom said coldly. What? Hepzibah said looking down at her cup before clenching her stomach and collapsing to the ground. Tom chuckled in amusement before picking up a familiar locket and placing it over his head, and picking up a golden chalice with a badger on its side, placing it on the table. Ironic, a descendant of Hufflepuff. One of the few people that Salazar Slytherin trusted, is now going to be used as a stepping stone for my ascension, Tom said before pulling out his wand made of a brown W. Ood that seemed to be peeling off and opening up his shirt, placing the wand over his heart. Divide Anima. As he cast that spell, sliding the wand downward cut himself before pulling out a small bee. All of blue light and placing it in the chalice while he murmured an unknown language, causing it to produce a black aura similar to the ring on his hand, before placing the chalice in a suitcase before the fog closed in. As the fog dissipated, showing an alleyway where a young woman was following a dark-haired man with waxy skin before the man turned to throw a ball of green light, then using the same spell at Hepzibah's. Placed another ball inside the locket. This time, when the fog dissipated shows a room with 3 figures in black cloaks and skull-like masks kneeling to a pale-skinned man with red eyes. Recognizing the man as Tom or what is left of him sitting at the end of the table. Welcome, my friends, I called you 3 for a very special assignment. Now, Lucius, I want you to keep this safe, Tom said. Passing a black book to the figure named Lucius. As you wish, master, what is it? Lucius said while whispering the latter. Something that will open the chamber secrets, when the time is right, now, Bella. I want to place this inside Gringotts, Tom said, handing the chalice to Bella. It'll be done, my lord, I'll make sure those goblins double protection on my vault, Bella declared. Now, young Regulus, I require your elf for this task, Tom said to the last one, who seemed to be the youngest out of the 3. Of course, my lord, creature will not fail you. Regulus said as a healthier creature elf stepped forward. As Tom and creature stepped out of the fog onto a small island in some type of cave. Drink elf, Tom ordered, standing over a basin with some type of green liquid. As creature drank the liquid he seemed to be composing, after drinking the last drop, Tom dropped the locket inside the basin. It filled back up with a similar liquid before making its way to a small nearby boat. My lord, wait, help me, creature called as the boat started to pull away. No worries, elf, you should consider this a great honor of testing the security system of this place. Tom said with a dark chuckle as several pale humanoids surrounded the elf before he popped away. A few moments later the elf returned with a young man with black hair. Is this the place, creature? The young man said, looking around. Yes, Master Regulus, but why are we here? Creature asked as Regulus pulled out a similar-looking locket. Creature, when you see the locket, I want you to switch them and leave here without me. That's an order, creature. You must promise me you will do whatever in your power to destroy that locket. Tell no one, Regulus said as he chugged the liquid down. Reviewing the locket before swapping them as the pale humanoids approached. Go creature, go. Regulus yelled as he was dragged into the water. Grimald Place dining room. Blake. Sirius snapped the catgirl out of her thoughts as she looked around before realizing she was sitting in the dining room with Sirius and Moody, who were sitting in front of her. Are you right there, lass? Moody asked as Blake said she was. Good now, do you mind telling us, what in the bloody hell was that thing that, Moody yelled, making the cat girl flinch before she was talking about the boggart. And murmured her answer. Grim. Moody and Sirius thought as Sirius cursed to himself, you know about this? Moody asked Sirius. Not just saw the name and a mild description saying they were creatures of destruction. That would stop at nothing from exterminating humanity. Do you have to deal with those things 24/7? Sirius asked. Technically, our jobs are closer to an horror. But 8% of the time we have to deal with them, though that one is a new one, Blake said before she saw their confused looks. They come in multiple variants, something as simple as human-sized jackets to birds that are as big as a horned tail, Blake explained as the two wizards gave each other looks as they visualized the creatures. Now, recently we found a new Grim that was stronger and smarter than the others. I take it Grim isn't that smart, Moody asked as Blake gave him a so-so wave. Usually, the older ones wait before striking, otherwise, they head straight for you, but from what I heard from this one, I know what a meat shield was. Anticipated attacks and counter them, and it went for specific targets and was able to speak, but most shocking was after we landed. A big hit on it showed there was a person inside of it. Blake said. And who was the woman? Sirius asks. Our Dark Witch Salem, mistress of the Grim, Blake said as the group heard a crash upstairs. Miss Belladonna, did you ever say how long it takes to get this semblance? Moody asked as he stared upstairs. Well, it depends from person to person, some as soon as their aura is unlocked, while others may take years. Why? Blake asked, but Moody didn't answer, only murmuring, teenagers. So, from what Black has told me, you can see where items have been, so where did this little trinket come from? Moody asks poking the now bullet-ridden locket. Voldemort killed someone named Hepzibah, taking it along with a chalice he used some type of spell. Does divide anima mean anything to you? Blake asked as the wizards shared a worried look. Yeah, wish I hadn't, Sirius said as Blake caught sight of Creature the elf by the doorway. Creature, I believe this belongs to you, Blake said. Tossing the locket as it skidded towards Creature, surprised at the damage. You brought this abomination here, elf. Moody yelled before Blake explained the story as he finished. The two wizards settled down with Sirius mumbling to himself. Reggie, why didn't you come for me? How? Creature tried everything, but didn't leave a scratch on it. Who did this? Creature asked. Well, Ruby was the one who roasted it. The holes were from me, Blake said. The silver-eyed girl, is she unwell? The elf asked. A bad reaction to a boggart, Blake said as Creature had a determined look before popping away. Where did he go? Sirius asked. Went to help Potter with something, Moody said as a thought hit me that the locket was leaking the same smudge that was in Harry's scar. You know, that sludge that was in the locket looked very similar to the one that was in Harry's scar. Are they related? Blake said, I'll take those looks you two are sharing as a yes, probably they're also similar to the others. What others? The two wizards yelled. He used the same spell on the cup and most likely a book and a ring, which he gave the cup and the book to someone named Bella and Lucius, Blake explained. Can you describe these items? Moody asked. As Blake was doing that, she caught a lemony scent, turning around to see Yong before Yong pulled her into her chest. Hey, so this is where you disappeared to, Yong said. Kissing her cat ears, making Blake flustered. Is there a problem here, boys? Yong said as she noticed their looks. Nope, as far as I'm concerned, whoever you let your heart in is your business. Technically I dated a few blokes myself just to get my parents mad, Sirius said as Moody said he didn't care either. So how is Ruby? Sirius asks. Better than before, Yong said as her gaze locked onto the locket. So this little trinket was the cause of all this trouble, Yong said, picking it up with her non-prosthetic hand and crushing it like a tin can, tossing it into nearby garbage. The two wizards gave her a shocked look. What, did you need it for something, and what was that thing anyway? Yong asks. As Yong asked, the two wizards seemed to be having a silent competition. Are you planning on telling anyone else? Because this information could be very harmful if it gets out. Moody said. The only ones we're planning on telling are my sister, Weiss, and John, maybe Neo. Yang said. What about Harry? Blake asks. Leave that to me. Now these items are one of the darkest pieces of magic ever known. It is a form of immortality by splitting your soul and placing it in an item that will keep its creator in the physical world even if his or her body is destroyed. They go by several names, soul containers, anchors, but they are known as Horcruxes, Sirius said. How does one split one's soul? Yang asked as she felt Blake's hand slip into her own. Murder, killing in cold blood, cracks the soul, then, as Blake here witnessed with the use of a spell, breaks a piece off before the murderer places his or her soul inside of an item and then hides it, Sirius said. Will, that's great for all we know, one of these Horcruxes could be a grain of sand that's in the middle of nowhere, Yang said as her eyes flash red. Luckily, the items Belladonna described seemed to belong to the founders of Hogwarts, so the other items are most likely of great importance as well, Moody said. So something museum-worthy? Blake asked as the two wizards nodded. Okay, so how can these things be destroyed? You have to make sure the item is beyond repair. Which is harder than it seems with all the protection that can be put on it. You need something like the venom of a basilisk or fiend fire to even scratch it, and apparently, whatever Ms. Rose did. What was that anyway? Moody asked. Well, from what I understand, people with silver eyes have an ability where they can produce a flash of light that can cut down Grim with one look, and no. You are not using my sister as a lab rat, Yang said as she glared at Mad Eye. Now no one is using anyone as a lab rat. We were only asking because it seems one of the safer options to destroy them. With fire being almost impossible to control, and a basilisk hadn't been sighted in Britain for years, Sirius said as Blake and Yang left the room. Grimald placed John's and Harry's room. As Yang and Blake made their way upstairs to check on John, as they entered the room, they came across a sight of Weiss standing over his bed. John, meanwhile, was unconscious with a block of ice on his head. How is he? Blake asked as she and Yang walked in. They said he should be fine. That thing whatever it is slammed him into the ground. I literally saw his neck brand, Weiss saw. It is Yang and Blake looked over and saw John who had one eye open and his lips curved up for a moment before resetting his face as Weiss turned back. Yang with a mischievous smirk walked over to John's bed grabbing the block of ice and dropping it on his stomach making John sit up. Cold. John shouted as he looked over to a laughing Yang. Not cool, John mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. Welcome to the land of the living. Vomit boy, Yang said playfully, slapping John's shoulder. What was that thing? Weiss asks as she sits down next to John, who glares at Yang. A boggart. A creature that takes the form of what makes them fear the most, and technically we're all to blame for its form, Blake said. So, where did you disappear to, Blake? Weiss asks as Blake explains her findings on the locket. So you're saying Voldemort made these things? John said as he turned a little green with Weiss rubbing his back. At least 5 of them, 2 of which are already destroyed, Blake said. And you said they might be museum-worthy. Did they even have museums here? Weiss asked. If they do, it'll be the first place they will be looking. If I made something like that, I would hide it somewhere remote and dangerous, like an island with an active volcano, and make it so that if the item is ever moved, what causes it to erupt, John said. Well, let's hope Moldy Wart doesn't do it. Yang said as Harry walked into the room. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Harry said nervously. It's fine, we're just leaving. How is Ruby? Yang asked. Oh, she's good, a lot better now, Harry said. Scratching his cheek. Yang noticed a slight grace mark on his cheek, giving him a knowing smile as she and the 2 other girls headed back to their room for the night. Grimald Place Library. The following day Harry sat in the library looking through a few books coming across a few spells like some good spells to use in a duel including an interesting spell called Mystia Farum, a charm that produces a blade of pure magic out of the tip of a wand, and a potion that will allow the user see or interact with someone they are close to, at least with this one WOU. LD let Ruby and her friend's family know they're alright. Harry thought as he read that it needed some flow powder and water from a pensieve before he noticed a few rose petals looking behind him to see Ruby herself, who had her hands behind her back as she was leaning forward with a smile and humming to herself. *1. She seems to be back to herself, and why do I have the feeling to thrash whoever makes that smile fade? Harry thought, is there something you need, Ruby? I have to show you something, she answered before Harry could answer. She left him out of his seat and, in a burst of petals, took off somewhere. Nearly boiling over a confused Hermione. Sometime later, as the 2 came to a stop near the hallway before Ruby, we walked over a candlestick, pulling it down, revealing it to be a lever as it reset a part of the wall that folded away, revealing a hidden room. What the? Harry sputtered as he looked over at Ruby, who had this childlike grin. Secret door, Ruby sighed. As she walked in before taking a seat in one of those spinning chairs. Ruby, what is this place? Harry asked as he looked around, taking notes of several jars and blocks of wood around the room. This Leo Black's workshop. You know the guy that wrote that book? Apparently, he left a map to his workshop here. Unfortunately, he took all of his finished work with him, leaving the supplies and the instructions on how to make them. Ruby explained. How do you know these are still usable, Ms. Rose? Moody said as he stood near the doorway. Well, I might have borrowed one of those detectors that were lying around. And it said they were still good, Ruby said while she was whistling innocently under the retired oar's glare. So how is this going to work? Moody asked as he leaned against the doorway. Well, it says here that Harry needs to reach out with his magic to see if any other materials call out to him, Ruby explains as Harry looks at her before looking around the room. Just close your eyes and feel, Ruby said as Harry did that. At first, he didn't sense anything, then he caught a nutty smell, then as he opened his hand, a block of wood sorted into it. Whoa, Harry said, fumbling the block. Look like you got yourself some hazel, you should be careful with that one, Potter. They are known to reflect their master's emotional state and act out either sometimes over or underpowering spells, however. They are very loyal till the end and are known to produce some impressive feats of magic, Moody commented as Harry set the block down before trying again this time. Hearing the sound similar to a thunderstorm, I see all the way to a shelf picking up a golden feather before Harry called to go back. He heard something similar to a hoarse whinny as he caught sight of a small glass jar with several black strings. Picking those up at well, sitting the feather and the jar down on the workbench. I was not expecting this to be here. What I believe is a thunderbird feather, Moody said, giving a slight blow whistle. There is a wandmaker in America who is known to use these. It is said his wands are very powerful but difficult to master. Thunderbird feathers are known for their transfiguration work and have a habit of casting spells on their own if they sense danger. These are here, Moody said, picking up the jar. I have no idea what these are. Hey, Black, get your ass in here, Moody shouted as he noticed Black walking down the hall. Do you recognize this? I didn't believe this room existed. Who found this one? Sirius asked as Ruby explained her story of how she found it. Then Harry saw Hermione stick her head out the doorway. What are you guys talking about? There's nothing in that jar, Hermione said. You don't. Have you ever been to a funeral, Miss Granger? Or witnessed someone close to you pass? Moody asked before she said no. Thestrals, horse-like creatures with bat-like wings that can only be seen by those who understand death. I heard rumors that there is a wand out there made out of elder wood and thestral tail hair, but it's believed to be a fairy tale, Sirius said, before giving them a summary of the story. IHEA wrote a similar story that the Peverells made similar items, but I don't put much thought into fairy tales because if there's a physical being that calls itself death and it felt cheated, it would have taken them anyway, and for all we know, those items are properly booby-trapped and will only work for them or their bloodline, Moody said. To my experience, I found out fairy tales ended up being true. So what you said about them being booby-trapped, there are a few huntsmen put some security on their weapons in case they ever got turned on them, mostly them away to disable. Also heard there's a few that add a sub-destruct feature on them. Ruby said her opinion but sounded a little downtrodden when she said the latter. So now what? Harry asked as reserved materials on the deck. Now you just need to place the wood on this pedestal and visualize what the wand will look like, Ruby said, waving to a pedestal that had some runes on it as Hermione asked questions that got ignored. Ms. Rose, are you sure this is safe? Moody asked Ruby, who made a so-so shrug. Come on, Harry, just leave it. It's probably easier just to go to Ollivanders. Come on now, you two aren't suggesting this, right? Hermione said. Harry placed a block on a pedestal. The only downside I see if he gets caught with an unregistered wand is that he may get a few fines. Sirius, he is your godson, you get the final say, Moody said as he got some protective barriers up just in case. I've never seen something like this. It might be something to experience, and it is Harry's project. I'm just here to supervise, Sirius said as he passed around some goggles. As Harry looked over to Ruby, who was showing him what he was supposed to do before placing his hands together like the picture she was showing in focus. His magic on the pedestal as the runes started to grow and appear on the two ends with a block before one side began to rotate and pushed inward, carving the block up as it started to look wand-like. Feather and a piece of heartstring levitated as the heartstring inserted itself into the feather's quill and intertwined around it before getting encased in the wood as it was entirely inside the Wand seemed to heat up before flashing a bright light as it dims down, revealing the finished wand before Harry steps up to it, picking it up. As he was moving it around, testing its weight and balance, he noticed it was a light tan color, which got darker at the handle as the handle itself had a slight curve. It was about 11.5 inches, and it seems a bit stiffer than his old one. However, there is a small notch at the top of the handle where it curves and a small horizontal gash on the tip, forming what looks like a mouth. Before he placed it, his right palm tested the grip and notice. It was slightly uncomfortable before looking over at Ruby, who was twirling some type of tool in her left hand, before realizing and switching to his left as it felt better, before tightening his grip and placing his thumb on the notch that is on the handle with his index finger over it. When he tightened his hold, a sudden wind blew around the room as the wand sent out green-silver sparks from the tip. I take it as a good sign? Ruby asked before Harry decided to light up his wand, illuminating the entire room and hallway. I take that as a yes, Harry said with a mischievous grin, only for Ruby to slap his shoulder right before they were interrupted by Mad Eye, who coughed. Black, did you say you found a sparring room upstairs? Moody asked Sirius, who nodded. Potter, you have 2 minutes, and you better be up there. As Moody and Sirius left the room, dragging Hermione out of the room to two teens alone in awkward silence. Well, I might as well get going before he decides to crack a whip on me. Harry said. Hold on, you're going to be needing these, Ruby said, tossing over some wand holsters. Thank you, Harry said before deciding to do something bold, pressing his lips on Ruby's forehead before leaving the room, not before running into the door. Smooth Potter, very smooth, he groaned, leaving a flustered Ruby. Grimmauld Place training room. All right, Potter. Let's start with a simple target practice, Moody said as he conjured up some targets and sent them flying randomly over the room. As Harry drew his thunder wand, he was observing the errand. And noticed the crowd with Ruby and her companions on one set of bleachers and everyone else on another set as Moody, Sirius, and Tonks were standing in front of the stadium before he sent a few flares at the targets. So, Potter got himself a new wand, Merlin. What's in that thing? Tonks asked as she and the audience witnessed the flares smashing the targets to pieces. Haze 11 and in a half inches stiff with a thunderbird feather that has thestral heart string wrapped around its core. In layman's terms, if Potter can tame that wand, it's going to be extremely loyal and go to pack a punch. Moody said while slightly impressed with the boy's speed before conjuring some mannequins to see what Potter would do. Harry, behind you, Ruby yelled as Harry turned, shooting 3 spells. Expelliarmus, Flipendo, Depulso. As the 3 red flares race over to the mannequins, the first one hits the hand that a wand was in, causing it to shatter, the second knocks its mannequin over. And the third throws the last one into a wall, cracking it. Man, I pity whoever is at the spare with him, Tonks said, but she should have kept her mouth shut. That's an excellent idea, Potter. Nymphadora here had just agreed to spar with you. Let's see how you do against an opponent fighting back, Moody said as Tonks, who's now a redhead, glared at him before walking up to Potter. On my left, we have Mr. Lightning Bolt himself, Harry Potter, Ruby called out like she was calling out a wrestling match as a set of applause sounded in the room, with Blake waving some flags with green lightning bolts on them. Come on, Potter. Show this pig what you are made out of, Neo thought. On my right, we have the shape-shifting aura Nymphadora. Don't call me that, Tonks, Ruby called out. This time getting some crickets and a boo from Neo. So much for the home team, Tonks mumbled as the other wizards debated on who to cheer for. Alright, remember this is a sparring match, so I don't want to see any spells that would do any permanent damage. You may begin when you're ready, Moody said. As Harry was about to send a spell at Tonks, she sent a stunner, which ended up hitting his chest. But the spell ended up smacking into a greenish-silver barrier as he looked up to see Tonks, whose jaw seemed to drop before being interrupted by Neo. Is that all you got, pig? I bet you my grandmother can hit harder than that. While holding her sides in a burst of belly laughter. Hey, do you mind letting the audience know what we talked about over there? Sirius said as Weiss turned a projector on her scroll to show the remnants and Harry's mugshots beside some large green bars. Well, you see, from where we come from, we produced this energy barrier we call an aura that tempo rarely protects us from most life-threatening injuries, Weiss said, getting everyone's attention. As you can see, we have ways of tracking that are useful for tournaments. Think of them as our verse. Ion of Duelinger to let us know when to retreat, Blake said as the audience looked to the screen, only to see the bar next to Harry down by 1%. How is that even fair? Tonks whined. Street Rules 101. There are going to be those that aren't going to play nice, and the second rule is, should you be turning your back on your opponent? Neo asked. as Tonks almost failed to produce a shield charm. As Harry cast his stunner which cracked her shield and dropped his aura by 10% earning the remnant's attention, deciding to end it quickly Tonks sent her a string of hex one of which would have hit H. Ari's face if he didn't block it was hand, which phased into a green electric field before dissipating and somehow charging his aura to full. Harry, cousin, pal, look I didn't mean for, Tonks rambled. Not liking the look in Harry's eyes before he raised his wand as an electric field flowed out of his arm and into the wand before casing. Flipendo. This time, a greenish-blue flare that was the size of a softball shot out of his wand over to where Tonks was as she put up another shield, only for it to break through and hit her in the chest, sending her flying through a wall. When the audience peered down the hallway to see Tonks lifting herself. Did anyone get the license plate on that erumpent? She mumbled before flopping back down. When the wizards went over to check on her, as the remnants looked over in worry before their gaze up the screen to see Harry's aura is down to 50% as the boy seemed to flicker a silver green as he tried to catch his breath. Ruby was the first to reach him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you all right there, Harry? Yeah, I'm fine. Is Tonks all right? Harry said as he looked over to see Tonks sitting up, who looked like she was seeing stars. Well, there is some good news, Mr. Potter. I believe we found your semblance. It seems at the moment it's some form of energy manipulation, like when you absorb one of Tonks's spells, it recharged your aura and uses it to supercharge yours. Whis said with a thoughtful look as the other revenants walked up. It's just a small concussion you live, Moody said to Tonks before repairing a wall and turning the remnants. Ms. Rose, I leave the rest of Potter's training to you. Now, we just have a minute. Why is it Potter is getting this special training? Ron asked, his jealousy taking over. Well, they are the current main experts on the subject, Sirius answered. Shouldn't we be getting this aura as well? Hermione said, looking forward to some new knowledge. You know, there is something you can do to earn it, perhaps. Neo said, smiling to herself at the idea of getting some servants, which Blake quickly popped. As long as they get their guardian's permission, that is, Blake said as the Weasleys asked their father. Who said he would think about it? I don't think my parents would mind their muggles, Hermione said. Did they even know you're here? Blake asks seriously before, mumbling to herself when Hermione answers. Until I get either of your guardians' permission, there is nothing we can do, Blake said. As the wizards left the room. Sometime later. You know IW. Asn't expecting this when you said you're going to help train my aura, Harry said, sitting cross-legged with the others. Why were you expecting some super secret techniques? Young teased before he went back to meditating. As Harry was meditating, his thoughts were plagued with the information he found. You know, I think I might have something to help contact anyone you left home. That got the remnants' attention as Harry continued. It's a potion that will allow the user to see or interact with someone they are close to. The book was old and not in good condition. What I got was that it dead some flow powder and water from a pensieve. Thank you, Harry. I'll take a look at it myself when I get a moment. Anything else? Blake asks. Well, I found another spell that seems interesting, might as well just show you. Harry said, jumping up and drawing his wand, placing his hand on the tip of the wand. Mistia Ferrum. He cast and from the tip produced a small beam of blue light, forming a 3-foot blade of light. Amazing the others, as he struggled to lift the blade. All right over there, Harry. Ruby asked before he ended up dropping the blade, making it dissipate, not before. Scratching the floor and almost cutting his foot. Do you even know how to use a sword? Weiss asked Harry, but before he could answer, there was a small ruckus downstairs catching their attention. As they head downstairs into the dining room to see a short, red-haired man snooping around, before he turns around to see the new guest, making him jump. What are you kids doing in here? He asked. Standing. Who are you? Young asked. Mundungus Fletcher, dealer of wizarding artifacts. Mundungus introduced himself, waving over the bag full of artifacts, including a red box-like object which caught Ruby's eye as she picked the box up. Hey, be careful with that thing, it almost took my leg off, Mundungus warned. Where did you find her? Ruby said, inspecting the box before pressing AB. Uten and folding it out into a 6-foot scythe that seems to be fused with some type of rifle, twirling it like a baton, and placing the end blade into the floor. Great, you have your overgrown farming tool back, Neo said sarcastically. I take it that belongs to you. Harry asked as Ruby nodded. Yep, I built Crescent Rose here myself. It took a lot of work, but it paid off, sweetheart. Here, it can slice through Grim like butter and has enough firepower to punch right through titanium, Will explained while expecting her baby. Now hold on here, how do I know that's even yours? Munden. Gust asked before Ruby pointed out that at the base of the scythe blade was a signature with her name. So is there a finder's fee, love? Mundungus asked greedily, getting a glare from Young and Harry. How about this? You get a good feeling about returning something to its owner, Young said as her lilac eyes turned purple. Look Missy, I have money to make, I can't get my goods for free here, Mundungus said. Which was a bad move on his part. Missy, you know, many people call me a lot of names in my time, but you can call me sir, Young said, shoving Mundungus into a chair and placing T.H.E. barrel on one gauntlet towards his groin. Listen here, little man, you're going to forget you ever saw Crescent Rose, and you're going to walk out of here taking your junk with you, or I will serve you some Rocky Mountain oysters. Got it, Young said. Her eyes flashed red as Mundungus nodded his head rapidly. When Young turned away, Mundungus, deciding to be a fool, pulled out his wand intending to hex her in the back. But before he could say a spell, in a blur of green, Harry grabbed his arm. His hand surged with green electricity, making Mundungus kneel as Harry twisted his arm, causing Fletcher to drop his wand. Fortunately for Fletcher, Sirius and Moody entered the room when they heard the commotion. Fletcher, what in the hell are you doing here? Moody snarled at the man, but before Mundungus could say anything, Neo whistled for their attention. Hey, dog, isn't this your china? Neo thought out as she pointed to the plates and silverware that were in one of those bags before. Pulling out a folder and taking a look at it before tossing it to Moody, who also looked at it, only to look up, giving a glare at Mundungus, who decided to make a run for it. Oh no, you don't, carpe retractum. Moody snarled as an orange web-like spell shot out of his wand and wrapped around Mundungus's neck and torso, pulling him back into the room for him to see the murderous look on Moody's face before Moody brought up his cane and swung it at the unfortunate thief. Grimald Place Kitchen. So, can someone tell me what happened here? Dumbledore asked as he looked at a now bound and unconscious Mundungus Fletcher. As the remnants and the other order members sat around the table. As I said, Fletcher was caught stealing, and I meant I might have gone a little overboard, but, Mood. Weiss said before he slanted the folder over as the others looked in it as the order members who had lighter mortality gave Fletcher glares. I knew he was in some shady stuff, but if I would have known it was this. Oh my god, Mrs. Weasley said as she peeked inside the folder before she could go to her howler mode. Sirius cut in. Mad Eye, you better get this piece of scum out of my sight before I do something I would regret. Sirius snarled after he looked at the folder. My pleasure, and knowing Bones as I do, she might be tempted to lock this scumbag in a cupboard with a Dementor, Moody said with a dark chuckle as he left Dumbledore pinching the bridge of his nose before he looked over to the remnants. There is another matter we need to discuss, Sirius said, cutting off Dumbledore, from a reliable source. I believe we know there are at least 3 more of Riddle's soul shards out there. After hearing that, Dumbledore turned to Sirius before looking back at the remnants, who didn't look surprised. Blake here was the one to discover the information after her friends took down the boggart, Sirius said as Dumbledore's thoughts were on the boggart and how it ended up blinded and burned. Sirius waved over to Blake for her to explain her findings. To make this simple, ever since my team and I arrived here, we have been receiving new abilities like telepathy, true speak, in my psychometry. The ability to see where an object has been. So what did you see? Dumbledore hummed as Blake continued. Well, I saw what I believe might be what the others are. A black book which he gave to someone named Lucius. A cup he took from Hepzibah and gave to Bella, and a ring that had a big black stone. A black book. I believe I encountered it about 2 years ago when it possessed a student to unleash a basilisk at Hogwarts, which I used one of its fangs to stop, Harry said, grasping his arm where the fang had stabbed him, while getting a look from Sirius and Ruby. Oh, these Horcrux are a type of immortality, and as long as they are around, so will he. Alright, good luck on your scavenger hunt, Mr. Bolt. You said you found something that might lead us back home, Neo asked Harry, who nodded as she got up to leave. Now hold on, from what we heard, you people can give the Death Eaters a run for their money, Hestia Jones said. There is one tiny little problem with that. What's in it for me? Why should I stick my neck out for a bunch of inbreds who can't even save themselves? Neo said while getting a glare from half of the purebloods. Right should ha. They expected this from a bunch of mercenaries, Emmeline Vance said, sparking a fire in Ruby before the argument could continue. Enough, they have their problems to worry about, and we have our problems to worry about, Sirius said before he sent the remnants off to do their own thing. Now, do we have any word on his plans on breaking out his followers soon? Because it might be a wise decision to set up the ones currently locked up with a date with the Dementors, Moody said as some of the other order members realized he had a point. Leave that to me, you just worried about protecting prophecy, Dumbledore said. What is even in that prophecy? If what you just said is true, shouldn't Harry know what's in it? Sirius said. Harry has too much on his plate to worry about that. What I am more worried about is how little he spends time with his friends, Dumbledore said. Oh, you mean the ones you told not to contact Harry? I have no problem with the ones he is currently with, Sirius said. Though that Neo girl, I have a feeling she's not as nice as the others. Then there is another thing, what if they did open a portal back to their home? What's stopping something from coming in like those grim creatures? And from what I heard they can be a bit of a handful, Moody said. Then we will deal with it when we get there, Sirius said, and with nothing else to report, the Res. T of the Order went about their daily business with Moody dragging Fletcher away past camouflaged Neo, who gave them a curious look. London. It was rush hour in London as people and vehicles were moving in and out of stores and up and down roads. Moving with the crowd was a black-haired girl with green eyes and a familiar black bowler hat. Now you may be wondering why someone like Neo would be walking around here instead of inside of a house full of mostly goody-goodies. Well, it's that in her curiosity. After hearing them talking about a so-called prophecy and doing some research in Sama out decided against my judgment to check it out, Neo thought as she moved down an abandoned alleyway with the red phone booth, which is one of the entrances inside the Ministry of Magic. It was this stealing a coin and flushing yourself down a toilet. Neo gagged at the thought as she stepped inside the booth to realize it was some type of weird contraption you would find in a museum or your grandparents' home. You know, for a secret civilization that likes to stay secret, you would think they will keep up with the times, Neo thought, thinking about those tech shops she passed coming here. Why? The products were not remnant standard yet but were slowly advancing in quality. Then again, said civilization is controlled by inbred fascists that probably never set foot on the other side of their borders. Neo thought after a few tries before figuring out how it works and inputting the password. Hello, welcome to the Ministry of Magic, please state your business, someone said inside the booth. School project, Neo said as the booth spit out a silver badge and the floor dropped from under her. Ministry of Magic. As Neo steps out of the booth and onto a large atrium with many fire places, a witch or wizard flashes out every second as she made her way to some elevators. Excuse me miss, but are you the one here for a school project? Someone shouted as the short black-haired Ned to see a square-jawed woman with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle walking towards her. Yes, I have the assignment to write about a dark wizard. Why not one of the worst ones, this Voldemort? Neo asked, causing anyone who heard it to flinch at the name. Why is everyone flinching at the name? Isn't he dead, Mrs. Bones? Amanda Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And to answer your question, during the war with that wizard he put a curse on the name, so anyone that says it ends up being attacked by his goons, so a few of us haven't gotten over the habit, Ms. Bones said as she stared at the short black-haired girl. Natasha Torchwick, so tell me, what's the chief of the magical police doing down here questioning little old me? Don't you have the mugging to stop? Neo said. It's strange, Ms. Torchwick, to have a school student late on vacation walking around here asking questions about dark wizards before her time. What are you looking for that you can't find somewhere else? Bones asked. So is it a crime to wait on your assignment knowing that your family is going to go to Britain, knowingly it has the most information on the subject you're writing about? Neo said as Bones took her to a small library and directed her where to go. As Neo walked through the aisles, looking back to see Bones standing by the doorway, deciding to use overactive imagination to create an illusion of herself before cloaking. She made her way to an elevator, took herself down to level 9, sneaking her way into the Department of Mysteries. After going through a few doors, she finds herself in a room filled with glass orbs, one of which catches her eye. So this is what has caused all this trouble, Neo thought as she stared at the orb that had Harry's and a few others' names on it, stopping herself from picking it up and remembering they were cursed to anyone besides the ones they were written about, taking her parasol to knock it off the shelf, catching it in her hat and wrapping a cloth around it before making her way back. As she made her way back into the aisles to see her clone reading some files before calling the clone over, breaking it to take its place. As Neo went back to the deck, her clone was at reading the files. She had noticed she had information on events up to Voldemort's first attack to the Potter's death, which was not that much. All right with finding everything, Ms. Torchwick, Bones said as she walked up to her. There is one thing I'm surprised Riddle doesn't have a bounty on him, Neo said, catching the Auror off guard before she explains. You see, one of Voldemort's claims he is the heir of one named Salazar Slytherin, so after a bit of research I found the only ones who openly stated they are relatives of his are the Gounts who They a history of inbreeding and violence after her father and brother were locked up. Merope Gaunt somehow got together with her non-magical neighbor Tom Riddle, most likely by magical means. Are you following? As Neo looked over at Bones, who looked like she was still processing what she said before leaving herself and bumping into Tonks. Oh sorry miss, she said as she noticed the girl whose eyes flashed to brown and pink. Neo. How in the, when did you, what are you doing here? Tonks stuttered. Got a little stir crazy, decided to take a walk, and ended up here. Hey, pig, hypothetical quest. Ion, if I told that phone booth I was going to plant a few presents around here, what happens? Neo said as she got a crazy look from Tonks. Grr, let's get back to headquarters, Tonks growls, making her way to the flow network. Aye corporal punishment, Neo said as she stepped through the flow. Grimald Place training room. Meanwhile, Harry was training against some training mannequins, testing his new power. After some testing, he found out his semblance allows him to channel energy into his arms and legs, making him faster and stronger along with making his spells hit harder than before. Now after realizing when he uses his semblance his limbs spark up, so after coming across a book on electrokinesis. Okay, it says here to generate lightning bolts out of the fingertips is to move your arms in a circular motion. Harry thought as he stepped into the ring, facing the mannequins before waving his arms in a circular motion as he flicks his wrists, expecting a lightning bolt to come out of his fingertips, but only to get some sparks, as Harry stared at his hand unimpressed, only to get cut off from his thoughts by someone giggling, turning over to see Ruby by the doorway. Ruby, how long have you been there? Harry asked as he stared at his shoes, which became interesting. I just got here, whatcha doing? Ruby asked, catching Harry off guard. Well, you see, I was doing a little experiment. I noticed when I used my semblance my arms spark up, trying to see if I'm able to toss lightning bolts, Harry explained. Perhaps it just takes some practice, Ruby hummed as Harry thought about it, deciding to try again. Harry started to circle his arms again before flicking his arms out, causing a small explosion and tossing him back. Harry, are you alright? Ruby said as he ran over to him, getting a cough of smoke. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, Harry said as he sat up as Ruby plopped down next to him. Hey, these things take time. Do you know how long it took or me to master my semblance? Well, let me tell you, I was not nearly as fast enough as I was before now, Ruby said, bumping into his shower, causing his lips to twitch before she bursts into flower petals, grabbing the book. Perhaps there is something you miss, like a step or something, Ruby said as she sat down next to him and gave him the book, opening it to the page. But before Harry could start reading, he felt a weight on his shoulder and over to see Ruby, who had her head on his shoulder before turning his head back to the book, ignoring butterflies in his stomach. Lightning generation is a sub-skill of fire magic or pyromancy that allows the user to separate positive and negative energy before directing it into that user's arms and out of the fingertips. To generate lightning, the user must have a clear mind and absolute focus while making circular motions with their arms, collecting the outside energy to charge up the bolts before directing it out of their fingertips at the target. Warning, like any other fire magic, these techniques are hazardous and must be used with extreme caution. Anyone attempting to learn this magic must find some form of inner peace within themselves. Harry read out. Now it tells me, why don't they put these things in the beginning? Harry grumbled as Ruby laughed. What does it mean, inner peace? Well, has there been anything on your mind lately? Ruby asked as Harry's thoughts turned to the graveyard and how helpless he was. Ruby turns to see Harry, who seems lost in his thoughts, and decides to take the initiative. There are a few things I'm not proud of myself. If I was a bit faster and not as reckless, there might be a lot more people still living, but they would want me to keep moving forward, Ruby said as her hand slipped into Harry's. Perhaps the ones you lost would want you to do the same. Harry thought about what she had said and realized she was right, taking a breath and coming to peace with himself. Thank you, Rosie, Harry said as he got up, offering a hand to the girl, who took it before Harry stepped back into the ring. Hold on, I got an idea, Ruby called out as she walked up to him, having him widening STA/NCE and having him extend his index and middle fingers. With her work done, Ruby backed up as Harry faced the mannequins and started to circulate his arms before they began to crackle with electricity. As he placed his hands together and threw them outward as an emerald bolt of lightning shot out of his fingertips, striking the dummy in between the neck and where the breastbone would be, causing a small smokescreen as the two teens to see the mannequin's head to fly off. That was awesome. You did it, Ruby said as she pounced on Harry, wrapping her arms around his neck and knocking Harry over as he rested his hands on her lower back. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, I guess, Harry said, flustered, which Ruby noticed. Are you all right, Harry? Ruby asked as she placed a hand on his forehead and cheek. You don't seem hot. Can you not be snarky for one moment? Someone called out as the two teens went to investigate, coming to the sight of Tonks arguing with Neo. It's part of my charm. Pinky doesn't like it, then too bad. Neo said, polishing her nails. Can't you see we are trying to protect you? What if someone like Malfoy found you? Tonks said, trying to get the thought through her head. Oh Lord have mercy. Don't let those inborn get me. You think I'm scared of them? I bet I can do a better job of getting rid of them than you, Neo said. Is everything all right here? Ruby asked as she stepped inside the room, only for Tonks to leave the room as Neo gave them a what look. Grimald Place RWBY room. Unbelievable, where in the brothers were you thinking, these people G. Avenue is a place to stay and you are antagonizing them, Weiss rented, pinching the bridge of her nose. Ice Queen does have a point, so far they show us nothing but kindness, Young said as Blake brushed Ed her hair, besides a few incidents with the local mother hen, Young thought. I don't know about you Blondie, so far from what I have seen. If we didn't meet a certain wizard they would have had us kicked out long ago, Neo said. And to the only thing I care about going back home by the look they have done squat to help us. Well, we do have to consider that they are in the middle of a war of their own. You have to expect they will be too busy to help us, Ruby pointed out. Hey, Red, why don't you go find your boy toy? I have something to show him, Neo said, which got Ruby red as her cape. Before she could reply, someone knocked on their door. As Blake got up to open the door to see Harry on the other side. Hey wizard, were you standing there the whole time or are you psychic? Neo sighed. As Harry seemed to think for a second before Neo pulled out a small glass orb of her hat. What is that? Ruby asked as Neo tossed the orb to Harry. This red is what everyone in this club has been talking about. Go ahead wizard, smash that thing, Neo said as Harry dropped the orb, causing it to split open. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. A woman's voice echoed. As the voice echoed in the room, Harry was one of the first people to realize what it meant. This is why Voldemort went after my family, Harry thought as his hands sparked before Ruby slipped her hand into his, breaking him from his thoughts. Thanks, Rosie. A part of me knew that I was going to be the one to finish him, Harry said, murmuring the last part. You don't have to do it alone, with one of Beacon's top teams, Team RWBY plus John. Voldemort and his Death Eaters don't stand a chance, Ruby said, giving him an encouraging smile. Sorry Red, but I call dibs on this one. You and your merry band have to wait your turn, B. 'Cause by the sound, as long as that slimeball is still around we might not be able to leave, Neo said, walking over to her cot. You know it's quite impossible to kill him, there are still those Horcruxes out there. Blake said as Neo pulled out a knife bag. Got a plan for that, Neo said as she pulled out a bowie with a blade that looked like it was made out of bone and human-like teeth on the spine. That better not be human. Weiss quietly commented as Neo's hand pushed against the teeth as it seemed they were pulling against her aura. What is that? It's a jawbone of a Dementor, Neo ate as she sheeshed the blade, slinging it up her sleeve. So, what is your plan here? Harry asks as he tries to piece together what she was up to. Simple, find out where they're hiding, shank anyone. Hat comes between me Moldy and claim my pound of flesh, or in this case, a piece of soul. All you need to do is find some type of spell to track its brothers down. Is that possible, dog? Neo thought. Oh, you. T is serious and Moody stepped into the doorway. The idea, in theory, may work, but you're talking about breaking into a home that contains powerful protection charms, which unless they willingly let you in. Otherwise you're not getting in there without them knowing it. Best at worst, well, you don't want to know. Also the matter, I don't think it's wise for you to go and risk having them discover our. Having seen what a wizard with aura can do, now imagine if that ended up in the wrong hands, Moody said as his gazes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably. As if those inborn can ever catch me, I did just fine before, Neo huffed. Those weren't Death Eaters, if anything they were the pawns. What you will be facing is the back row, though they may have claimed to be Imperious, they were Riddle's best warriors. Are you following? Moody asks, only to get a smile from the girl before she dissipates in a pink shimmer, cursing when he noticed the window was open and looked at the others in the room as they gave him an apologetic look before exiting the room, grumbling. Malfoy Manor's front gate. As a small brown rat scurried around before it noticed someone approaching the front gate, hifting into a small rat-like man before he stepped up to the entrance. Who's there? Wormtail said before he noticed the person he was talking to was in a black hooded robe with a skull-like mask. The Dark Lord is not in the right mood right now. you should come back, the man tried to explain before he noticed the person had a small glass ball in their hand as he wanted to take it only to get slapped to his hand. All right, maybe the Dark Lord should see it for himself, he murmured as he opened the gates and walked up to the manor, not noticing the person he was talking to, shimmered Rev. Ealing Neo as she followed him with a skip. As they stepped into the manor before making their way into the drawing room where other Death Eaters were sitting at a long table at the end of which sat a throne-like chair that was facing away from everyone else. Wormtail walked up to the throne talking to the man as Neo sees a newspaper with the headline, "You Know Who, Origins Revealed by Rita Skeeter." It has been 14 years and 10 months since the Dark Wizard known as He Shall Not Be Named, you know who, or better known as Voldemort, was vanquished. There are still not many that can say the name, now. My dear readers, I believe it's time to bring this boogeyman into the light. In the year 1926, a family known as the Gounts once lived in a small shack in Little Hangleton. Now the Gounts were a pure blood family known for insanity and violence along with their inbreeding with their cousins, but the main claim is said to be a direct relation to Salazar Slytherin after her father and brother were arrested for assaulting a muggle. After which the daughter Merope Gaunt ensnared the same muggle that her father and brother assaulted, Tom Riddle, with the use of a love potion most likely. Sometime Merope stops using the potion and Tom went off, leaving Ms. Gaunt and her unborn child to fend for themselves. Later Merope would pass away at Wool's orphanage after having a child who she named after his father. 11 years later Tom was given his acceptance letter by none other than Albus Dumbledore, despite the rumors about what Tom was bullied and the cruelty to animals. Invite him to Hogwarts. In his Hogwarts years, Tom Riddle has been a model student with top grades and was respected by professors until the year 1942-43. The Chamber of Secrets opens, unleashing the monster that petrified 6 students and killed one until the perpetrator was caught by none other than Tom Riddle himself. My dear readers, aren't Tom related to Salazar Slytherin? You all right, that's because he's framed one rube as Hagrid and his Acromantula for the instant. After Hogwarts, Tom Riddle disappeared until 1970 when he came back under a new name and started a bloody war that lasted 11 years until Halloween 1981. The Potters sacrificed themselves to vanquish the Dark Lord, leaving the boy who lived, Harry Potter, but no one knows what happened that night. Dead Harry Potter doing any miracles or something his parents did? For more information on Tom Riddle, turn to page 3. On page 2 are love potions dangerous? Neo read before it burst into flames. What a load of rubbish, what does Skeeter think she's doing? One Walden McNair snarled. I will talk to Barnabas Cuff myself to get this cleared up, Lucius Malfoy said as he got up as a spider-like hand stopped him as the throne turned to show a pale man with snake-like features and red eyes. Enough, while you imbeciles squawked about politics, this one bought me what I asked for. Now give me the prophecy, Voldemort said as he held out his hand. How much is this glass ball worth to you? Neo thought out well, tossing the glass orb up and cashing it. I say, by the looks of this place you can easily on 400 galleons. When the others heard they gave her a look of outrage before Voldemort raised his hand to silence them. Pay the girl what she wants, Voldemort said as Lucius gave him a questionable look for a second before counting out the coins and placing them in a sack, tossing it to her. Now give it to me. As you wish, Neo said as she tossed the orb up and cashed it before walking over to hand it to him. As Voldemort reaches over to grab it, looking up as his eyes thin in concentration before noticing the person shimmered a pink glow as he pulls his arm back, Neo grabs the arm and pulls him out of the throne, turning he orb into the jawbone knife, placing the teeth against his neck as the other Death Eaters pulled out their wands. Last, not do anything hasty here, as you can see you are outnumbered, girly, Lucy. As snarled as Neo's disguise shimmered way. I don't think you get it, you all are outmatched, Neo said as she plunged a knife into Voldemort's side before throwing him at the others and making her out, swinging the bag of gold into Lucius's face and knocking him down. Do not let her escape, I want her alive, Voldemort groaned as he waved his wand to heal himself as the Death Eaters raced down the hall to catch up to her. As Avery, Crabbe, and Walden walk into another room to search for their intruder. Come on out little girl, we won't hurt you too much, Avery called out, only to find a blade protruding from his chest as he fell. His two pals turned only for Crabbe to clench his throat, falling, leaving Walden, who raised his axe before he found both of his knees slashed as you look up. The last thing he saw was his axe slamming down on him. Meanwhile, as Pettigrew walked through a hallway with a dozen others down, Death Eaters bumped into someone with a slight yep. Oh, I thought you were, oh Dragon Dung, Pettigrew said as he realized the person he bumped into was the one they were looking for, only to get hit by an umbrella across the face. As Neo stared down at Pet, I grew and remembered there are a few people who love to talk to him, but before Neo could continue with her plan, a hissing caught her attention, turning to see a giant snake as it rose up its head up Yes, flashing red before it lunged only to find itself impaled on the bone blade as Neo pulls the knife out only to see some black smoke was seen going into one of the teeth after putting the sword awa. Why Neo sweated Pettigrew over her shoulder and disguising themselves before making their way out of the mansion quickly before heading to the gate. As they passed it, Neo typed out on her scroll, "Send the elf to my location like yesterday." A few moments later Keecher popped in before seeing unconscious Pettigrew. "Well, what are you doing, elf? Get me out of here," Neo said as Keecher disapparates back with Pettigrew for the ride. Grimald Place training room. Meanwhile, some of the residents at Grimald Place observed green and red blurs zooming around the training room. On closer inspection, the blurs were Harry and Ruby sparring with pieces of bamboo, Harry wielding his like a sword while Ruby wielded hers like a staff. "Is it just me, or is this sparring session turning into more of a dance?" Yang said as she noticed the smiles on their faces as Harry paired Ruby's movements blow for blow. "Like you didn't turn yours, so make out section," Weiss answered as Blake whistled innocent L. "Why?" as Harry paired another blow, locking the sticks together. "You got better, Harry, and you managed to keep up with me," Ruby said. "Thank you, but I got you right where I want you," Harry said as Rub. Why used the other end of her bamboo to swipe his legs and place one end towards his neck before she offered him a hand to pull him up as her scroll pined. "Does anyone know where Creature is?" Ruby asks as said elf pops in. "You called Lady Rose," Creature said as he stood up with intention, making the occupants jump. "Well, I need you to find Neo and bring her," Ruby explained as Creature popped away mid-sentence. Back. A few moments later Creature pops back with two black hooded figures which made the occupants reach for their weapons. "Calm down, you numbskulls, it's me," Neo said, shaking the illusion off, which made the others lower their weapons before looking at the other hooded figure. "Who's that?" Blake asks as she stared at the other one. The illusion broke off him as well, revealing a rat-like man. "I never returned empty-handed, kitty cat, and I brought some takeout," Neo said as she tossed the dagger to Blake, who quickly caught it as everyone else looked over to the man as Harry's eyes glowed. "Pettigrew," he growled as the man started to stir, sitting up before he noticed the other people in the room. "Harry," Pettigrew asks before taking off to the door only to bump into Sirius as he fell back. "What the wormy?" Sirius said, shocked as he looked around the room. "If I had time I would have wrapped him up for you," Neo said as she polished her nails. "Creature, the prime fluorine Fortescue still in the cold storage, why don't you go fetch it?" Sirius said as the elf walked out of the room with Neo. After they left the room, Sirius turned to Pettigrew with a sinister smile as the rat backed up into Harry, who gave him a cold look right as Peter noticed his legs glow a silver green before Harry brought his right foot back and delivered a kick which hit him in the chest, sending him flying across the room into the bleachers, which broke. "Harry, aren't you supposed to be saying 4? Sirius commented with a slight smirk. "Don't you need him alive with dead? You will be on the run for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you can't hurt him. For everything he did I wouldn't blame you, and if any of us were in your shoes he might be brought in a little tender. But at least keep him in one piece," Blake said as Sirius groaned a bit before flicking his wand to lift Pettigrew out of the bleachers, tossing him around the room for a few minutes before bouncing him into the floor in front of Remus, who looked down at him like he was a piece of dirt before Remus lifts Pettigrew to his feet. "Mooney, please have mercy, please," Wormtail begged, only to get a knee to his gut. "You are lucky we need you alive, or Mooney might have a new chew toy on the next full moon," Remus snarled as his eyes glowed an amber color, as he threw Pettigrew across the room, sliding him close to the remnants. "Girls, please help me," Wormtail cried, which unknown to him made Harry's hands sparkle. Why did you betray them? From what I heard, Harry's dad treated you Ike family, so why did you choose that maniac over them?" Ruby asked as she had a look that was between disgusted and pity. "The Order was losing as the Death Eaters were allowed to use any spell they wanted. We were not allowed to use anything as harmful as a stunner. It's not like someone like you would understand. You're only a filthy mudblood," Peter said before getting hit by a surge of lightning from Harry, ARRG. Before it stops, leaving Peter smoking and wheezing. "If you so much as whispered that word again, the next blast is not going to be light," Harry snarled, shaking his hand free from smoke. "When did you start doing that?" Remus asks astonishingly. "Oh, I was curious what would happen if I spread my fingers apart. Apparently, it lowers the power, but it's still effective," Harry said as Moody came into the room. "Hey, you do know someone is going to have to bring him into the ministry, and how would that person explain what happened to this one?" Moody rented, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Don't you fellows have spells that can heal most injuries, so why not let them blow some steam off against the one that made their life miserable? As for cashing him, that might take some muggle magic." Neo said as she ate her ice cream. What do you mean muggle magic? Sirius asked. I believe those twins have some fireworks if rework can be made into decent fire bombs. I sent their abandoned buildings at that shopping center, Neo said. There is one problem, how do you know the Death Eaters will show up? Moody asks as Neo snapped her fingers as an illusion of Lord Voldemort appeared. Oh. Diagon Alley. As the shoppers were walking in and out of stores, a dozen black smoke clouds flew above them before perching themselves on top of some buildings. The smoke dissipated, revealing themselves to be black-cloaked wizards before a pale wizard perching himself on the tallest building, raising his wand and shooting a beam of light which hit a few buildings, causing the to explode, sending debris into the crowd, pushing them to scatter. Moments later, several other individuals in red cloaks entered the shopping area with Amanda Bones leading them as they saw the individual on the tallest building. It can't be, that's impossible, it's him. The Aurors mumbled, with Bones the only one keeping a straight face as the pale wizard turned back to smoke and buzzed over the Aurors' heads. Don't let him escape, and can someone stop them as well? Bones commanded as she spotted the wizards flying down into the other alleyways. The Aurors followed them and Bones chased after the pale wizard, who seemed to disappear without a trace. As they regrouped to report that the others disappeared too before they saw one of the cloaked figures hovering about their heads being dragged by Alistair Moody. Sergeant Moody, what brings you in town, my friend? Bones said as she holstered her wand. I happened to be in the area, caught this slimeball trying to sneak past me, and what did I tell you about wand safety? Moody said, dropping said slimeball onto the ground. Knowing you have him restrained so tight I'm surprised he is even breathing, and by the looks of it the others have left. Bones said as she pulled the mask off, revealing Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew. But isn't he supposed to be dead? Bones asks as she notices his right hand is made out of silver. And curiosity got the better of her, lifting his sleeve to see a familiar tattoo. Proudfoot, Savage, take him into the Ministry holding cells. Don't let anyone in unless it's mere Scrimgeour, Bones ordered. As the two took Pettigrew away, Bones turned back to Moody. You know I can talk to Scrimgeour to have you reinstalled, especially if who I think might be back, Bones said. Thanks for the offer, but I had to sleep on it, Moody said as he turned away before calling out, oh, by the way, you may want to look into Black's case file. Thanks, I will, Bones said as she returned to the Ministry of Magic to look for said case file, which had nothing. There was nothing, only that he was captured and was tossed into Azkaban, Bones thought as she made her way into the Wizengamot chambers, bumping into Scrimgeour. Amelia, you seem to be in a hurry, is everything all right? Scrimgeour asked. I've been going through some old case files on Sirius Black, but it only has his cap to reform. Besides that, it seems like he was just tossed into Azkaban, Bones said as they entered the chambers. Well, we were in the middle of a war, there were going to be a few cases rushed, but all the evidence seemed pretty obvious. Scrimgeour said. Tell that to Peter Pettigrew, who I have locked up in the holding cells, Bones said as they stopped bluntly as Scrimgeour gave her a "Are you sure" look. With all those flushing potions I have in his system, I even tried DNA testing, so unless necromancy got good enough to back someone just the way they were, it's him. Tell me more about this DNA testing, Scrimgeour asked as Bones explained the concept as they step into the chamber, only for the minister to notice them. Bones, this better be a good reason to be dragged down here, Cornelius Fudge said impatiently. Well, sorry to put you out of your office, Minister, but a few hours ago an attack in Diagon Alley. The perpetrators appear to be Death Eaters, Bones explained as she signals someone to bring in the perpetrator, which revealed to be Peter Pettigrew before he found himself forced into the chair that was in the middle of the room, causing pandemonium inside the chamber. Hem. I'm not sure what game you are playing, Bones, but this, Umbridge said, trying to dismiss the case. Oh, this is no game, Ms. Undersecretary. I tried every flushing potion we had, unless we have a full grown resurrection on our hands. This is Peter Pettigrew, Bones said as she ordered someone to wake him up. Where am I? Pettigrew groaned. Evening, Mr. Pettigrew, you are Peter Pettigrew, correct? Bones asked. What? Pettigrew mumbled as he noticed where he was before he was struggling to get out of a chair. I'll take that as a yes. Are you aware of the terrorist group known as T? Death Eaters attacked Diagon Alley a few hours ago. You were found in the robes aligned with the said group. Added on the fact you're being charged with tax evasion as well, Bones said before she leered down at him. Now would you tell the court why a war hero like yourself faked his death? Well, you see, at the time I was hiding from the Death Eaters, who believed I was the one that led the RK Lord to his defeat in the order for betraying the Potters, Pettigrew said out loud, only to seal his mouth as the room erupted in chatter as Bones made a cannon blast out of her wand. Order, Mr. Pettigrew. Do you mind explaining that last part? Bones said. It was because I told the Dark Lord where to find them. I didn't expect it at first, but when they made me the secret keeper it was Vay. Right easy. I thought he would have spared James for being a rich pureblood can get any girl he wants. Then after he went in the house exploded I only found a black cloak and their son alive, before I sue. LD do anything. I heard the roar of motorcycle grabbing the Dark Lord's wand and getting out of there. A few days later Sirius corner me knowing I would be in a world of hurt if not dead decided to fra. Me him for turning on the Potters by blowing up the street using my rat form to escape. Pettigrew explained. So you're saying to the court you are an animagus? Bones asked. Yes, alone with James A. ND Sirius. We became animagus by our 5th year to help Remus during his time of the month, though I heard James and Sirius talk about registering after the war, Pettigrew explained. Last question, W. Here were you hiding in these 15 years, Bones asked. After escaping to the source I tracked down a magical family so I'll know what is going on in the world, finding the Weasleys becoming th. Ir pet for 12 years before finding out Sirius escaped who cornered me in the shrinking shack. It was only Remus's timely transformation for myself to get out of there where I found myself in. I believe that's enough. We have what we need, Fudge interrupted as Percy Weasley who was sitting next to him turned a slight green color. On the contrary, I believe we have a witness we want to question. Bones said as the courtroom doors opened to show Tonks and Shacklebolt leading a clean-shaven Sirius in a suit. Hi, Amy, you look as beautiful as ever, Sirius said as Bones still had her pock. Her face, but you could see a lip twitch before he sat down in a chair that was in the center of the room before restraints wrapped around his wrists and ankles. Oh, kinky. Black, in exchange for th. Kiss on site to be removed. You were to summarize the events from October 31, 1981 to your arrest and to tell the truth, after which the court will determine your fate, to return to Azkaban or not. Bones said as Sirius swore to tell the truth of the events. How come I wasn't notified of this? Fudge said, not liking being the last to know. Perhaps if your secretary was doing her job you might have been made aware of it. Bones said, smirking as she saw Umbridge stutter. Well, it all started when I noticed Pettigrew had been quiet and I went to his home to check on him, noticing it was empty. And quickly made my way back to the Potters seeing their home destroyed with James and Lily dead, Sirius said, choking out a sub. After digging my godson out of the house, bumping into Hagrid on my way out, realizing Harry would be safer with him. After giving Harry to Hagrid I went to look for the rat, finding him in a busy street as he yelled I was the one who betrayed James and Lily. Pullin' out his wand, blowing up the street thinking he blows himself up. Then grief finally hit me. The last thing I knew I was tossed in a cell in Azkaban. Thank you, Mr. Black. Now lords and ladies of Wizen Gamut, I believe it's time to cast judgment. Sirius Black on the chargers for the murder of Pettigrew and the 12 Muggles, for giving the information about the Potters' whereabouts which lead to their death. And for being in the service of the Dark Wizard known as Tom Riddle. On 3/4 of the courts finds you not guilty, Bones said as the restraints loosened. Sirius let out a breath of relief as he muttered a few words. Peter Pettigrew on the chargers for the murder of 12 Muggles, for giving the information about the Potters' whereabouts which lead to their death, and for being in the service of the Dark Wizard known as Tom Riddle, along with tax evasion, faking one's death, and suspected pedophile. At this moment the court finds you guilty. Henceforth you will be placed in a holding cell until your sentencing hearing takes place the end of this month, Bones said as she called the court to disperse. As Pettigrew was led away, Sirius made his way out of the courtroom, spotting his godson Harry in the stands along with Ruby and Remus before getting called by someone. Turning to see Bones walking up to him. Mr. Black, I suggest you get your animagus registered before you leave and check in with a mind healer, Bones said before leaning down the whisper, it's good to have you back, Siri. As she made her way out, Harry and Remus walked up to Sirius, snapping him out of his trance. Padfoot, are you okay? Remus asked. You know, I don't think I have ever had Chinese food. Why don't we grab some? Sirius said as exit the court with a light pep in his step as his friends followed him. It's good to be free, Sirius thought. Sirius stepped through the door with bags of food from a local Chinese restaurant. He dropped his bags on the kitchen table and turned to his friends. So who ordered what? I got several varieties of chow mein, some egg rolls, whatever these pastries are, and some other stuff. Ruby grabbed some containers. Those are called crab ragout, and they're mine. She pulled out her pork chow mein and tossed her sister the spicy beef. If anyone wants to try some, feel free to trade. Another door opened, and a pouting Mrs. Weasley came from the kitchen. You know, I can make something much better than that junk. It was well known that Mrs. Weasley never liked non-home cooked meals. But Sirius would not be deterred by Mrs. Weasley's pouting. Well, no one is forcing you to eat it. Today's my first day as a free man, so I have to decide what to have for my meal. He helped himself to some beef chow mein, unsuccessfully trying to use chopsticks before opting to use a fork. It's not like we didn't get plenty of food. If I can make a suggestion, try this sauce here. Yang gave each of them a small packet of sauce which got Ron's gluttonous attention. He took the package and spread it on some egg rolls before taking a bite, only to scream bloody murder at the spice. Ignoring his friend's laughter, he grabbed a glass of water and chugged it. If you don't like the heat then you should get out of the kitchen. Yang's mocking words didn't deter the others' laughter. Yang joined in the laughter as she caught a piece of shrimp between her teeth. Blake smirked at her the entire time. Get a room, Neo thought as Yang swallowed the shrimp. Maybe I will, Yang said out loud. She wiggled her eyebrows at a flustered Blake, only to get startled by a cough. They completely forgot they had an audience. So how is this tracking spell going to work? Ruby asked as she toyed with her half-eaten chow mein. Sirius waved his wand across the table to keep anyone out of the know from eavesdropping on them. I was thinking of placing the soul piece in that dagger and placing it into a compass, but it wouldn't work unless we close, then got the idea of placing it into a quill. Sirius said. A quill? What's that going to do? Weiss asked. There's a quill that writes at Hogwarts their applications, perhaps a quill with similar charms might do the trick. Sirius said as he used a napkin to wipe his hands off. So all we need is a quill to place similar enchantments on it which will write down the location of Morty Wart's soul shards and boom, he is mortal, Yang said. Raising her fist. Is not as easy as a sound, Yang. The quill is locked into a tower barely anyone goes to, and we're in the middle of August, so it's not like someone can walk up there and grab it, Sirius said as Creature popped in with a dark green quill. This quill? Creature asked as he gave the quill to Sirius, who took it mumbling thanks. As Sir Hughes had Blake study the quill, listing off enchantments while the other remnants were talking amongst themselves. I'm just saying, if someone asked the elf to toss someone off a bridge, I'm curious if he did it, Neo thought. Which bridge? Creature asked as he heard that. I just need a writing utensil, and Creature, henceforth you don't take orders from anyone who is non-living and isn't in this house, Sirius said as Creature popped out of the room. Would this work, Sirius? Weiss asked as he passed him a pen. It might, though if it works as intended you might not get this back, Sirius saw it as Weiss told him it was fine before leaving the room and coming back a few moments later, typing his wand on the pen before setting it down on some parchment. Come on little buddy, lead us to your brother and sisters, Sirius murmured as the pen stood up before writing down 3 separate locations. Hufflepuff's Cup, Gringotts Bank, Bellatrix Black Vault, Gaunt Ring, in a shack west of Little Hangleton, Ravenclaw's Diadem, Room of Lost Things, Hogwarts. There's one at Hogwarts. Sirius, Remus, do any of you recognize that room? Harry asked as Remus shook his head. The only thing I can think of was there was this room I came across but could never find it again. I believe it was somewhere on the 7th floor, Sirius said. Sirius, don't usually wizarding families have patriarchs, right? And you are the last male in your family you know of? Blake asked as Sirius nodded before getting what she was saying as he shot up from his seat. No, even if I wanted to I can't, dear mother burn me off the family tree, Sirius said as he paced around the room. Did you get this for your mother or the head of the household during this time? I'm just saying it'll be easier than attempting to break in and take it, Blake said. Hold on, did you say these things are highly illegal? Why can't we just tell them there is one there? Ruby asked as Bill Weasley, who was in the room, spoke up. 1 point Yes, usually the goblins don't keep those items, though if you pay them enough they might look the other way as long as the item is not a direct threat to them, Bill said. But Ms. B. LaDonna does have a point with Bellatrix and Azkaban. If you go and take control of the family there's a chance you might be able to get in. Well, when Black is sorting out his family problems, meanwhile myself and these 3 will be coming with me to this shack, Moody said as he pointed to Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Bill Weasley. That leaves the one in Hogwarts, which is in a room where we only have a basic idea of where it is. Unless we can find someone that knows their way around there, Weiss said, looking over to Harry, who looked over to her, giving them a what look. Not a bad idea. Around this time the school should be empty, Yang said as she caught Weiss's glance as Sirius pulled out some parchment. You do bring some excellent points, but I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, Sirius said as he placed his wand on the parchment. It unfolded to reveal a map. Is this a map of the school, and is it tracking people? Weiss asked as she saw names moving across the map, leaving footsteps. Thought so. She might be a problem, Sirius said, pointing his wand towards another name, Dolores Umbridge, as the wizards who came into contact with her groaned. What is it? Yang asked as they grumbled out their answers alone with other words she couldn't make out if she did well. Let's say it would fill up a jar for a year. Officially she's Fudge's undersecretary, to her though, she's his number 2. She's been placing a few laws that restrict anyone she considers a half-breed. It wouldn't surprise me if she were in your world. The Faunus will be lucky to have Menagerie or an aura if she had her way. Kingsley said as Blake glared at the name as Yang gave her hand squeeze. Hold on, are you talking about the toad Faunus in pink? Ruby asked, getting some laughter around the room. The way you make her sound like she might be a Death Eater. Neo thought as the room quieted down. Yes, it does seems like, but there is nothing tracing her to them. If anything, she supports pureblood supremacy. Moody said, though it does explain why I was suggested to retire after arresting those Muggle baiters, Moody muttered. Ah, she wanted you to become one of their yes men, typical, Neo thought. So what is a Death Muncher supporter doing in a school, Yang asked. If I guess she is going to be the new defense against the dark arts teacher, the bright side. Is the curse might take someone that deserves it this time, Sirius said. Okay, we could just wait until she leaves unless we know someone that knows where this room is, Ruby said. Problem is Bessid, Esme and Mooney. How many others know the school like the back of their hand, Sirius said as Harry thought of someone. Dobby, Harry said muttered. Who's Dobby? Blake asked when she heard him. He is a house elf I befriended. He's unique but he might be able to know where the room is, Harry answered. Dobby, isn't he the house elf that tried to kill you? Ruby asked. I did say he was unique, Harry answered. Okay, we just wait until Toady leaves the school, Yang said before she looked at the map. Speak of the grim and it shall appear. As Yang said that, everyone that was standing round the map saw Umbridge seemingly disappearing from the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. That was easy and convenient, Sirius said as he placed his cloak on. Now if you excuse me, I got a date with a goblin. We'll take our leave as well, and girls I suggest you be careful and don't touch that diadem with your bare hands. For all we know it's as charmed to lure someone to try it on before it drains the life out of them. Moody said as he tosses them a sack before he made his leave with Kinsley, Bill, and Tonks following him. So what's next on your little plan, Ice Queen? Neo thought as Weiss looked over to a fireplace. Hogwarts Transfiguration Office. As the fireplace lit up in green flames, Harry stepped out of it before he stood prideful as he finally landed on his feet, on. Leave for Ruby to stumble out of the fireplace falling on him. Oh sorry Harry, are you alright? Ruby asks. I'm fine, Harry said, ignoring what was pressing up against his back as the flow erupted. Again with someone calling out, coming in hot, as Yang shot out of the fireplace tripping on the way out. Whoa, mind step is a doozy, Yang said as she did a combat roll as Ruby and Harry rolled out of the way in time as Yang jumped to her feet, and she sticks the landing. What are you two up to? It's nothing Yang, I just tripled up and fell on Harry is all. Ruby said, avoiding eye contact with Harry as Blake stepped out next, stumbling as she exited the fireplace. Why can't wizards have better ways to travel? Blake grumbled as Harry agreed with her as Weiss stepped out of the fireplace like an average person. What? Weiss said as she noticed their looks. Don't we have someone to talk to? All right, when doing, just give me a second here, Harry said as he brug. Out his invisibility cloak which he brought with him as a precaution. Where are John and Neo? Ruby asks. They decided to stay behind, and I don't think we all can fit under that, Weiss said. As somehow Blake ended up brushing her hand against it. What is it? What did you see? Yang asks as she sees her reaction. Harry, I want you to trace this symbol on your cloak, Blake said as she traced a straight vertical line, adding a circle on top of the line before enclosing both the bar and the loop in a triangle on the cloak. Why? Harry asks as he gives her a look. Think of magical items as a scroll. Sometimes they need an update to stay in shape. Look, what I'm saying here is that cloak should be a lot more powerful than it seems, Blake said as she unshifted a small dagger, causing Harry to jump back. Easy. It just needs something to recognize you. You better be right about this, Harry said as he pressed his index finger to the tip of the dagger before drawing the symbol shown on the cloak. As Harry's aura healed the cut, the cloak glowed a golden color as it turned into a silver mesh. Looking surprised, Harry looked at Blake to see she had told him to look before he reached for the cloak as it wrapped around him and formed into a gray leather hoodie with a golden brooch the shape of the same symbol with the triangle disconnected at the bottom. Whoa, Ruby said as she gave a low whistle. Mr. Potter. It appears that you are related to one Ignotus Peverell, Blake said. Peverell. Didn't Alistair Moody say they? Hold on, are you saying this is the cloak of invisibility? Ruby said excitedly. You can say that, but unlike the story, it wasn't created by death itself. It was just three brothers attempting to take on the world together along with a few features the story didn't mention. Blake said. What features? Harry asks. Well, besides keeping you from being seen by anyone wishing to harm you, it also disrupts anything they can use to track you. Standard tracking charms, and it can make a bloodhound think you're further away than you are, and it has similar capabilities as medium-grade Kevlar. It has to take something like the unforgivable O. Or something like Crescent Rose even to get through, but it is its other feature that might be helpful at this moment, Blake explained as she threw his hood up connected triangle together. Before Harry could ask, Harry. Blake, are you guys still there? Ruby asks before Blake steps away as Harry unclips the brooch and throws his hood. Now anyone Harry here considers them an ally, and if they stay close to him will become invisible as well, Blake said as the others stepped close to Harry, making him fluster. Ladies, not that I'm complaining, but I don't think you need to be this close, Why said as they took a step back before Harry threw his hood up and reconnected the brooch, making his way down to the kitchens as Team RWBY followed. As the group entered the kitchen, quickly came across Dobby. Harry Potter. Dobby is surprised you are here early, Dobby said before he noticed Team RWBY who wave at him. Hello, are you, friends of the great Harry Potter? You can say that Dobby was it, sorry about the inconvenience, but we are in a hurry and looking for something hidden in a room here which we believe is on the 7th floor, we said. Oh, you mean the come and go room? Sometimes when people leave the room and they never find it, but all you have to do is walk past the tapestry with Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance 3 times and thinking of what you want it to be, Dobby said. Thank you, now if you excuse us, we will be going, we said as she made her way out. Well, it's good to see you, Mr. Dobby. Hopefully, we will find some time to visit you soon, Ruby said as she followed the rest of her friends. Mr. Oh, I like her, don't you, Harry Potter? Dobby said as he noticed Harry's look. What, no, she's just a friend, Dobby, Harry said. Which Dobby only gave him a knowing look as he made his way out, meeting the others before they made their way to the 7th floor. Didn't Dobby say to walk casually or just move in front of it 3 times? Ruby asks before blurring into petals as the door appears behind them. Show off, we said as she, Blake, and Young walked past Ruby, who blew a raspberry behind her back before she and Harry entered the room. The latter chuckled at the girls' antics as they caught up to the others before they caught sight of mountains of items. Hey Blake, found some books you might be interested in, Yan. G said as she held up some Play Witch magazines, bumping into a wreck with potions. Whoa, okay, this is not going to blow up on me, is it? Most of these are empty, but this one is only harmful if you drink it, Blake said as she held up a bottle with some white liquid. Amortentia, a potion that causes the drinker to feel infatuation with whoever gave it to them, though there is a myth that says the fumes can predict the seller's soulmate. Blake explains before getting interrupted by Young, who took a big whip of the potion. In truth, it only smells like wherever you're attracted to. Lemons, motor grease. And what is that third one? Young said as she took one final sniff before giving Blake a knowing smirk. Hey Ruby, come here, I want you to smell something, Young called, only to see her standing by a mirror. Ruby. Young asks as she touches Ruby's shoulder, causing her to jump. Young. Don't do that, Ruby said as she turned back to the mirror. Sorry, I just want you to smell this perfume, Young said as she shoved the potion in her face. Young, I'm trying to, what type of perfume is this? I'm getting fresh strawberries, something around patch, and this third one, I smelled this one before, but where? Ruby said as the third one got stronger. Hey, is everything all right over here? Harry asks, making Ruby drop the potion and bump into him as they apologize to each other. Why? Aang look over at them with a knowing smirk. I wouldn't focus on that mirror too much if I was you, that mirror is nothing but trouble, Ruby, Harry said, recognizing the mirror. Why, is just a mirror, oh. Young said as she looked at the mirror to see herself with both of her arms, which were intact, wrapped around Blake, along with her father Tai, and her birth mother Raven on the right of him, and Summer to the left, and Ruby on her right. Realizing what she was seeing and what her sister might be seeing, placed a hand on Ruby's shoulder in comfort. You're right, we should get back into finding the diadem, Ruby said as she walked away before turning back to see her family in the mirror. Okay, apparently this room is filled up with a lot more stuff than we thought. It's going to take some time unless someone can get this room organized by date, we said as the room shifted to such. Never mind, now when did this diadem go missing? It should be in around the 60s, maybe the 70s. Blake said as they made their way deeper inside, passing by several tables and other trinkets. Man, it's going to take forever to find that thing where it can be, Young said as she leaned against an ugly bust. I know it's in here somewhere, we just need to keep looking, Blake said. If I was Tiara, where do I hide? Ruby said to herself before she started looking through a few jewelry boxes near by as she opened up another box that was near her sister to see a metallic headband. Hey, Blake, what does that diadem look like again? She calls out to Blake. It's a large ring with a sapphire T. Hat is shaped into an oval along with the inscription on the surface that says, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Ruby continued as she saw the description on the back of the headdress. She closed the box and placed it into the sack. That's one down, two to go, now let's get out of here, Yang said as she made his way out. Hold on, it looks like our friend has returned, Harry said. Who had the map out to see that Umbridge was back in her office. Oh, I know, Creature, can you hear me? Ruby said as the elf popped in. You called Ms. Rose, Creature said as he stood patiently. Yes, we are ready to turn home, Ruby said as Creature offered his hands to the group. Hang on, Creature said, popping away with the group. Grimald Place. As Harry and Team RWBY popped back into the dining room before they searched for the other occupants, finding Sirius who was standing over a small portable fireplace. Hey, Sirius, what's cooking? Yang said as they walked into the room, setting the diadem box on the table. Nice of you kids to drop in. Sirius grated. I see you found your prize and I got mine, and believe me, it was a lot harder than it looked, Sirius said as waved veer to a golden chalice that was sitting next to him. So was ours. There was a lot more stuff piled in that room, and there was, we said looking around the room. Where are John and Neo? Hey, Sirius. Got that orc wine you asked for, John said as he came in holding a bottle. Why yes thank you. Now where did our little short friend go off to? Sirius said as said friend slammed a box with a few jars next to him. Okay, I got ricin, pufferfish lever and any other toxic substance dear old Mother Nature can provide. And by the way, dog, call me little one more time and you'll find yourself castrated. Neo thought out as Sirius gulped as Mad Eye and the others came back. Mad Eye, how did it go on your end? Sirius asks. Moody threw a small ring box his way. The bugger was well protected and took us a few hours to get through the protections, and the darn thing has a compulsive charm and a very nasty flesh-rotting curse, Moody said. Besides that, you have everything you need. Black. I believe so. An ancestor of mine, Drago Black, invented a substitute for fiendfire called balefire, or what the Muggles call Greek fire, Sirius said as he threw the chalice into the fireplace. In you go, Yang said as she threw the diadem in as well, tossing it through her legs, as Sirius placed the toxic substances inside the furnace before pouring the wine on the items. Okay, that just leaves the ring. Mad Eye, do you want to do the honors? Sirius asks. My pleasure, Moody said as he picked up the ring box as the door opened with a tired Dumbledore walked into the room. Where have you been? Sirius asks. Well, trying to find recruits for the Order, which is not helping since there are still people doubting that it was Voldemort who showed up in Diagon Alley. By the way, congratulations on being free, but there's something I want to talk to you about, Dumbledore said before he noticed the fireplace. What's going on here? Well, you were who knows where as the rest of us were rounding up Mortiwart's soul fragments and now we're about to roast them, which reminds me, Sirius said as he pulled out the pen and dagger, tossing them into the furnace just as well. Okay, Mad Eye, the ring. Moody pulled his arm back and tossed the box into the furnace just before it was stopped mid-air as the crowd turned to see Dumbledore with his wand out. Dumbledore, what in Merlin's beard are you doing? Moody shouted. If that ring is what I believe it is, then I must have it, Dumbledore said as he flicked his wand as the ring flew over to him before it got intercepted by a blur of petals. Sorry, Mr. Dumbledore, with all the curses that are on this ring as a huntress I can't let you take it, Ruby said as Dumbledore sent a glare at the huntress. Ever since you and your kind ever arrived here interfering with the way of things, no more. If you know what's good for you, girl, you give me that ring right now, Dumbledore said as he leveled his wand towards Ruby as a small ball of electricity hit his hand, causing him to drop the wand as he looks up to see an umbrella as it hit him in the face, knocking him out. Do you have to hit him that hard? Ruby asks as she tosses the ring into the furnace. I was thinking you should be saying you're welcome, Neo thought. Hey dog, what are you standing for? Are you going to light this thing up or what? Incendio, Sirius. Cast a small fireball shot out of his wand and pinned it against the inside of a furnace before its door closed as green flames leaked from the sides and top. Can someone help me here? Sirius said. Before he slammed his wand into the ground, creating a circular barrier around the fireplace as Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley slammed theirs. The fireplace started to crack before it exploded as 3 schools appeared in flames, causing the barrier to crack. Whis. Ruby called out. I'm on it, Whis said as she unsheathed Myrtanaster. Wait, not yet, Sirius said stressfully as the barrier started to give as Harry raised both of his arms. Potter, what are you doing? Moody asks as he notices Harry's arms are glowing green and the flames are dying down. Whatever you do, don't stop, Moody said. As Harry closed his arms into a circle, the skulls dissipated and the flames sizzled out, leaving a charred fireplace with its door blasted off. "Is everyone all right?" Sirius said as he noticed his go. Deason's eyes glowing and some electricity arcing off him. "Harry, are you all right?" Tonks asks as she places a hand on his shoulder only to end up with her hair standing up funny, getting some laughs around the room. "You know this will be a good time for some target practice. Come on Harry, I found some stuff you can blast," Young said. "Run along Harry, I'll be right behind you in a moment, sir," Hughes said as Harry followed the others out of the room. Sirius turned to the knocked out headmaster before waking him up. Where's the ring?" he asked. "Gone, nothing but ashes by now," Moody said. "Now mind on telling us what was the bright idea of you attacking our guest." "I don't know, I just saw the ring and that's all I remember," Dumbledore said as the others gave him questionable looks. "Do you know if Riddle is still at Malfoy Manor?" Moody asks, putting Dumbledore's problems aside for the bigger picture. "According to Severus, he is, speaking of which we have talked to that Neapolitan girl, she severely injured 15 Death Eaters, 8 of which are dead. And I'm thankful she is on our side, and from her report, some of them were some the worst. Mad Eye, you go to the ministry and start spreading some rumors of someone matching Riddle's description is hanging around there. Hopefully someone like Bones will hear it and we might be able to catch them off guard and end this war," Sirius said. "It will be done, Lord Black," Moody said as he went to rally the troops. "Now Sirius, aren't you being a little hasty? You just got out of Azkaban, it would be a shame if something were to happen to jeopardize your custody of Harry," Dumbledore said. "And you need to get your priorities straight, or I might consider having Harry's OWLS somewhere else," Sirius said, leaving the headmaster alone in the room. Meanwhile, in one of the abandoned rooms of Grimmauld Place, Blake was using Gamble Shroud's ribbon as a slingshot with Young holding the other side as Ruby loaded an old alarm clock into it. "Pull!" Young called out as Ruby let go of the ribbon, launching an old clock into the air as it got blasted to pieces by a lightning bolt. "Nice shot Harry," Ruby said as he blew some smoke off his fingers as 3 orb-like objects headed for him before he blasted those as well. "Impressive, your semblance has gotten stronger lately," Weiss said. "Well, someone told me, for it to get stronger you have to play with it," Harry said as he looked over to a flustered Ruby. "Well, I didn't say it like that," Ruby lied. "I believe I used smarter wording." "Nope, those sound like the words you would use," Young teases as Ruby's friends laughed as the girl herself pouted. "Come on Ruby, we are just teasing," Young said as she checked her scroll to see Harry's aura at the halfway mark. "Okay Harry takes 5, while you are doing that I think some of us need to practice our hand-to-hand. You're usually on 3, Ruby asks, having a mischievous look on her. "Of course, it's on 3, Young said before Ruby tackled her. As the sisters have their wrestling match, Harry decides to stretch his legs and take a walk down the hallway and ends up in the same room where the furnace that they used to burn the Horcruxes was kept. As he looked inside the stove to see the ash that was inside, he noticed a large stone that was peeking inside the ash before reaching inside to pick it up. "What did you get there?" someone said, causing Harry to jump, scraping his hand against the furnace as he turned to see Blake standing beside the door. "Bloody hell Blake, you're going to give someone a heart attack one of these days," Harry said as he palmed the stone, noticing a drop of his blood was on it as it got absorbed into the stone before the familiar mark appeared on a stone. "Isn't that the mark of the Peverells?" Blake asks before she hears someone coming down the hallway. They were quickly making their way out of the room and into another, just avoiding Sirius, who banished the furnace away. "Bet you're wondering why we moved to a different room. It's because this stone is why I believe it is. If some other people found out about it, you might not be able to see it again, Mr. Potter," Blake said as Harry nodded. "What I believe we have here is the second brother's item he called the Resurrection Stone, some pretty complicated magic which I barely understand. Think of it like a scroll. It'll be able to contact anyone the user had a bond with in the afterlife, and if the spirit felt like it, he or she will appear to talk to you, but be warned T ain't permanent, so I advise you make the conversation short or say your goodbyes," Blake explained. "Okay, so how does this work?" Harry asked before Blake explained he has to turn the stone 3 times in his palm and hold it, which he did before he witnessed the images of his parents appearing. "Blake, can you give me a few moments alone?" Harry said as she walked out of the room. Hey," Harry said, not sure what to say. "Hey, you hear this Liz?" he says. "Hey," James said, only to get smacked on the arm by Lily. "How would you feel if you contacted your parents who you haven't seen in 14 years? Lily said before turning to her son. "Now sweetheart, can you tell us about your day?" So Harry told them about his day when he got to how he met Ruby and her friends. His father gave a chuckle and a knowing smile. I know that look anywhere, it's the same look I had when I realized I fell in love with your mother, James said. You're not weirded out by the fact that she lives on a different planet? Harry asks. She does seem like a nice girl and it might be nice to say you went dimension hop, James said before being interrupted by his wife as she smacked him on the side of his head. Jamie, you're not suggesting our son go dimension hopping unprepared, are you? Lily said as James gave an embarrassing smile. At least wait until you learn some more spells before going, James said as a clock chimed. Sorry, sweetheart, but it looks like our time is up, Lily said sadly. Would I ever see you two again? Harry asks teary. You always can, but try to minimize it. We want you to have your own life as well, James said as both he and Lily placed their hands on their son's hand where the stone was. Hold on, can I ask you something? I'm curious if you can find someone in the afterlife, Harry asks. Grimald Place RWBY room. As Ruby was sitting by one of the decks in their room tuning up, Crescent Rose turned to see her sister nursing a few bruises from IR training before hearing a knock on the third door. Come in, she called as Harry came in. Oh hi, Harry, what brings you here? Well, I found something you might like, Ruby, Harry said, placing the resurrection stone in her hand as Blake gave him a knowing look and tried to convince Weiss to leave the room. Harry, not that I'm flattered, it's a nice looking stone and all, Ruby said before she noticed a familiar mark. Hey, isn't this? Ruby stopped mid-sentence as she stared at the stone with a worried expression, realizing what it was, having read the story it was based on the first chance she had. Ruby, are you all right? Young asks as she notices her sisters are worried. What if it doesn't work? Ruby asks as Harry places a hand on her shoulder. Look at it this way, you get closer either way, Harry said as he helped her turn the stone in her hand. As Ruby looked around, not seeing anyone new in the room, she exhaled in slight relief and disappointment before sensing a presence behind her. Young, if this is one of your games, Ruby said, only for her to notice her sister was standing at the side of the room. She turned around to see a woman in a white gown, recognizing her. Mom, Ruby asks before she runs over to her, only to phase through crashing into a wall as Harry and Young race over to see if she is all right. Ruby, Young yelled as she crouched over her sister, placing her hand on Ruby's where the stone is, only to turn when she heard an amused chuckle around to see Summer Rose. It is nice to see my daughters care for each other, she said as Young led back onto her butt, staring at the image of her mom. What the frick? Young yelled. Watch it, young lady, Summer scolded as Young looked down in embarrassment, only to look up to see everyone else had left as Blake was leaving. Young called out to her. I was just leaving to give you three some time alone, Blake said, only for Young to drag her back. Mom, this is my girlfriend Blake, Young said as Blake gave a nervous smile. Well, it's nice that my daughter I found someone to open her heart to. I hope you've been taking good care of my daughter, Summer said. Well, we've been taking care of each other, Mrs. Rose. I hope you're not, Blake said, only to stop midway as Summer placed a hand on her cheek. The only thing I'm disappointed in is I won't be able to get any grandkids out of you two. Though I think your friend John's sister found a way, Summer said. Mom, Young said with a serious blush, causing Summer to laugh. Now why don't you two go keep each other company for a bit? I would like to have a word with my daughter, Summer said, looking over at Ruby, who looked embarrassed being in the situation she was in. As the two left to have some alone time, Summer turned to Ruby with a sympathetic expression. So I take it this means you're, Ruby choked out as she looked down at the stone. I think I'm in what people call limbo, somewhere that is in between life and death, Summer said. So there might be a chance you're like that, Grim, Ruby whispered. How are Kiro and Ty doing? Summer asks, trying to avoid that topic. They are doing well, but if we can find the Grim, perhaps we can capture it. Maybe there is a way to expel the Grim part, Ruby said, sounding hopeful as Summer gave her a look. Ruby, you can only save those that want to be saved, Summer said. What? But Dad and Kiro miss you, Ruby said as Summer kneeled to her daughter. I know, but I missed most of your life and nothing is going to fix that, Summer said, avoiding her daughter's eyes. What was the mission? Ruby asks as she was curious about what it was. I thought our eyes would stop Salem but never had the chance to find out, Summer said. Now let's talk about something less depressing. It seems like you and Harry are pretty close, Summer said, smiling at her daughter's flustered look. Well, he's nice and all, but I'm a huntress, Ruby said as Summer gave her a knowing look before laughing softly. I once had the same thought, but that was before I opened my heart, and I never regretted it. Don't live your life in vain, sweetheart, Summer said as she placed her hands on Ruby's. You got to let me go now, Ruby. Wait, can't you stay a little bit longer? Ruby cried as Summer blushed away some tears, resting one of her hands on her cheek. I know, Wah. Tea you want, but you have to be strong, Ruby. Take my advice and open your heart, Summer said. Well, will I ever see you again? Ruby asks as she loosens her grip on the stone. I will always be with you, Summer said. Fading into a ball of light and phrasing through her daughter's chest where her heart would be. In another room, Harry was working on a basin, placing some flow powder in it as he looked over an old book before he heard a light knocking on his door. Yes, Harry answered as Ruby entered the room, placing the stone on a deck. Are you all right, Ruby? He asked, noticing her downtrodden look. Can I ask you something? Why have you been so kind to me? First, it was those cookies, then the stone, and if anyone seemed to be insulting me, you, Ruby said before huffing and sitting down on his bed. Will I? Harry sputtered before taking a breath. I just don't like you being upset, Harry said, taking a seat next to her. Why, you don't even know me, Ruby said as she faced away from him. That doesn't stop me from getting to know you, Harry said, getting a smile out of her as Ruby turned to face him. Do you say that to all the other pretty girls? Ruby asked. Well, no. Most of the girls I know are interested in getting to know the boy who lived, Harry said, getting a small laugh out of Ruby. And they're not as pretty as you, he whispered, which Ruby heard. People say I'm more cute than pretty. Just look at my team, they can go into the modeling business if they wanted, Ruby muttered. Well, you got something they don't, a pure heart, Harry said, causing Ruby to blush madly. If you keep saying stuff like that, I might need to find something to give you, Ruby said as she knocked into him, getting a chuckle out of Harry before a small awkward silence developed between them. I think I figured out what to give you, Ruby whispered. And what is that? Harry asked, leaning forward only for Ruby to grab his neck and place her lips on his surprise. As Ruby pulls back to see Harry's surprised expression, mumbling out some apologies only for Harry to take her hand and kiss her back as she melts into the kiss herself as they fall back into the bed before pulling back breathlessly. Was that the first time you kissed someone? Harry asked. No, is my first. Apparently stories were right, the first is special, Ruby said as she took Harry's glass and placed them on the nearby nightstand, laying her head on Harry's collarbone. That was your first, you were natural, Harry said, which got a chuckle out of Ruby as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, just making out her face as she rested her chin on his sternum, stealing another kiss from him before noticing the basin. What's that? Well, do you remember I told you abo? Finding a spell that might be able to contact your friends. Harry said as Ruby moved over to the basin. So, how does this work? Ruby asks, looking it over as Harry got up, grabbing his glasses and a book on his way over to her. Well, it says here I just need a drop of blood from someone and I'll be able to send an illusion to whoever has a bond to that person, Harry said. That's it, do you have everything you need? Ruby asked. Yes, I just need a volunteer, Harry said as Ruby offered her hand as Harry gave her the questionable look. What, you said you need a volunteer, so I'm volunteering, Ruby said. Are you sure? Harry asks, gripping her hand and brushing his thumb over her knuckle. Come on, Harry, I know you won't intentionally hurt me, Ruby said as Harry picked up one of his potion knives. Just to be sure we can get someone else, Harry said, only for Ruby to brush a finger across the blade, dropping a few drops into the basin. As she did that, Harry started chanting in an unknown language before blasting small bursts of lightning into the bowl. Now Ruby, focus on the person you're planning on contacting, then stick your head into the basin, Harry said. Ruby nodded as the pan showed an image of a man with graying black spiky hair, faded red eyes, and slight stubble along his jawline before taking a deep breath and sticking her face into the bowl. The pit's vacuo. Meanwhile, in another world, Kiro, the same man in the basin, was circling a finger around a glass of whiskey as a young woman with tanned skin and violet eyes. Her light blonde hair is tied in a ponytail and walks over to him. Are you going to drink that or not? Robin asked as she sat down next to him. I should. Technically I lost my nieces. Salem could be knocking on our doors any minute now, so why shouldn't I? Kiro said, only for him to push the drink aside as Robin placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Hey, didn't that Oscar kid says they might be alive, Robin said. Yeah, but they could be anywhere. Kiro said as he looked down at the glass to see an image of Ruby in it, causing him to jump back, causing the glass to fall and break. Kiro, someone called out, snapping Kiro out of his trance to look over to see a boy with black hair, tan skin with freckles, and hazel eyes. Have you noticed anything going on? Oscar said in a voice that sounded older. No, Oz, nothing out of the ordinary. Kiro said, noticing his old friend's distress. Knowing Ruby and her friends, I believe they will find a way back to us, depending on the world they're in, sooner than you think, Ozpin said. Do you have any idea where they could have gone? Kiro asked. Well, 2 of the times I fell down that hole I ended up on this island, the other 5, Ozpin said before. Seeming to be sensing something as a small sandstorm flew into the bar, forming into a girl with black hair with red tips and silver eyes. Wow, Dusty, Ruby said as she turned to see Kiro. Uncle Kiro. As Ruby approaches her uncle only to have a shotgun pointed at her face. I don't who you think you are, but you have some guts, Missy, Kiro snarled. Kiro, it's me, Ruby said with her hands up. Oh, really? Tell me what's your favorite food? Kiro asked. It's strawberries, Ruby said as Kiro lowered his weapon for a moment. Lucky guess, now name one thing my niece knows, Kiro asked. That you told me what mom was like. How she was one of the kindest people you ever met, Ruby said as Kiro dropped Harbinger. Is it you, kiddo? Kiro asked tearily, but how are you here? Well, a new friend of ours found this spell that allowed me to contact someone I'm close to, Ruby rambled as she brushed a stray hair behind her ear when she mentioned her friend who got noticed by the people in the room. I take it Miss Belladonna. Schnee, Mr. Ark, and your sister are with you, Ozpin said, ignoring his host's jealous rambling as Ruby nodded. Can you describe the world you're on? Well, I am around literal witches and wizards who use wands, Ruby said as Ozpin cupped his chin in thought as Kiro saw him. What is it, Oz? He asks. Well, the good news is I believe I know where they are and they found a friendlier crowd. The bad news is they can't use the same way I got back, Ozpin said. Okay, 2 things, what do you mean by friendlier and how you got back? Kiro asked. Look at it this way. A quarter of the population has a semblance, and half of them think they're better than anyone else, and the bad news is they won't be able to make a portkey, which is an object that allows you to teleport to another location. Ozpin said. Is there any other way? Kiro asked. Well, we can try to find your sister, or there are these runes, Ozpin said before he noticed Ruby fading away. Uh-oh, Harry, what's going on? Ruby call. Ruby, what is happening? Kiro asked, taking note of the name. I think the spell is wearing off, I don't think I have much time, Ruby said as OSCA. Ard took over trying to grab her only phase through her. Ruby, just stay where you are, we will find you, Kiro called as she disappeared. Grimald Place. As Ruby stumbled out of the basin to CH. Ari leaning up against the wall as his aura dissolved. Harry, are you alright? Ruby called as she made her way over to him. Guess that took more out of me than I thought, Harry chuckled as Ruby picked him up and placed him on the bed as he wrapped his arms around her. I take it you got in contact with your family. Yes, it sounds like they have a plan, Ruby said as Harry pulled her closer while she leaned into him humping. Harry, what is this? What is what? Harry asks. I mean, what are we? Ruby asks as green meets silver, it's just that I never had a boyfriend before or anyone romantically. Well, me neither. How about this, Rosie, we go through this one day at a time, Harry said. Not a bad idea, Wiz, Ruby humped as she pulled him forward onto the bed, catching his lips with hers and sucking on his bottom lip as her head hit the pillow. Harry braced his hands to her side as he hovered over Ruby, pulling his lips away from hers and then placing them on her cheek. Making his down to her neck, causing her to grab his hair. Only for her to realize things are getting heated, Ruby moves her hands, pushing Harry onto his side. Sorry, I think I might have been Enjo. Ying that a little too much and you should be resting, Ruby said, not wanting to ruin what she had with Harry. Okay, we can just lay here for a while if that's alright with you, Harry said as Ruby X'd their positions where she was curled up by his side as they drifted off. Azkaban port. Later that night, Peter Pettigrew was being escorted to Azkaban right as his boat pulled into the dock. He was pulled out of his seat by Bones. As she and Scrimgeour led him inside the fortress where they met with Fudge and Dawlish. That's far enough, Bones, we will take it from here, Dawlish. Fudge Kaye. As Dawlish took Pettigrew from them, dragging him inside, noticing nobody was around. Where is everyone? Bones questioned as she made her way to the warden's office only to see a pair of shoes lay beside the deck. She raced over to check on him. He's dead, Bones called as she and Scrimgeour pulled out their wands as a green flare hit Dawlish, causing him to fall dead. The survivors turned to see some of the former residents at the fortress slowly approach the 3. Fudge, get your ass over here now, Scrimgeour ordered, aiming his wand at the former prisoners. Get back to your cells now, Fudge ordered, with the former prisoners just laughing at him. We don't take orders from you, Bellatrix said. I'm the Minister of Magic and you will, Fudge said before he noticed a man with snake-like creatures and red eyes walking between the former Death Eaters as Pettigrew kneeled in fear. No, it can't be. Master, I knew you come for me, Pettigrew said. Oh yes, Wormtail, I have something just for you, Voldemort said, only to transform him into his rat form and conjure a boa, Kill him, he hissed out as the boa grabbed the rat by the head, twisting and flipping, breaking the rat's neck and a dozen bones before it ended up wrapping around him. As Voldemort turned to Fudge, who was crawling backward away from him. Please, I do anything, you want those mudbloods out of here. I'll have the aura round them all up and banished in moments, just don't kill me please, Fudge cried as a foul smell encased the room. You, sell your people out. Unfortunately, I have enough of cowards today, Voldemort chuckled coldly before blasting the coward with a skinning curse. Hange this one high, he ordered his men. My lord, what about those two? Dolohov asked, pointing at the Woors that have barricaded themselves in the warden's office. Before Voldemort could give his orders, he clenched his side in pain. Leave them, Severus, Voldemort called as the potion master stood next to him. I want my best followers battle ready within 24 hours, we're going home, Voldemort said. As Kingsley stepped out onto the dock of Azkaban Island, noticing the sky and water was calm from the lack of Dementors. He then proceeded on his journey to see his superiors, giving an emergency briefing. Last night the dark wizard known as Tom Riddle had broken into Azkaban, murdering the staff, and freed its former occupants. We stumbled across this as we barricaded ourselves in the warden's office. During their escape, Minister Fudge and the prisoner Peter Pettigrew became separated, and were unfortunately killed by the dark wizard and his followers. Bones debrief. I want all available auras tracking them down and all known residents of the Death Eaters and their supporters to be searched and watched. If Riddle or any escapees are sighted, report it to us immediately. Do not engage unless necessary. If escape is not an option, fight to your last breath. Use lethal force if you have to, Scrimbor ordered. After the crowd had cleared, Kingsley approached Bones and inquired, Madam Bones, is there anything amiss? How would you feel if the man that was in charge of your Asian was willing to give it up to one of the baddest dark wizards of all time, Captain Shacklebolt? But we have bigger problems to worry about, and I believe you may have some friends who could help. Kingsley nodded as Bones spoke, then walked away and headed to headquarters to report the news. Grimmauld Place. As soon as Kingsley entered the room, he became aware of some disturbance emanating from the upper floor. Upon his arrival at the designated location, he noticed that RWBY was in the midst of a sparring session with Harry. Harry was skillfully wielding a wand that emitted a sharp blade of light, and he was engaged in a fierce clash with Weiss. Meanwhile, Blake was deftly swinging one of her blades toward Harry, but unfortunately, she ended up accidentally colliding with Weiss in the process. Harry quickly cast Flipendo, causing the girls to fall to the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of red petals appeared as Ruby sprinted out and swung her scythe. Harry managed to dodge her attacks and disarm her, throwing the scythe and its red-capped owner over his shoulder. Young then appeared, firing rounds at Harry, who was able to conjure a shield just in time to block them. Harry retaliated by shooting a stream of water at Young, causing her to tumble. Wait a second, I have water up my nose, exclaimed Young, causing some laughter in the room. Xiao Long, the Death Eaters wouldn't stop. Just because you got water up your nose, Moody warned. Meanwhile, Blake handed Young a towel during their sparring match. Moody then questioned Rose as to why she didn't attack when Potter's back was turned. Well sir, Ruby questions as Harry assists her up, isn't attacking someone from behind considered cowardly? Not to mention, my teammates were caught in the crossfire. I must commend you on your sense of honor, Ms. Rose. However, it's important to remember that your adversaries may not share the same virtue. It's wise to take advantage of any opportunities that come your way. Furthermore, Potter, if you struggle with facing multiple opponents, positioning yourself in a corner can be a strategic move that prevents surprise attacks from behind. These are just some tips to keep in mind. And lastly, great job to all 5 of you, Moody praised, surprising the others who know that Mad Eye rarely does. After taking a bow, Kingsley whispered to Moody, there's a problem. All right, remnants, time to hit the showers. Meet in the kitchen in 10 minutes, Moody announces, prompting Team RWBY and Harry to quickly exit the room. The door opened after 15 minutes had passed. I asked for 10 minutes, not 15. What caused the delay? Mood inquired, directing the attention of the remnants toward Yang. What? Achieving perfection takes time, Yang responded, showing off her high R. As the others looked on as she flaunted her hair, the others rolled their eyes. Sirius shook his head and received disapproving looks from the women around him as Kingsley gave his report. It appears that Azkaban was targeted by the Death Eaters during the late hours of last night, with the Warrant, Pettigrew, and Fudge killed. Sirius whispered, outside of the Warrant, the other 2 won't be missed either. Bones has instructed us to search and stake out the homes of the escapees, Mad Eye. Bones will probably be contacting you soon, said Kingsley, just as a silver wolf hurried into the room. Mad Eye, could you please assist me for a moment? I urgently require your input, the wolf politely requested. Alright, it's time to get to work. I expect you all to be prepared for battle when called, Moody instructed the group. Who all nodded in agreement. He then headed out of the house. In the afternoon, Harry was lost in thought staring at his bedroom ceiling, pondering what he had heard at the meeting. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on his door, and when he turned to look to see Ruby was standing there wearing a loose red t-shirt and black pants. What are you doing? Ruby asked. Looking at a beautiful rosé. Harry answered, complimenting Ruby's beauty, causing her to feel flustered. She took a seat beside him, but he playfully pulled her down to sit facing him. This made her laugh as he leaned in for a kiss. I'm serious, it seems like you're deep in thought, Ruby remarked before giving Harry a smack on the arm when he mentioned his godfather's name. Okay, I was just pondering on what I heard. I don't believe I possess the required abilities to conquer Voldemort, expressed Harry. Why do you say that? Ruby asked as she rested her head on his chest. I've not. Iced that you've become stronger in the past few weeks and there's something about you that he doesn't have. It's right here. Harry chuckled as he brushed Ruby's hair and pulled her in for a kiss. Shish. He grabbed onto his shirt as he played with the hem of her shirt, but their intimate moment was interrupted by a loud crash and the door suddenly opening. Young, Blake, and Weiss were piled up on the floor, causing them to turn and see what had happened. Young, what brings you here? Ruby inquired with a sheepish tone as she and Harry went their separate ways. I was going through some of my old photos on my scroll, just for memories. Young explained while concealing the device behind her back. Nervously, Ruby extends her hand and timidly inquires, may I take a look at these pictures? Young chuckles in response. Well, you know Ruby, my scroll is on low power mode and I don't want to waste it, Young said hastily as her scroll shot out of her hand and into Ruby's. Thank you, Harry. I know I can always count on you, Ruby said. Looking over at Harry, who puffed out his chest before turning back to the scroll to see a picture of herself and Harry from just moments ago. Young laughed heartily as she looked up at her friends, who were trying to stifle their giggles. Harry, she exclaimed, you have something, Mr. Mold doesn't, a heart. Come on Young, your sister wouldn't disturb us during our time. Though she can be very cheesy with hers, Blake said, cracking a smile as Weiss tried to hold a neutral face but her lips curved. Ruby expressed her frustration with her friends, her face turning red and her voice raised. You all are the worst, she shouted. Her friends quickly exited, with Young suggesting they check out a room. As they left, Ruby let out a frustrated yell and plopped back down. Harry sat beside Ruby and expressed his surprise to her. I expected more shouting and aggressive behavior, perhaps even someone trying to harm me. Observing Harry's approach, Ruby turned Ned away from him and leaned against him. Don't let Yang's tough demeanor intimidate you. She's content, and she knows I can handle myself. She reassured him. As Harry nestled closer, he praised his in Ruby's photo and noticed a few other photos on Yang's scroll that needed attention. Ruby noticed Harry's pensive expression and inquired, what's on your mind? Harry took her hand and replied, I know where he's headed. They both hurried downstairs. In the Forbidden Forest, the exhausted Death Eaters fell to the ground one by one. Gradually, the members of the Azkaban community dwindled until only 14 individuals remained. One of the remaining residents inquired, where has everyone gone? As they realized the significant decrease in their numbers. Bellatrix sneered at Lucius, who had a broken nose and a nasty bruise on his face. They're probably at home, cozy in their beds, not here to serve the Dark Lord, she spat out. That's not true, there was this demon that walked right into Malfoy's home. It killed about half of us and if you didn't notice, the rest of us didn't leave unscathed, Goyle said, nursing a cut on his thigh. Severus set down a potion case and remarked, she was just a girl. And without her special abilities, she would have perished like anyone else. With surprise, Lucius inquired, are you saying that there are others similar to her? Earlier this month, Potter was ambushed by 2 Dementors. Unfortunately, 6 children intervened and prevented his imminent demise via the Dementor's kiss. Rumors suggest that one of the children even succeeded in killing the Dementors. Severus relayed this information to the others, but they vehemently denied it. Lord Voldemort then turned his attention to Severus. He asks, who are these people? Severus explained that the individuals in question are associated with the Order, but they do not serve them directly. Although he did not meet them personally, he observed their interactions with Potter and was able to create a potion that would level the playing field. As he spoke, he produced a 5-gallon keg that had a hose protruding from its end. Before anyone could stop him, Voldemort grabbed the OT. her end of the hose and guzzled down the light blue potion, stopping for air as he felt the pain in his side lessen. Is there any more of this left? He asked, finishing the keg and throwing it away. Yes, I have 2 more kegs at home. My lord, Severus said, earning a snarl of envy from the others. Good, and I want you to bring me Potter's new friends. I have something to discuss with them, Voldemort said as he looked at Hogwarts. At Grimmauld Place, Moody inquired as the rest of the order received a summons from Black, who claimed to have information on Riddle's whereabouts. Harry, feeling anxious, explained that he believed Riddle was going to Hogwarts because they both considered it to be their home. Fortunately, Sirius stepped in to support Harry. Well, Riddle has always shown an interest in Hogwarts and in his twisted way believed he owned it as Slytherin's heir. I'll take this into consideration when I discuss it with Dumbledore when he gets back, Moody said as the rest of the order discussed their next move while Harry went back upstairs with a heavy feeling in his head. As he made his way upstairs towards one of the bathrooms, he noticed the ringing had gotten loose. Before his eyes flashed green and he noticed a person who appeared to be made out of static standing in front of the door. Hey, what are you doing over there? Harry asked, ducking from a stunner that was headed his way before firing one of his own. Hey, what's going on out here? A wet-haired Ruby asked as she came outside to see what was happening, only to be grabbed by the man then in a burst of flower petals. Ruby flipped behind him and pushed him towards Harry, who swung an electric fist into the man's face, knocking him to the ground. Are you all right, Rosie? Harry asked, realizing she had just come out of the shower and quickly turning his back to her as soon as possible. Harry, what is it? Ruby asked only to notice the damp shirt she had on that hugged her figure, yelping. And jumping back into the room she was in as Harry muttered an apology, dragging the man downstairs and praying he didn't ruin the relationship he had with Ruby. As Harry dragged the man back to the kitchen where the others noticed him. What happened to him, Potter? Moody asked. Harry was about to explain when a sudden yell from upstairs interrupted him. Potter, where are you? Before Harry could move, Young stormed downstairs and burst into the kitchen. There you are, she said surprisingly calmly as the others came into the kitchen. Now where's the pervert who was peeping on my sister? Young, wait, it wasn't Harry's fault. Just let me explain, Ruby said, trying to avoid eye contact with Harry. What are you talking about? Rubes. If anything I should congratulate him for catching the peeping Tom. Young said as Harry took a breath, thankful he was not on the chopping block. Okay, can someone tell me what I missed here? Sirius asked, confused about the situation as he received multiple explanations before Moody let out a high-pitched whistle to quiet down the chatter. The only thing I got out of this conversation was Potter caught this one snooping around upstairs, Moody said, undoing the illusion on the man to reveal it was Severus Snape. Sirius whispered to himself, didn't think Snively was a perv. Hey, isn't this the guy who has been giving us looks since we got here? Neo thought as Snape regained consciousness. Potter, he said only to have his mouth disappear. I will get to you in a moment, now Mr. Potter, why don't you tell us your side of the story, Moody said, pointing towards Potter. Well, I went upstairs to lie down because of my headache. When I got there I noticed Snape here, but he seemed to be made out of static, Harry explained while getting curious looks from Blake. Harry, can you close your eyes for a second? Blake asked as he did. Now tell me how many fingers am I holding up? 2, Harry replied. Well, looks like Harry. You're able to sense electrical fields. Now mind telling us what happened after you saw him, Blake said with an impressed look. When I called out to him he threw some hexes at me before return in. Fire as Ruby stepped out of the bathroom where Snape grabbed her only for Ruby to throw him my way where I punched him, Harry explained as the crowd noticed Ruby's damped hair and Snape's broken nose. Mad-Eye then pointed to Ruby next for her to explain. She said, I was washing up because someone threw a stink bomb at me. Everyone turned to look at the twins, who whistled innocently. All right you two, I'll make you a deal. Whoever brings me one of those bats of yours gets spared for the day, Young said as the twins raced upstairs, leaving the others to question why she needed a bat. They realized and turned to look at a nervous-looking potions master as Young gave him a sweet smile. Hold on, you can't just, Hermione instinctively tried to defend the professor. Young asked the stumped bookworm, tell me. What reason would someone have for sneaking around invisible? Good point, but can you at least wait until after we're done with him before you turn him into a human piñata? Moody asked. Tonks questioned. I don't understand why Ruby thought Harry would be under Yang's wrath. Young gave the embarrassed couple a curious look while Neo answered. Well, let me guess. Red hastily put on her clothes upon hearing the commotion outside, unaware that she was not entirely dry. Ruby then said, Hold on Yang, he turned around when he noticed my situation. Is that so? Yang asked calmly as Harry nodded so quickly that his teeth chattered. Good job, you're off the hook for now. But if my sister approaches me with any concerns involving you in the future, I won't be as forgiving. Yang implied. I'd rather punch myself than hurt her, Harry confessed, receiving a light pat on the head from Yang, who then turned to Snape, her eyes flashing red. Now Mad Eye, I sue. Just you quickly get your answers from this one, Yang said as the twins returned with Fred beating his brother by a second. If I were you, I would tell you the truth, or I could always leave you in Ms. Xiaolong's care, Moody said as he watched Yang take the bat that Fred had presented to her and practice a few swings with it. Oh, take your time over there, Yang called out as she tapped her bat against her leg. Remind me again, what was Yang's semblance? Tonks asks. She's able to take any damage she takes and deliver it right back double, Sirius said. You can't let her do this, Sheil, Molly said. Mrs. Weasley, would you consider the situation differently if it was your daughter who was being spied on? Sirius asked as Bill answered his question. There wouldn't be anything left of him if I had my way. And as a curse breaker who knows as many lethal spells as you do, it wouldn't be pretty. You can relax, I'm not planning on killing him, just getting rid of anything he won't be needing anymore, Yang said. Eyeing Snape like a piece of meat. The Dark Lord knows about our friends here, so I was planning on taking a few of their hairs to make duplicates to give to him, Snape explained. Which nobody believed as Blake gave a nod to Yang. Okay Slimeball, time to get honest with us, what's your real intention with my sister? Yang demanded as Snape's eyes flashed yellow and he looked like he was trying to fight it. I had planned to bring her to the Dark Lord since she is closest to Potter, knowing it would cause him the most pain. As far as I'm aware, he's planning to see if he can replicate her abilities outside of my potion. What potion? Moody shouted. A potion that would even the odds against people like them, Snape said, looking over at the remnants. Whose side are you on? Moody growled. Mine, I don't care if the Dark Lord or Dumbledore gets killed, as they both broke their promise to me, and if Potter falls that's a bonus. And where is this potion? Blake asks. At my home, Snape replied. Creature. Sirius called out. A few seconds later, the elf popped in with 2 large kegs, which Blake took and gently placed on the table before giving a slight chuckle. What's so funny? Moody asked curiously why Blake was laughing at such a serious matter. This potion does what it entails and increases the speed and strength of the dry Nker, but just a slight flaw, this potion won't do as good in the Death Eater's hands, Blake explained. Say, has anyone here used dark magic? Are we talking about unforgivables or a standard hex? Moody asks. Having cast both in his lifetime. Dark magic in general has a corrosive effect on your soul. To put it into perspective, it's like having a semblance that eats away at your aura bit by bit. Until it won't protect you from a paper cut, Blake explains as her expression becomes thoughtful. Where is Tom right now? Blake asks. Snape choked out, they're in the Forbidden Forest. As Snape said this, the rest of the order turned to Harry, who gave them all an I told you so look. When are they planning to make their move? Moody asks. I don't know, he's waiting for Greyback to answer his call. If anything by dusk he will make his move, Snape said. Is that so? Moody asked, turning to see the 2 kegs that were sitting there. Now what to do about these? Well, Riddle is expecting these, and if he doesn't receive them he might accelerate his plans, but if he does receive them it might give us some time to warn anyone at Hogwarts, Ruby said. You're not suggesting we just give them the potion, Ron asks. Getting everyone's attention. Well, Belladonna did say this potion wouldn't do them any good, Moody said as Blake gave a so-so motion. If anything it'll bring the escapees back before they were imprisoned. It's Tom I'm worried about, Blake said as some of the senior order members seemed to be thinking about the situation. Creature, make sure these 2 kegs get delivered. Sirius said as the order gave have a shocked look, which included Creature. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Black, Moody said before leaving the room, and the others followed. Leaving Yang alone with Snape. She gave a dark chuckle as she turned to the potion master. She sang, eeny, meeny, miny, as she moved the bat back and forth, and then swung it to smash his hand on the word, Mo. Later. So by the sound of it. It was a total accident, Sirius said after he dragged Harry back to his room to get more details about what had happened. Have you talked to Ruby recently? Well, we have been doing our own thing lately, Harry said as there was a knock at the door. Sirius, who had gotten up, went over to open the door to see Ruby. Why hello there, Red, were your ears burning? Sirius asked, laughing at his joke. You know, I think I can leave you 2 alone. Oh, Harry, don't forget those spells I told you about, now don't have too much fun. Once Sirius departs, the couple is left in uncomfortable silence, unsure of what to say for a brief moment. I just want to say I'm sorry, they said apologetically. Well, it looks like we're on the same page here, Harry said, sitting back down on his bed where Ruby joined him. Did you, like what you saw? Is it just I know boys like a certain size and all? Ruby asked, feeling Harry take her hand. Ruby, you are fine the way you are. I was more worried about upsetting you and ending up becoming Yang's punching bag, Harry said before getting pulled into a hug by Ruby as they both fell onto the bed. Can we just move on from this? It was an accident after all, Ruby said as Harry relaxed in her hold, listening to a light heartbeat before shifting himself so he was facing Ruby, slightly leaning in. Only to be interrupted by someone shouting downstairs, causing the couple to head down to see what was going on. Come on, you heap of junk, Moody snarled, kicking the fireplace as Harry and Ruby entered the room. Hey, is everything all right in here? Sirius asked as he witnessed Moody beating the fireplace. Something is wrong, I can't get in contact with Dumbledore or anyone at Hogwarts, Moody said. You sure that's not your paranoia talking? We know he just forgot to light the fireplace, have you tried sending him a Patronus? Sirius asks. Moody said, I've already tried that, as Sirius asked about a letter. And a sudden boom of thunder answered. You try to get them to go out in this storm, Moody said. None of them will go out until the storm passes, by then Hogwarts will be known as the Academy of Dark Arts. Harry asked, how big is this storm? As he noticed a bolt of lightning arc across the sky. Last that I have heard, from here to Scotland, why? Moody asked. What are you thinking about, Harry? Ruby asked as he raced outside into the backyard, where she, Sirius, and Mad-Eye followed him. Harry, what are you doing? Something stupid and maybe crazy, Harry said, starring up into the storm before reaching out his hand to summon a bolt of lightning to him before grabbing it and disappearing from the backyard. Harry, Ruby and Sirius shouted as a bolt of lightning struck the ground where Harry had disappeared. Moments later, he rolled back out, looking dazed. Ruby and Sirius rushed over to him as a silver cat flew by. Black, tell Potter to be more careful with that power of his. It gave people in Hogsmeade quite a scare, a stern voice echoed from the cat's remaining remnants of a combat teacher they had. Harry, are you all right? Ruby asked calmly. Give me a moment, Rubes. I'm seeing spots here, Harry said, turning to Ruby with a charming smile only to see her expression turn cold. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. Ow, what do I do? Harry cried, holding his head. That was for scaring me. Did you have any idea how worried I was, you jerk? Ruby exclaimed. Now, where did this big bright idea come from? Harry James Potter. Well, you see, I wasn't sure if it would work. Harry said nervously, which did not lighten Ruby's scowl as she turned to walk back into the house with a huff. Wow, the full name, you better come up with some apology for her, Sirius said. Shaking his head remembering the time James had hurt himself during Quidditch and hid it from Lily. I am surprised you are not angry, Harry said. Actually, you are lucky I don't have the authority over you at the moment, but as soon as this is all over we will be talking about this, Sirius said, making his way back inside as well. Team RWBY's bedroom. As the other remnant, TS were getting their combat gear ready and trying to incorporate some dragonhide armor that the Order had found, Young turned to her sister who she noticed was quiet. Are you alright, Rubes? She asked. Ruby said, I'm fine, Young. It's just boys can be so, giving a frustrated yell. What did Harry do? Young asked, sitting down next to her sister. Ruby ranted, he tried to see if he could teleport. Using lightning for some unknown reason. Did it work? Whis asked. Oh, yes, it did, Ruby replied. Whis said, I thought you would be impressed, sounding impressed herself. Well, he scared me, Ruby said. Blake whispered to Young, she has it so hard. Young gave a knowing smirk in reply. Before Moody called them down, Young inquired, would you like me to speak with Harry? As they made their way down there, John and Neo dressed in similar attire. Good, now we're just waiting for Potter, Moody said. Harry called out, I'm right here, as he descended the stairs wearing the Peverell cloak in the form of a leather jacket. Some silver bracers on his wrists and knees, black pants, and combat boots, and having transformed his glasses into a pair of goggles. Young gave a wolf whistle as the others looked up and down at him. Hey Rosie, you have a little something right there, Harry said, pointing to his chin as Ruby rubbed some drool off herself before turning away from him, flustered and getting some laughs from her friends. All right, are you already here? Moody asked. Hold on, the others and I had discussed something. With the Death Eaters becoming stronger we decided to even the odds. Blake said, nodding over to her friends as Ruby, Weiss, and Young walked over to Tonks, Moody, Remus, and Kinsley respectively before placing a hand over their hearts and foreheads as they chanted, leaving the wizards glowing pink, orange, light blue, and purple respectively. Before Harry came over to his godfather to do the same, it is through bravery we gain freedom, through this we become a paragon for justice and mischief to rise against evil. Infinite in friendship and bound by none, I release your soul and by my power shield thee. Harry chanted, flashing green-tinted silver, as Sirius shone a bright crimson. When they released their holds, letting the wizards stumble back, some like Sirius and Mad Eye holding their heads, they noticed the new ability. Wow, is this how you always feel? Tonks asked as she noticed a big crate before she went over to it, lifting it above her head. Hey cousin, look, one hand, she shouted before turning over to see her cousin and M enter, only to drop the crate in surprise at what she saw. What? They asked, noticing the comrades' shocked looks before looking into a mirror to see their new looks. Moody sees his scarless face and Sirius sees his years in Azkaban fade away. What are we standing around here for, Mr. Potter? Moody asked, being the first one to shake himself out of his surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, I would advise keeping your arms and legs inside the bolts at all times, remember to shield your eyes from the flash, and I would hold my breath if I were you. Harry said as he brought his hands up and summoned a bolt of lightning which brought them up in their corresponding aura colors. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, are you sure about Potter's claims? McGonagall asked as he and Dumbledore walked down a corridor. Nonsense, Minerva, Severus would have told me if they were coming by. I'm more concerned about how little he seems to be practicing actual spells, as the two walked down the corridor, noticing a storm cloud hovering above them before they rushed down to the courtyard to see several different colors of lightning striking the ground, releasing Sirius, Remus, Kingsley, and Moody, who stumbled into the yard when Tonks was released, causing her to fall into the water fountain. Potter, I know you did that on purpose, she screamed up to the sky, shaking her fist. Ah, Dumbledore, I've been trying to contact you, we received word that Riddle is on his way here, Moody said. Have you not been receiving my messages? First time I heard of this, and are you sure it's not one of your paranoias? I'm sure Severus would have told me. That was if Snape was even on their side, Sirius said, giving the headmaster a cold look. He gave his friends some type of strength enhancer. Before Dumbledore could speak, there was an excited yelp as the remnants landed in various ways with another individual in a silver hooded jacket that concealed his face and at a familiar brooch that Dumbledore recognized. The person used a blast of lightning to slow their descent, allowing for a softer landing. The remnants gave them applause, but before anyone could ask anything, a short woman in pink robes appeared, seeing what was going on. What is going on here? And why are you here? Umbridge demanded as she noticed the Aurors. We received word that the man Ho attacked Diagon Alley is heading this way, Kingsley said in an authoritative voice. Is that so? Who are they? Umbridge asked, noticing the remnants. Kingsley answered, some hired help. The others exchanged looks. You have overstepped your boundaries, Auror, this dark wizard is nothing more than an illusion, Umbridge said. Hold on, we're not getting paid for this. Neo shouted as she played along. My apologies, my dear. It seems like an old man's delusions have deceived you, Umbridge said sweetly before her expression fell at what Neo said next. Do you have any proof that this Lord Voldemort is dead? I beg your pardon, Umbridge said. If he is dead, then where is he buried? Neo asked, causing Umbridge to become flustered as some of the wizards tried to hide their laughter. I take that as an answer. Now if you don't mind, we have a job to do, so move, Karen. Excuse me, you can't talk to me like that, I'm the senior undersecretary to Minister Fudge himself, Umbridge retorted. Oh, my condolences. Guess you didn't hear what happened, your precious minister just got skinned alive by the dark wizard you said was dead after he tried to sell out his people, Neo sighed. As Umbridge turned to the man in the silver jacket. You seem to be in charge, why don't you keep your savages on a short leash? Umbridge said, glaring at the man, who then chuckled. Who says I have any say on what these ladies can do? Harry said in a distorted voice which made it deeper than usual and surprised the wizards and caused Ruby to give him a longing look. Do you have any idea who I am? Umbridge asked. Yeah, we heard all about you, the only thing you are is a school teacher at the moment, and you seem to have similar opinions to the Death Eaters, so be honest with us, how do you feel about them? Young asked. They had the right idea, getting rid of half-breeds and mudbloods. I wanted to help them, but I wasn't in a position at the moment. Then the Dark Lord was destroyed by a child. Umbridge said in a trance-like state. What illegal activities have you done? Yang asked as she and the other remnant members looked at her disgustedly. I have threatened in black. K mailed several people at the ministry and made at least a dozen people disappear, sabotaging the ward stone so Malfoy and his friends could come in, sending Dementors to silence Potter, Umbridge sigh. D only to have the blade of Crescent Rose pressed against her neck along with several wands pointed in her direction. Ruby snarled, surprising her friends. You, stinking heap of grim tar. She shouted, glaring at the creature. Why? What did you send those monsters after an innocent young man? She asked, her eyes shining with anger. Innocent. Polluting our land with his muggle blood is far from innocent, even if he is right. One life for the rest of the world is a good deal, Umbridge said, which caused Ruby to remove the safety from her weapon before Harry placed his hand on it, causing her to lower it a bit. She's not worth it, Rosie, Harry said. Ruby's rage faded as she noticed Umbridge reaching for something, only for her to be batted away with the blunt end of Crescent Rose and hexed by Harry. As Umbridge tried to speak again, she found herself unable to do so as her chin began to bubble like a frog's, causing the remnants to chuckle lightly. Tonks then came over to Umbridge, who smiled slightly at seeing the remnants getting what they deserved before she ended up in handcuffs. Dolores Jane Umbridge, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of a minor and treason. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court, Tonks said as she read the rest of her rights before escorting her to the dungeons. McGonagall, I suggest you contact William if the ward stone is damaged. It might be wise to bring him in, Moody said, taking command. Hold on, these wards are designed to keep people out, right? How about using them to keep people in? John asks. You're not suggesting we trap ourselves with the Death Eaters, are you? Tonks asked. No, we're locking them in here with us, Yang said, cracking her knuckles. Look at it this way. They believe the wards are down, so they're going to walk right in here like they own the place. If they notice they are up, they might change their plans, Ruby explained. She does have a point, Kingsley. Get in contact with Bones and tell her to bring everyone that can cast an offensive spell, Moody commanded before turning to the remnants. I've been ordered to bring these Death Eaters dead or alive. So if you six see them casting anything green at you, show no quarter. Now, there shouldn't be anything that hasty. I'm sure as soon as Voldemort has been taken care of they will see the error of their ways. Dumbledore said. Did they already have it? With Tommy Boy being killed the first time, they were either arrested or they ran, and when they received word that he returned, what did they do? They went back, so as far as I'm concerned they already had it, Yang said. I agree with her. I apologize, Dumbledore, but Bones has instructed that the Death Eaters be either brought in chains or body bags. So Headmaster, it would be wise to escort those who cannot fight to the Room of Requirement and have them secure the doors, stated Moody, much to the surprise of the other wizards. Given his strong support for Dumbledore. So that's how it's going to be, then. Be warned, their blood will be on your hands, Dumbledore said before making his way back to the castle. Would he be all right? Ruby asked. He'll be fine, he just needs to learn to get off his high horse once in a while, Moody said before his fake eye turned 180 degrees, spotting a Death Eater who had poked their head out of the Forbidden Forest. We have a bogey at 6 o'clock. Great, looks like we lost the element of surprise, John said as he and the remnants turned to see the Death Eaters ducking back into the forest. You think? We arrived in a lightning storm, so of course that's going to get their attention, Neo said in a sarcastic tone. Perhaps we can flush them out, Blake said, looking at Yang. Should I go smoke them out, babe, or does anyone have a match? Yang asked. I think I have an idea, but it's a bit mad, Harry said as everyone turned to him. Life bait. In the meantime, in the Forbidden Forest. My lord, that girl is here and she brought friends, not called out, getting the others' attention. How many are there? Malfoy asked. 3 Aurors, Black, his werewolf, and 7 others. Not reported. 7. Malfoy asked. Severus said there were 6. There's another one in a silver jacket that seems more powerful than the others, not said as some of his colleagues raced back up the mountain to see what he was talking about. As they reached the cliffside they looked down at the school, some of them conjuring up telescopes to get a clearer view. Un catching sight of the mysterious new combatant who had his hood down to reveal a man with wild black hair and a pair of goggles over his green eyes. I saw this one before but I can't remember where. Malfoy said as he looked back only to gasp in surprise when he saw a faint scar on Harry's forehead. He then told the others it was Potter, who raised his hands, shooting streams of electricity in the air forming a construct of his face. Tom Riddle, we have a score to settle, Harry's voice echoed as the Death Eaters turned to see their master staring up at the image. You and I have a score to settle, Tom. So why don't you come out of that forest and face me, or are you nothing more than a cowardly yellow-bellied tosser? Harry called, which got Voldemort fuming as he marched back into the camp, chucking the 2 kegs to the ground. Be ready, we move in 5 minutes, Voldemort ordered. But my lord, Greyback has not answered yet, one of his servants said, only to receive a dose of the Cruciatus curse. We move in 3, Voldemort said. Harry lowered his arms and turned to the others, who had their jaws dropped. Wizard, how in the hell are you walking? With those iron cannonballs between your legs? Neo asked, voicing the very thought that was on everyone's mind. Neo, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but now is not the time for games. I have a job for you and Blake, as you both possess exceptional stealth skills. Your task is to wait under the bridge until the Death Eaters cross, and then attack them from behind when you receive the signal, instructed Harry, before turning to address Weiss and John, pointing to the clock tower doors. Now I want you two to guard the doors and make sure they don't get in. Young, you can go wherever you want. As Harry said this, Young broke into a wild grin, leaving Ruby to look over at Harry. So what about me, Harry? Where would I be? Take your pick, astronomy or clock tower, Harry said, getting a confused look from Ruby. Well, you're the only one with the long-range weapon, he explained, rubbing the back of his neck. Ruby said, I see your point, but do you know I'm just as useful in mid-range as anyone else? I know that. But Voldemort wants me, and it might be wise to have you in place just in case any of the Death Eaters get any ideas, Harry said, sharing a smile with Ruby which made Neo gag. Can we skip all this mushy crud and get to the part where I start gutting inbreeds? Neo asked out loud, getting an eye roll from the remnants. Well, let's not keep them waiting. Good luck, Ruby said before making her leave, only to stop as Harry pulled her into a kiss. I don't need luck, I have you watching my back, Harry said as Ruby blushed underneath her cape before blowing away into petals to find herself a perch. As Harry turned to see the Order giving him an impressed look. What? Ever thought of joining the Orders, Potter? Moody asked. Well, I did consider it, but with the way the Ministry is right now, Harry said. I understand, but if you ever change your mind, Moody said as he went off to get to work. A few moments later, the Death Eaters spotted Harry as they crossed the bridge and entered the main courtyard. He was sitting by the fountain, casually twirling his fingers while observing the electric current flowing from them. Fascinating, isn't it? I just can't get enough of this, it's something soothing to me. Though, for anyone on the business end wouldn't find it soothing, Harry said as he caught sight of his audience. It won't save you from me. Where are your new companions? I know they're here and I can smell their repulsive stench. Hey, I just showered, Young said, getting the audience's attention. Hole, who's the bird? Dolohov asked, having not seen an attractive girl in 14 years. Sorry dude, but I'm already taken and I'm happy with her, Young said. Her, muddy, dyke, slag. Dolohov asked as Young chuckled darkly. Congratulations, you have earned a personalized meal. An iron sandwich with a side of calcium and a tall glass of butt whoop. Additionally, there is a special offer just for you, fried mountain oysters, stated Young. As Young spoke, the Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably as Harry chuckled. Ignore her, my friends, her fate will be just like the others, Voldemort said. You have bigger problems than her, Tom, Harry said, drawing his holly wand. Voldemort called, drawing his wand. You are braver than you were last time we met, though not so clever. I was never afraid of you, Tom, Harry said as he placed his wand in front of his face in salute. Which made Voldemort snarl and cast some hexes at him, which Harry dodged in a green blur. Is that all you got, Tom? You seem slow, Harry taunted as Tom threw out a few more hexes, which Harry easily swatted away with his hand, allowing them to be absorbed by his aura. My turn. Before Voldemort could react, he felt a green blur and was thrown across the courtyard with pain in his hip. Turning back around to see Harry smirking as his followers advanced upon him. No, he's mine, Voldemort called and threw a killing curse at Harry, who raised his wand and cast his spell which collided with Voldemort's. Do you want to know something, Tom? I'm just stalling you, now. Harry said as he noticed a blue dome surrounding the school. A moment later Harry used his free hand to blast him with a bolt of lightning. Voldemort broke the connection to conjure up a shield only for it to break, sending him flying into the clock tower. Master, you'll pay for that, Potter, Rabaston sighed. Drawing his wand only for it to shatter and him dropping, clutching his knee with a yelp which caused his pals to jump, realizing they couldn't apparate away, only to turn to the bridge to see Neo standing. Ah, leaving so soon. We haven't given out the gift bags yet and we're just about to bring out the piñatas, Neo said, popping the blade out of her parasol. It's playtime, boys, Young exclaimed with a battle cry as she, Neo, and Blake made their move, taking on multiple Death Eaters at once. Harry blasted a few Death Eaters who had their backs turned with an open hand as he noticed Malfoy and Bellatrix flying towards the clock tower. Blake noticed at the same time. Go! Blake called out, using her weapon's ribbon to grab Dolohov. Aren't you the one that insulted my girlfriend? Blake asked as her ears perked up at his nervous smile. Hey Yang, order up. Blake called, tossing him towards Yang, who swung her prosthetic limb into his jaw as Harry made his way over to the clock tower. Spotting a white wand before, accidentally, stepping on it with a crunch before propelling himself off as he heard a girly scream. The Hogwarts clock tower. My lord, someone called out, catching Voldemort's attention as he woke up to see Bellatrix and Lucius standing before him. Voldemort asked himself, what hit him, only to remember that Potter had shot a literal lightning bolt at him, which luckily he had shielded in time. But he could feel the energy from it and knew that if it had hit, it would have killed him. Potter has learned some new tricks, my lord, Lucius suggested. I think it would be wise for us to make a tactical retreat. Before Voldemort could silence him, someone called out. Sorry, but none of you are going anywhere that's not in zip ties. Weiss made her present. C.E. Nonan stepped up the steps to where they were as John stepped up on the other side of the catwalk with their weapons at the ready as Harry walked up behind the Death Eaters, one hand on his wand and the other towards the tip. Mystia Ferrum, Harry cast, moving his hand away from the tip as a silver-tinted green blade appeared out of the wand. I suggest you yield. Never! Voldemort yelled, ripping the wand out of Lucius's cane and producing his magical blade. Lucius transfigured his cane into a dueling saber and Bellatrix enlarged her dagger to the same size as a gluteus before lunging at their respective targets. Bellatrix with Weiss, Lucius with John, and Voldemort with Harry. The Death Eaters handled themselves surprisingly well. Nice sword, it would make a great trophy, Bellatrix taunted. You have to take it from me first, Weiss said, creating a glyph to shoot some ice shards at the witch. So that's how it's going to be, well let's play then. Bellatrix cackled, as she took out her wand and shot a few hexes at Weiss, who dodged them easily. Lucius meanwhile was having trouble with John as he clashed his sword with his, knocking it away before hitting Lucius with a shield and knocking him out. Only for John to turn to see Weiss was having a bit of trouble before going over to help her. Ignoring what was going on around him, Voldemort clashed his wand with Harry's frustratedly before Harry parried him and cut him on the thigh, releasing a frustrated growl. Voldemort shot his hand out, unleashing a torrent of black smoke which knocked Harry off the platform and onto another. Voldemort saw his adversary down and readied his wand to cast a spell before finding it sliced in half along with a few of his fingers, clenching his hand only to see Ruby slam Crescent Rose's blunt end into his chest, sending him flying into a pendulum and down into the abyss. Thanks, I owe you one, Harry said, only to turn around and pull her down, shielding her with his body as a large dagger flew towards them, shattering on impact with his aura. You will pay for that, you filthy mudblood. Bellatrix yelled, raising her wand when she suddenly felt a sharp pain and her back as a rapier pierced through her. You, stay away from my best friend, Weiss said, activating the ice chamber of her blade, freezing the witch and causing her to fall into the abyss as shattering sounds echoed where she hit the floor. I knew it would catch on with you, bestie, Ruby cheered as Weiss rolled her eyes before they felt a chill around them as their surroundings started to freeze. Dementors, Harry mumbled as he saw hundreds of them surrounding the school, sharing the look with Ruby, who had a determined look on her face. We need to go down there, Ruby said as Ari nodded at her before flashing them both down, leaving Weiss and John alone as they restrained Lucius. As they landed in the courtyard, the Dementors rallied over the bridge. Okay, Rosie, we could use some Silverlight right about now, Harry said as Ruby nodded, starting to focus before she felt cold and the bad memories started to scream in her head. Hey, I know what you are going through. But I know you are strong enough to pull through, so come on, Rosie, show me that smile, Harry encouraged as he saw Ruby's lips curl upward as she opened her eyes and flashed their surroundings with silver light, vaporizing a few stragglers and slowing the rest of the storm down a bit, but the ones that were together were still coming. There are too many, Ruby said, holding her head, as Harry looked over at her with concern. Wiping some tears off her face before advancing to the Dementors with a determined look before raising his thunder wand and pouring his memories of their time together and their first kiss into it. Expecto Patronum. Instead of a dome of white light, it was silver as the light formed into a calipus, a wolf with antlers on its head that howled, sending shockwaves towards the Dementors, breaking up their formation and seeming to burn some of them, but the majority of them were still standing. As Harry glanced at his Patronus and received a nod, accompanied by the gesture of placing its head in his hand, an idea struck him, pulling the energy from the Patronus into himself, forming an electrical sphere in his hands, his aura flashed turning a pure silver. Ari gave one last look at the remaining Dementors before slapping both his hands together, causing a bright flash of silver light. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the clock tower, Voldemort crawled across the floor before picking himself up, his breath rattling as he clenched his chest, feeling several ribs broken as one of his minions rushed past him. "My lord, we must leave," the minion said, only for Voldemort to rip the wand from his hand and shoot him with the killing curse. "I have no time for weaklings," he thought as he made his way outside to see his followers were either restrained or not moving. Ignoring them before just making his way to the Great Hall and catching sight of Dumbledore. "Evening, Tom," Dumbledore said. "You look unwell." "I'm still strong enough to kill you, old man," Voldemort snarled, casting various hexes at Dumbledore, who evaded them easily. As the duel continued, Voldemort's movements became increasingly erratic until a few well-placed spells from Dumbledore had him on the defensive. Voldemort cast another hex, which seemed to leave him out of breath before he could continue the duel. A flash of white light followed by a loud boom sounded as a silver electrical field erupted around them, just missing him by an inch before it faded. "What just happened?" Dumbledore exclaimed. "That was Potter placing Dementors on the endangered species list," Moody said, raising his staff as he got a clear shot of Voldemort. Voldemort, now seeing he was surrounded, slammed his wand into the ground creating a shockwave that knocked the Order members back before sending an unknown curse and disarming spell at Dumbledore as he caught the wand and felt the power from it. "This power, so you have the Elder Wand?" Voldemort asked as he looked at the wand before turning to the Order. "I suggest you surrender now, your leader lies defeated, and I am more powerful than ever." "Big whoop, not sure if you realize Tommy boy, but your followers are either dead or wishing they were," Neo said, waving her hand towards her followers. "No matter, I don't need them and I'm not afraid of you," Voldemort said, raising his wand against them. "Just because you have Onyo Thayerstick doesn't mean you're better than me," Neo taunted Ruby as Harry joined the group. "Don't you get it? I beat Dumbledore, without his help, no one can stand against me," Voldemort said. "He's always going to be someone to stand up against people like you, Tom," Harry said, raising his wand against him as Voldemort snarled at him as he noticed the remnants had him surrounded. Before slamming his wand into the ground summoning curse fire causing the remnants to back up before he turned his wand to Ruby, sending a large fire serpent toward her. Ruby was pushed out of the way by a green blur, as the serpent was caught by Harry, who was then pushed back by the force and folded both his hands together in an attempt to absorb the energy. "Ruby, get out of here." Harry struggled to hold back the curse as his aura flickered. "No, I'm not leaving you," Ruby said as she tried to get closer only to avoid the flames that missed her by an inch. Voldemort flicked his wand causing the curse to flare rapidly as he noticed the Order approach, causing them to duck. "We have to get over there," John said, before getting an idea and turning to look at Yang. "Yang, throw me." "Buckle up, vomit boy," Yang said, throwing the knight over her shoulder before rolling over a few flames before reaching Ruby and Harry touching Harry's shoulder before activating his semblance, powering up Harry's. "What happened?" Voldemort exclaimed in shock as he noticed smoke coming out of the Elder Wand's tip before he broke contact, causing him and Harry to fall back. "Harry," Ruby called as she went over to check on him only to be stopped by John. They realized Harry was sparking before they saw Voldemort stand up tossing the Elder Wand aside as he noticed the tip was burnt. "You think you're so powerful? You're nothing but filthy muggles against me," Voldemort said, raising the wand he had taken from his minion as Ruby tried to shield Harry. Avada Kedavra. But no matter how much force Voldemort tried to put into the wand, no green beam of light came out. "What is going on?" Voldemort shouted as he tried multiple times, but the wand would not work before he tried Lumos, which also did nothing. It only took Voldemort a few minutes to realize as he didn't feel his magic. Where did it go? He thought as Harry got up, his eyes burning with power. "Now this is karma," Harry said as he witnessed the electricity flowing through his fingertips. "Perhaps I should use this power to finish this once and for all," Harry said, raising his hand with two fingers ready to blast Riddle to oblivion before lowering them. "On second thought, no, that's too easy for you. I'm going to let them take you and put you in a cell where you will watch your legend rot away until you are nothing more than an old man. Goodbye, Tom." As Harry walked away from him, Tom looked around and realized all of his followers that were still alive gave him disgusted looks as he realized he was nothing more than a squib now. Before tightening the grip on the wand he charged at Harry, raising the wand above his head and attempting to stab Potter only for a gunshot to sound. Harry turned to see Ruby, who had crescent rose in rifle form as its barrel was smoking. He then turned to see Tom, who had a hand on his chest and pulled it back to reveal it covered in blood before he fell over, lifeless. Ruby Ray. Liz, what she did drop Crescent Rose as Harry placed a hand on her shoulder. He was going to, I had to, Ruby said as Harry pulled her close. I know, you did what you had to do, Harry said as he ed her away. The wizards looked at Tom's body, realizing it was over. Harry brought Ruby to the hospital wing, a place he disliked since he ended up there at least once a year. He sat her on a bed while they waited for Madame Pomfrey to arrive. The school year has not started, and you're already here, Potter. The healer pinched her nose as she noticed her other patient. Are you all right, Ms. Rose? Ruby acknowledged Pomfrey's words, and then Moody approached her, informing her that she was required to go downstairs. Ruby acknowledged Pomfrey's words and then Moody approached her, informing Ray that she was required to go downstairs. How are you holding up, Rose? Moody asked. Moody sat in front of Ruby after grabbing a stool. She whispered, why didn't he surrender? He had been beaten. Moody inquired. Was that the first time you had eliminated a human? Ruby wondered, while I understand that hunters sometimes encounter non-grim dangers, why was it necessary for him to engage in a fight? Moody noticed Ruby's expression and explained his theory that Riddle lacked the humanity to surrender and chose to fight until the end. He then shared an experience from his time as an Auror. There was an arsonist who worked for the Death Eaters, targeting buildings owned by Muggle-borns or those who were friendly with them. My team tracked him down to a run-down neighborhood where he had taken a young girl hostage. While the negotiator worked on resolving the situation, I was prepared to take action in case the Code Voridus was called. Ruby inquired, what is Code Voridus? What spell is green, Ms. Rose? Moody asked. Ruby realized the meaning. It's not a desirable situation, but sometimes when faced with stopping someone from causing harm to others, one must do what needs to be done. Moody shared his perspective as he observed Pomfrey arriving with Dumbledore on a stretcher. Clear a bed, Pomfrey called, setting Dumbledore down on one. Of all the things that happen in this school, a bloody war zone should not be one of them. It's not like we could control where these things go, Moody mumbled. Is he going to be all right? Ruby asked, being the concerned individual she was. I don't know. He was hit by a spell I don't recognize. I believe the only thing I can do is make sure it's comfortable, Pomfrey said before casting a spell that placed Dumbledore into a hibernated state. There, that should do until I can move him somewhere with more experience. I think I should get you kids back to headquarters, Moody said to the young couple, who nodded in AGR. Ement as they flew back to 12 Grimmauld Place. Grimmauld Place. As the trio returned to headquarters, they heard music drifting through the air. Intrigued, they peeked into the drawing room and over the other remnants having a good time. Young and Blake danced while the twins sang, Ding Dong, Snakeface is dead. Suddenly, they noticed Sirius, who was wearing a party hat. Here's the couple of the hour, he exclaimed, throwing his arms around Harry and Ruby. Let's give a round of applause for the Basilisk Slayers. Sirius, Harry groaned, as a faint smell of alcohol wafted from his godfather, who was trying to pull him into a tight embrace. Black, I don't think this is the time to be partying, Moody said quietly, only for Sirius to brush him off. Oh, relax, you paranoid party pooper. The remaining Death Eaters have been captured, the Dementors are extinct, and with Umbridge gone, werewolves may finally receive justice. That may be true, but how can we be sure we got them all? Moody asked. Well, if they know what's good for them, they'll stay in their little caves, Neo said, munching on her snack as Sirius waved over to her, supporting his point. Molly Weasley Entei read the room to see what the commotion was about. What's going on here? She asked. Celebrating the demise of one Tom Riddle, Neo replied. Oh, were there any casualties? Molly inquired. Mostly among the Death Eaters, as Riddle, alongside Goyle and Bellatrix Lestrange, perished in battle. The prisoners from Azkaban will be fortunate if they can return on foot. And, our favorite Enchanted Rose exterminated the Dementors. With Ruby here delivering the final blow to Snakeface, Sirius added, holding Harry and Ruby's shoulders as those not involved in the battle looked over at them. Anyone on our side? Molly asked as they mumbled their answer. Dumbledore. Molly asked. What happened to him? Moody answered. Dumbledore took on Riddle by himself when we got there. Riddle struck him with some type of spell. He's currently in a coma. It will surprise me if he survives the night. You know, if that headmaster didn't play with his food, he would have kicked Tommy Boy's ass, Neo said, making the mood in the room worse. How can you say something like that? Dumbledore was a great man, Molly said. Perhaps during your time he was this great warrior, but all I saw was someone past their expiration date. Neo said as Remus stopped Mrs. Weasley from going on another rant. Molly, to them the headmaster wouldn't seem all that impressive, compared to the hundreds of warriors in their world. He said, causing Mrs. Weasley to slump back into her chair with a huff as the party continued, only for Ruby to shake out of Sirius's hold. Ruby, Yang called out in worry. I'm fine, Yang. Just today took a lot out of me, Ruby said as she went upstairs to the room she shared with her team. She turned towards John's and Harry's rooms, sneaking inside and looking around. She stopped when she heard a knock from behind and saw Harry. Looking for something? He asked with crossed arms as Ruby gave him a nervous smile. Well, I was looking for the stone, Ruby answered, sitting on her bed. Harry sat beside her, taking her hand in his. Is there a reason why you're looking for it? Harry asked. It's just that I wanted to talk to my mother, Ruby answered, knowing the stone was not healthy for a person. I know Voldemort was a monster, but why do I feel guilty? Is there something wrong with me? Ruby said as Harry put an arm around her shoulder. No, it just proves you're a better person. After hearing that, Ruby leaned back into Harry's comfortable embrace as he took the stone from his brooch. You know, outside of contacting loved ones, I discovered the stone has a few more tricks. One of which is to see your loved one's final moments, Harry said, only noticing Ruby's look and realizing what he said, quickly apologizing. No one knew what happened. The last thing I remember was Mom reading us a bedtime story, and then the next morning we learned she had gone on a mission. And Uncle Kiro returned upset, Ruby explains as she grabs the stone tightly in her hand. And the room changes to show a midday forest. Any idea where we are? Harry asked. I believe this is Patch, Ruby said, only to notice two individuals in a fierce duel, one of whom she recognized. Zed is her mother wielding an axe that could be converted into a rifle. The other was a dark-haired wolf faunus dressed in Viking-like garbs, double-wielding a serrated short sword and a bearded maul that could be converted into a Glock. Who are you, and why are you here? Summer questioned. As her assailant spoke, he said, someone is willing to pay a high amount of lien for those peepers of yours. And I just found myself a double offer. He looked at Summer up and down and continued, then again, if your little girl gets your looks, perhaps I might keep her around. Upon hearing this, Summer's eyes started to glow, which, luckily for her assailant, he was not a Grim, or he would have been vaporized by now. Summer swung her axe with a fierce roar, relentlessly attacking her opponent until she used the pole for her weapon. Knocking them off their feet, returning the axe overhead, and swinging it down several times. The enchanted rose couple's jaws dropped at what they witnessed as Harry made a note to himself, never threaten a mother's child, for it will be the last thing you do. Damn, I knew Mom was a badass, but wow, Yang said. Before they could ask how she got there, they heard a cry. A raven transformed into a woman with long black hair and Japanese-style clothing. Raven, Summer huffed, unhappy to see her former teammate. If you had been like this when I met you, I might have considered inviting you to the tribe, Raven said, sounding impressed. Well, growing up on the streets of Golpe de Calar, you learn a few things. Vacuo, honestly, I wasn't expecting a nice GI. RL like you to grow up in one of the cruelest places on this planet, Raven said as Summer glared at her. Why are you here? Don't you have a village to pillage? Summer asked. Well, I heard a rumor that people with your eye color were disappearing. But it looks like I had nothing to worry about, Raven said as Summer prepared her weapon. So you're here for that bounty as well, Summer accused Raven, giving her a startled look before shifting back into the Corvette and flying off. Later, Summer scrubbed her hands fiercely, only stopping when she heard a knock and turned to see a young man of similar age wearing a gray dress shirt with long tails, black dress pants, and black dress shoes. Kiro, Summer asked, surprised at seeing him. You are not supposed to, she continued, only for Kiro to gently grab her arms to look at her stained hands. What does the other guy look like? Kiro asked with a chuckle as Summer pulled her arms free and a young Ruby ran in. Mommy, she cried as Ruby ran up to her mother, only to stop midway when she noticed Kiro. Mommy, who's this? Ruby asked nervously as Kiro knelt in front of her, introducing himself. Hey, you must be Ruby. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Yang's uncle, Kiro. Quote, Uncle Crow, Ruby said, looking over to her mother. Ruby, Kiro, and I have something to discuss. Why don't you go back upstairs and get ready for bed, and I'll read you a story, Summer said. Ruby eagerly nodded and went back upstairs to her room. As soon as Ruby vanished upstairs, Summer excelled in extraction. Kiro, I don't have time for any of your shenanigans. I already had enough on my plate today with an assassin being found so close to my family, and then the way he talked about Ruby, I lost it, Summer said, her knees collapsing to the floor. Kiro threw an arm around her shoulders as she cried into his chest. Hey, you got him in the end, short stack, Kiro said. Kiro, I understand that we've had our disagreements and that you and your sister have become huntsmen for different reasons. But I need you to promise me, if anything happens to me, I want you to look after Ruby, Summer said. Kiro seemed as though he was about to argue, but he stopped himself and made the promise to take care of Ruby. Summer lightly kissed his cheek in gratitude. The Rose and Xiaolong siblings couldn't believe what they were seeing as they gave each other a look that said, "Do you know about this?" "Well, that might explain why Uncle Kiro knows so much about Mom," Yang said as Ruby looked on, only to notice the scene had changed. She made a vow to talk to Kiro when she saw him. The scene shows Summer reading a bedtime story to a younger Yang and Ruby before placing the book and her emblem on the desk where Ruby cracked one of her eyes. "Mom, where are you going?" "I'm going out for a moment, but I'll be back in the morning," Summer said. "Promise," Ruby said as Summer leaned over and kissed her forehead. "I promise," Summer said, tucking her in. Ruby's eyes started closed when Summer turned off the light, only to turn back. "I love you, just the way you are." Later, Summer was about to leave when Tai briefly stopped her. After an emotional farewell, Summer entered the nearby forest and encountered Raven, who had fallen from a tree. "You're just going to leave them like that," Raven said, looking over Summer's shoulder at her house. "Like, you're the one to talk. And as far as they're concerned, this is just a normal mission," Summer said, walking past Raven and bumping her shoulder as Raven opened a portal that led to a waste land with a river of black tar-like substance flowing through it. "What is this stuff?" a masked individual exclaimed, likely someone Raven had brought through her portal. Just then, the ground beneath the individual gave way. But luckily Summer caught her before she fell into the river. They both noticed that the rocks were starting to dissolve. "Careful, according to Ozpin, this water is where the Grim come from. And it is corrosive enough to make hydrochloric acid look like lemon juice," Summer explained, giving the river a wide berth and staying as far away from it as possible, following it upstream to a small facility. "Are you sure this is the place?" Summer asked. "That's what the wanted poster said to come here to claim their prize," Raven said as Summer ordered them to wait while she entered the facility alone. Soon she was walking alone on a scaffolding, aiming at her target. She aimed and landed a direct hit on the back of her head. Jumping down, she saw Salem getting back up. She shot her again, landing another hit to her face, only for Salem to spit the bullet out and glare at Summer. "Do you have any idea how much that stings?" Salem said. Despite having a healing factor, she still felt it. As Summer rushed forward to slash her up, she succeeded in slashing her torso and taking an arm off, which healed immediately. My, you are quite bold, little huntress. Did Ozpin send you?" Salem asked, sending an energy blast at Summer, who managed to avoid it. "No, I came here myself to stop you, and I will," Summer replied, her eyes starting to glow. Without her knowledge, the ground beneath Summer began to crack. Salem noticed this and unleashed another blast of energy at Summer's feet, causing the floor to shatter. Summer fell into the river as the vision ended, while Salem looked down at the water with an intrigued expression. As their surroundings dissolved back to how they were, the Rose Xiaolong siblings stumbled backward onto the bed. "Are you girls all right?" Harry asked, picking up the resurrection stone as he did. "She lied," Ruby said, not responding to Harry's question. "Why didn't she say anything to anyone? Surely Dad or Kiro would have helped her." She questioned further, as Yang placed an arm around her. "Hey, you saw she did it for a reason, perhaps she thought this mission didn't need their assistance," Yang said. Harry sensed T.S. was a family moment and stepped out of the room to give the sisters peace. Later, Harry found himself on the upper floors, catching sight of a gray hippogriff. "Oh, hey Buckbeak," he greeted with a bow as he stared at the resurrection stone in his hand. "You're a lot more trouble than you are worth," Harry muttered, only to notice Remus stuck his head in the door, causing Harry to fumble with the stone, quickly hiding it. "Is everything all right, Harry?" Remus asked. "Everything's fine, Professor," Harry answered as Remus groaned. "I'm no longer your professor, Harry," Remus said as Harry got a thoughtful look. "With the school needing a new defense teacher, perhaps I could put in a good word," Harry said, but Remus interrupted. "Harry, you know I can't, and I thought you hated that title," Remus said. "Even though it's true, people will still call me the boy who lived no matter what I do. So, why not use it for good? Remember, Mooney, you only transform a few days a month, and at all other times, you are completely safe." Harry reminded Remus of a similar argument he had with James, saying that he was positive that all the other students shared the same opinion as him. "He's right, you know," Moody said, making his presence known to the group. From the reports I've gotten, outside of those that believe in blood purity, they've had nothing but good things to say about you. Remus exhaled before saying that he would check in with Professor McGonagall. Good, now Potter, how is Rose doing? Moody asked. She's doing fine, Young is with her, Harry answered as Moody nodded. By the way, where did you get that jacket? Moody asked, eyeing the jacket. I've had this for a while. It's technically my father's cloak, but Blake discovered it has a special feature, Harry said. Then, what's this you've been trying to hide? Moody said, holding out the resurrection stone. Oh, just something I picked up when I was with the others that seemed to bring me good luck, Harry answered. Moody looked at the stone, then back at him, and said, funny, I specifically remember seeing this stone on a certain ring which was reduced to ash days ago. As Moody speaks, he turns the stone twice. Just as he is about to turn it a third time, Harry calls out, wait, don't turn that a third time. Moody stops just in time, and Harry explains the history of the Peverells and their items. So, if I were to turn into stone a third time, I would have summoned someone I cared about. Moody asked, since you took that stone without my permission, it could have summoned someone with a grudge against you. Harry said as Moody tossed the stone back to him, not wanting to attract any recently subdued Death Eaters. Remus glanced at the stone in amazement. My father told me stories about the Hollows. And I know James's cloak was old, but I never thought, Remus said, stopping for a second as he looked at Harry. Did you talk to him? I had talked to him, and the last time we spoke, He advised you not to let your furry problem interfere with my life, Harry replied, placing his hands on his coat. But as he did, his fingers brushed against something unexpected in his pocket. Pulling it out, he revealed a wand with a burnt tip, its presence sending a ripple of unease through the room. The others turned to him, their gazes sharp, full of suspicion. I swear, I have no idea how this got in here. Harry stammered, a chill running down his spine as an eerie whistle pierced the silence. All three wizards turned to the source of the sound, their hearts racing, to see a shadowy humanoid figure leaning against the wall. The darkness cloaking him like a shroud. Moody's instincts kicked in as he unsheathed his wand, his voice steady but laced with tension. Who are you, and how did you get in here? The stranger seemed to relish the moment, ignoring the question, which prompted Moody to unleash a stunning charm. But with a fluid motion, the figure deflected it, a dark chuckle escaping his lips as he stepped into the dim light. My, that temper of yours might get you killed one of these days, Moody, the stranger teased, a mischievous glint in his silver eyes. But to answer your question, I have always been here, lurking in the shadows and watching the three of you with great interest. A shiver coursed through Remus as he thought, how could we have not noticed him? Just then, their enigmatic guest vanished and reappeared behind him, feeling uncomfortably close. It's simple, Lycan, he said, his voice smooth as silk. You've been running your entire life, W.H. Eel, your paranoid companion, is always looking over his shoulder, blind to the fact that I'm always in front of him. Just who in the hell are you? Moody snarled, his grip tightening on his wand, eyes scanning the shifting shadows that enveloped them. The figure melted into the darkness, and suddenly, they found themselves surrounded by four menacing shadows as he spoke again, his voice a haunting whisper. I am always present, yet never seen, often avoided it, but no one could escape me. I will catch you when you're old and gray, or come tomorrow with a cold embrace, for I am everyone's final chapter. Harry's heart raced as he thought, a riddle. He glanced at Moody, who was fully focused on the shadows. Remus struggled to decipher the meaning, his gaze drifting downward to the items in his hands. Suddenly, the stranger's chilling laughter echoed through the room, filling the air with dread. It seems that Peverell's son has figured it out, the stranger said, settling into a chair with unsettling calmness. A shark-like grin spread across his face. The tension in the room escalated as the truth dawned on them. The wizards felt the weight of realization heavy upon them as Moody gripped his wand tighter. And a prickling sensation crawled up Remus's spine, forcing him to retreat until his back met the unforgiving wall. Yet, to their surprise, Harry remained composed, confronting the unnerving figure. Your death. The people I'm friendly with call me Theo, he introduced himself, with an ominous finality. So Theo, why are you here? As far as I know, everyone in this room is still alive. Harry pressed, his heart pounding as his companions glanced down at their pulses in trepidation. Theo nodded slowly, pulling out an obsidian hourglass from the depths of his coat. Quite right, according to your timelines. Most of you still have years ahead. But I'm not here for any of you. I simply stopped by to say hello. His voice dripped with chilling amusement, and before they could react, he faded into the shadows, leaving a strange warmth filling the room, a stark contrast to the lingering icy dread. Remus collapsed to the floor, praying to any deity he could think of, while Mad Eye dropped his wand. Disbelief etched on his face. Bloody Morgana's hell, I think I can cross off meeting the Grim Reaper and living to tell the tale off my bucket list, he cursed, his voice trembling. Yet, amidst the chaos and despair, Harry stood strong, something deep inside telling him they hadn't seen the last of Theo. An unsettling feeling settled in, one that whispered Departu. Re was merely the beginning of something far more sinister. After their visitor left, the Order held an emergency meeting. Meanwhile, Harry went upstairs to check on everyone and stumbled upon Ruby's room. He peeked inside and saw his girlfriend sleeping. He slowly closed the door, but as he turned away, he abruptly yanked it open again. To his surprise, he saw a figure sitting at the end of her bed, raising his hand and sparking. The stranger turned, and Harry recognized him as the Order chief, Rufus Scrimgeour. I wouldn't do that if I were you, son of Peverell, the figure called, its EY's darting towards Ruby as Harry powered down his power. What do you want, Theo? Harry demanded. Heard a rumor that people from another universe were here and decided to see it for myself, Theo said as their gaze turned to Ruby. Poor child, experiencing so many losses in such a short time, perhaps this will give you some peace. Theo placed his knuckles on Ruby's forehead which glowed causing Harry to go on edge which Theo commented on. Easy son of Peverell, if I want to hurt your girlfriend or anyone else here I would have done it already. After Theo removed his knuckles, Ruby appeared to be more at peace. What did you do? Harry inquired. I made it so she could say goodbye to those she lost and curse those Afterans for leaving their work to rot away and harming my reapers, Theo snarled. Noticing Harry's skeptical expression, get your head out of the gutter, I merely gave a few bloodlines the ultimate weapon against Grim, specifically designed with curved blades. Are you referring to twins? Harry asked, recalling that he had overheard the others mention them before. Yes, those cowardly twins, known as the gods of creation and destruction by the remnants, were born in the Ever After, where they initially oversaw the inhabitants. However, when their creations didn't meet their expectations, they abandoned them, Theo ranted, his silver eyes suddenly flashing as his face briefly took on a skull-like appearance. Sorry about the old man's rant. It's just a reflection of my disdain for those cowards. If it weren't for that barrier preventing divine deities from entering Remnant, I would have fixed this centuries ago, Theo said, smirking at Harry. What are you smirking at? Harry asks as Theo chuckles. Listen closely, son of Peverell. If you want to join them, you must learn much more than you currently know. I will contact you soon, the Reaper said before whistling and vanishing into the nearby shadows. After they left, Ruby started to stir and noticed Harry. Harry, is there something wrong? Nothing's wrong, I'll just go now, Harry replied, only for Ruby to call back, can you stay? She asked, her silver eyes pleading. Harry slipped into bed with her, and Ruby quickly wrapped her arms around his abdomen, nestling her head in his collarbone. Harry woke up later, tangled in limbs, and noticed his hand resting on Ruby's bare midriff. His pinky finger lightly tracing over her navel. He quickly moved his hand away and slowly rolled out of bed. Glancing back at Ruby, still sprawled out on the mattress, he covered her with a blanket and kissed her temple before walking to the kitchen. As Harry entered the kitchen, he spotted letters with the Hogwarts seal. He checked the date and soon realized his return to Hogwarts was just a weekend away. Where did all the time go? He thought, picking up his letter as Mrs. Weasley entered the room. Oh, are those the Hogwarts letters? She asked. Harry tossed the rest of the letters to her. I have mine, he replied. I'm sure Sirius or I can get whatever we need. But I'm going out anyway. Surely I can pick up anything you need, Mrs. Weasley insisted, but Neo spoke up. Don't yo. You already have 4 kids who need school supplies. I'm sure his legal guardian can handle anything he needs, Neo said. Mrs. Weasley ground her teeth in frustration, and Harry seized the opportunity to sneak away as the rest of the household entered the room, passing by Sirius. Good morning, Sirius, Harry greeted his godfather, who groaned in response, still nursing a hangover as he grabbed a cup of coffee. Not sure if it's the hangover talking, but I thought Mad Eye said we had a visit from the Grim Reaper, Sirius mumbled. Harry chose not to correct him as Ron eagerly opened his letter, only to find a shopping list inside. Where is it? Ron asked after noticing that Hermione had received a perfect badge, just as expected. He looked over at Harry, who was reading his letter while letting Blake look over his shopping list. Oh, cheer up, Ronnikins. At least you're with us as next-door neighbors, the twins said, prompting Harry to stand up. According to Blake, I already have all the books, Harry said, turning to Ruby. Hey, Ruby, do you want to come along? Ruby looked at him and then at her loose clothing. Can I get changed first? She asked quietly before returning to her room, with Tonks following her. Despite Molly's attempts to dissuade him, Harry's determined eyes convinced her to let him go. Later in Diagon Alley. Harry strolled Diagon Alley with a spring in his step, finally feeling free. He no longer had to look over his shoulder for Voldemort or his followers. His godfather was building a new life after meeting a young woman from the Department of Magica. L creatures while registering his animagus form. He heard she was nice, but he was focused on another girl. As Harry turned to his side, he saw Ruby walking beside him. She wore a dark blouse and a botanical red skirt adorned with a beautiful rose vine print. The skirt flowed perfectly with every step, and the colors complemented her skin tone. You look nice, he said, making her flustered at a genuine compliment. Well, Tonks helped me with this outfit, Ruby replied shyly. As they walked down the alleyway, Ruby noticed a crowd had formed. A few of Harry's classmates were also present, eyeing them with surprise. Noticing his girlfriend's nervousness, Harry gave the onlookers an electric glare before quickly sliding an arm around her waist, pulling her to his side, and kissing her temple. So, where is my lady? Harry asked as Ruby gave him a surprised look. But don't you have some school supplies to shop for? She asked as Harry hummed in response. I didn't need anything, I thought, given recent events. You might want to stretch your legs a bit, Harry said. Ruby smiled at Harry's thoughtful idea as they walked further down the alley, passing a few pillars trying to sell some jewelry. Harry suddenly noticed a hooded figure entering an alleyway, disappearing into a shop near the entrance of Nocturne Alley. Hey, Ruby, can you wait here for a moment? Harry entered the shop, noticing the non-magical electronics on the shelves, which were somehow functioning. A man entered the room, sitting in a chair with spider legs. This spooked Harry, who held his hands open as emerald electricity surged. Whoa, easy. Young man, I mean no harm, the man said as Ruby entered the store. Mr. Polendina, she called. The man turned to Ruby and gave her a questionable look. I'm sorry, lass. I think I got myself confused for someone else. I'm John Tin, John introduced himself. So, John, have you seen anyone in a hooded cloak come in? Harry asked. Well, no one has come in here since those thugs in black robes and skull masks took away my legs, John said, gesturing to his now disabled legs, as Harry's gaze turned to a small book. Beginner's Guide to Techno-Magic, by Lilium Evanston. Why is that name so familiar? Harry thought as he turned to look over at Tin and said. Hey, Mr. Tin, how much is the book? John looked over and noticed what he had and waved it off. Take it. It's no use to me anyway, he said as he made his way to the back, but Harry went over to the register and deposited 40 gallons into it. As Harry made his way out, he heard John call out, Have a nice day, son of Peveril. Harry quickly turned back and noticed the shop. It seemed not to have been occupied for years. Grimmauld Place. Later, when they returned to headquarters, Harry brought the book to Sirius, who instantly recognized the name Lilium Evanston. Why, I'm a hippogriff's uncle, I believe that's your mother's pen name, he said. Harry was surprised because Sirius rarely talked about her and then asked him about it. Well, you see, Lily and James's relationship started a bit rough, but during their 7th year, they started to get friendly. That's why Remus or I couldn't tell you anything about her, Sirius explained bashfully. Oh, Harry said, slightly ashamed for thinking it was anything else, before asking if he knew if his mother's friends were still around. Unfortunately, they were killed during the war, Sirius said. Harry looked over at the book with a sad look as Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. I think your mother would have wanted you to have it, and who knows? You might be able to complete her work. Harry smiled at the suggestion before opening the book and browsing through his mother's ideas and suggestions as he headed to his room. Being so engrossed in his mother's journal, he unknowingly stayed up all night. The next morning, Ruby noticed that Harry looked sluggish. She asked him, What happened to you? Harry yawned loudly, and mentioned studying his mother's journal before reaching for coffee, hoping to shake off his drowsiness. Did you find anything interesting? Ruby asked. A few things, but most of them were runes, which I never took the class. Harry answered. He had seen some homework from the class lying around in the common room a few times. Ruby nodded before her eyes trailed to the book Harry was carrying. He noticed her look and realized she was asking permission, so he quickly handed her the book. She looked over it and saw the first power rune that made electronics work in magical areas. It looks pretty simple. Are you sure you can't just trace these runes and slap them on something? Ruby said, causing Harry to scratch his head nervously. I was thinking that, but it might be nice to know what I'm doing, Harry said. Only for Ruby to bump his shoulder. You're a lot smarter than you think. Look at how fast you evolved your semblance. If I were in your shoes, it would probably take me years to realize that I can shoot lightning, and another 10 years to learn how to ride storms, Ruby said, causing Harry to smile. The couple's time together was suddenly interrupted by Hermione, who entered the room. There you are, Harry. Have you done any of your homework? She asked. I've already done it, Harry replied. On the bright side of having no one to talk to during my isolation. Fred and George told me how to pick a lock. Not catching Harry's tone, Hermione asked, is that so? Then you wouldn't mind if I looked it over. Last time you checked over my homework, you left notes all over it. It took me the whole day to clean it up before turning it in. So, this time, I will accept whatever grade 1 get on my own, Harry said. Flinching back at Harry's tone, she noticed a book in his hand. One she had not seen in this house since her entrance. The book snapped shut when Mad-Eye entered the room. I wouldn't take that book if I were you. Especially since we just silenced T. The largest group opposing Muggle-borns in our world, Moody snarled, glancing at Harry, who held a book with several magical signatures. What? Hermione cried. In our world, we have strict laws, one of which is taking a family grimoire. Depending on who you ask. The last time someone tried to take a grimoire, their entire family was erased from existence, Moody said, remembering a case his grandfather told him. That's barbaric. Allowing that, Hermione said, causing Moody to pinch his nose. His gaze turned to Neo, who was clicking her tongue by the door. The ill-bloods have been in charge for centuries. Living comfortably long before you were born. And from how the pig is speaking, it wouldn't surprise me if someone blasted you in the courtroom as soon as the judge declared you guilty, she said. Hermione looked at Moody, expecting him to deny the accusations, but he didn't. She isn't wrong, Moody said. If I were Fuzzyhead, I would leave this world before the only job you'll get is a housewife. If they don't breed themselves out or some ill blood decides to do magic in front of a Muggle, Neo said. I can't say the former is unlikely to happen, however, I doubt the inside. NT would spread too far without the Muggles, memories being modified, Moody mumbled, making Neo chuckle. Technically, you're fortunate that your non-magical neighbors are not as advanced as we are. However, this won't last for long. During my walk to the ministry, I noticed that some of their technology is about a generation behind ours. With the tech they already possess, they could potentially expose your world. Especially if they create a website that allows them to post videos. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people could see someone performing magic. Furthermore, with your lobotomy protocols, anyone who knows magic doesn't look good for your side, Neo remarked as we got ready to leave the room. Harry and Ruby followed him out, while the wizards who had overheard the conversation were left in deep thought. Before anyone knew it, it was time to board the Hogwarts Express. Harry quickly pocketed his shrunken trunk, making a mental note to thank Sirius for teaching him that spell. As he descended, he didn't see Ruby or her group. He was guided out the door, and the group quickly made their way to the train station, getting onto platform 9 3/4. Before Harry could board the train, Sirius pulled him aside. He gave Harry a small mirror, explaining that he and Harry's father had created these mirrors for communication. The mirrors functioned similarly to the remnants, scrolls. From what I've heard about your adventures at Hogwarts, I could easily get you enrolled in another magical school. I've heard America is quite nice this time of year, Sirius said. Harry thought about his godfather's suggestion, only to realize that it sounded like too much of a hassle to suddenly enter a new school during his 5th year, which was an important year for getting a career in the magical world. I'll think about it, Harry said as he stepped onto the train and found a cabin. He looked at the moving landscape as the train quickly exited the station. A shadow soon passed, and he thought the train had passed by a bunch of trees or an underpass, only to notice he wasn't alone in his cabin. A young woman close to his age sat across from him, legs crossed calmly, having not sensed anyone entering the cabin. He quickly realized she was the only person there. What is it this time, Theo? Harry asked. The Reaper simply laughed. You can't fool me, Peverell, even by taking the FA.CE of someone you haven't met in this timestream. Harry simply glared at the Reaper. And whose face are you using now? Why, your sister, of course. I see many lifetimes, few where Lily Potter came to the afterlife. She was carrying your sibling, the Reaper said. Harry quickly took in the Reaper's appearance, noticing that they resembled his mother but had his father's eyes. He clenched his fist in response. What game are you playing, Theo? What game? I'm simply exploring my interests, Theo replied. After all, you are the first Peverell in 100 years to collect all the Hallows at once. Harry glanced up at his travel luggage, where the items were stored. Tell me something. As you said, I now have ownership of these items. I'm technically your boss, correct? Harry asked. Technically. I only take orders from the Fates and Father Time. You might be able to get me to spare your loved ones until they reach the maximum age of your species, the Reaper explained, only to be NT erupted by a commotion outside his cabin. The door opened, revealing the Revenant stepping in. Yang exclaimed, "There you are, Harry." Her companions followed closely behind her. Harry looked surprised and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Neo replied, "Sirius bought us an apartment in Hogsmeade." John glanced around the cabin and remarked, "Has anyone noticed that this train seems big? On the inside than it looks from the outside." He stepped inside, causing the cabin to expand, and then quickly stepped back out, observing it shrink to its original size. Blake explained, "This Ain can accommodate 300 students and has been enchanted with extension charms." Neo asked, "Extension charms? Aren't those typically used on travel bags to turn them into mobile homes?" Blake nodded and said, "Yes. But the ministry heavily regulates their use." Meanwhile, Harry glanced back at the now empty seat where the Reaper had been sitting, which prompted Ruby to ask, "Is everything all right, Harry?" He quickly pushed aside his thoughts of the Reaper and relaxed with his new friends, sharing laughter as they tried Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. During the festivities, Harry pondered his place in the wizarding world. They'll be leaving soon, he thought. Their world seems to be facing even more troubles than ours. Why shouldn't I join them? They helped me deal with the Death Eaters, so what's one more Dark Witch? It feels like the wizarding world praises me one moment and treats me like enemy number one the next. So, what is there for me here? Before they knew it, they were already at Hogwarts Station. And all the students were pouring out of the train. She turned to look over to see the remnants. She got into a separate carriage, most likely heading to their apartment. Ruby gave him a shy wave, which Harry waved back. Soon, they made their way to the Great Hall. Headmistress McGonagall made the announcements. "No doubt, you heard that Hogwarts was attacked a week ago by a dark wizard named Tom Riddle. Fortunately, he and his forces were defeated." McGonagall also announced the return of Remus Lupin and the former potions professor, Horace Slughorn, who was the head of Slytherin. After this, she dismissed the students to their potions professor, eager to start the new day. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.